If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 126, Chapter Lxi, Putting Them to the Sword, Part 1. I raise a hand and enhance my voice slightly. Hold. The entire column stills and Rick rides up to me. What is going on? I look around at what must be some kind of curse slowly surrounding us and note it is coming from two directions. It appears we are being cursed. I mutter. Her eyes widen, but she is not shaken and immediately asks, do you have countermeasures? Her mind no doubt brainstorming potential solutions as we speak. Give me a moment. I say and focus on the feeling the cursed magicka gave out. It was far too spread out to do any great damage, but the effects on the normal soldiery and our supplies would still be disastrous if it were allowed to persist. The best counter easily made itself known to me, yet some part of me was still reluctant to attempt to replicate Meridia's magic. Still, needs must and all that. I focus on remembering the feeling of casting spells with the aid of Dawnbreaker, and after making sure I could replicate at least a fragment of it, let out a burst of positively charged magicka around me, pushing the curses back. The curse stills for a moment and much to my annoyance continues crawling toward us. A small crowd seems to have gathered around me as I open my eyes. Before anyone can ask questions, I look to my retainer Davos, take the guildsman and Sybil with you and find and kill the witch that way. I point to the north. They all nod quickly, Sybil looking especially happy to stretch her legs, and move out. Twins, Minthara, Marco, you will go south with the spell swords and deal with the other one. Rick frowns as I command her men, but after gleaming from my eyes that I was very sure of what I am doing, she nods and they all set off. Scorch. Pop. Yes, Pops. Go to the other end of the column and make sure that the curse doesn't attach to anyone. The weird mist thing. He tilts his head as he stands atop my horse's own. Yes, the weird mist thing, I sigh. He bobs his head and flies off. I am guessing you must remain here. Rick asks. If you don't want all our food turned to literal excrement, yes. I frown as I keep pushing a constant wave of magicka. I will inform the king, she says and rides off. This is getting uncomfortable, those buggers better hurry up. General POV, Northern Position. A forsworn witch stands above a gutted Nord woman and chants a prayer. The High Priestess had informed her that the Nords were here to blaspheme against their lady and destroy their way of life. The fanaticism with which she offers another sacrifice to Namara only increases as she remembers the priestess' sacred words. Her guardians shift uncomfortably, obviously not being used to the presence of their great lady. It was a shame that proper guards couldn't be arranged, but the priestess assured her the dumb Nords wouldn't even find out they were being cursed, so all she could do is praise her goddess and hope the priestess was right. As the thought enters her mind, a shiver runs down her spine, almost as a premonition. She looks at her guards and notices them all relaxed. Must have just been the nerves of youth. Yes, the priestess told me it happens to everyone, I am not a coward. Just as she finishes reassuring herself, a series of metallic clicks resounds from within the forest and all her guards fall as one, each having at least 2 bolts, one in the neck and the other in the heart. She attempts to get up, yet the moment she does so she hears a shuffling sound behind her, and before she can turn, pain assaults her abdomen. She looks down in fear and cries out as she sees a clawed hand ripping through her stomach. Well, aren't you just a treat? She hears a seductive purr to her left and shivers, then pain assaults her neck and all is darkness. Sybil tosses her victim onto the ground and absent-mindedly sets the entire site on fire. The supremely masked leader of the Dunmer approaches her. Has the ritual been neutralized, ma'am? Showing a complete lack of care for the vampire's bloodied hands and mouth. After all, they were paid to kill, not to care. Sybil looks around and nods to herself. I don't detect any more magicka being tainted, so that should be all. How come you didn't notice the curse? Davos walks out of the woods and asks. Sybil scoffs. Revine's perception is ridiculous even by Archmage standards. She looks at the assembled Dunmer. Who are you lot anyways? Revine never informed me he was running a group of assassins. Davos chuckles. If he was, why would he? Before Sybil can grant Davos the Darwin Award he had just earned, the boss interjects. We are but faithful pilgrims following the great endeavor, nothing more. Sybil rolls her eyes. Just say you are Mephilans, no need to be witty with me. The leader shows no reaction to being outed and shrugs. Much like you prefer being called a vampire to being called a blood-sucking monstrosity, we have our own preferences. Sybil finishes wiping the blood off her mouth and waves them off. Yes, yes, you are oh so pious and godly, now let us get moving, the fun is over. The Dunmer merely shuffle their formation and move out without a sound. Minthara's POV, Southern Position. Would you stop twitching, you coward? I hiss at Marco, whose jitters were getting on my nerves. He jerks away from me and almost stumbles. This forest is giving me the creeps, not to mention the literal curse floating about. I don't care about your creeps, stop being a little bitch. He winces and looks away. The twins both turn to us, and surprising us both narrow their eyes. Be silent and remain in formation, we don't want to be found out because Revine pampers the two of you too much, Boar says in a commanding voice. Marco rolls his eyes but remains silent. I on the other hand look down in shame. When have I gotten so used to being this relaxed? I shake the thoughts away. Battle is no place for self-reflection. We continue our cautious march for some time and soon find ourselves on a small rise just above what looked to have once been a hunter's hut. Bodies lie strewn on the ground as two forsworn drag a whimpering young man to the witch holding a jagged knife, an additional 24 surrounding the perimeter and watching the perimeter. Boar stills at the sight and turns to the quester leading the spell swords. We need to move in fast, that lad is about to get killed. The quester shakes his head. Rushing in is too risky, we must prepare. Boar looks ready to bash the man's head in. I didn't become a batlemage so I can watch innocents get gutted by Daedra worshippers, so if you are going to be a little milk drinker and cower up here, that is fine, I am going there. His sister nods along with his words. The quester scowls at the insult. You do not command me. Boar shrugs and starts walking down the hill followed by Brienne. Marco and I share a look and both nod, standing up and following the two. As a guard notices the twins, two massive wolves suddenly appear next to them and pounce on him, completely mangling him in an instant. Soon two fire Atronax are also summoned and they start bombarding the surprised Reachman. I grab my warhammer and rush at a guard to the left with a battle cry. His head is smashed like a melon as my weapon impacts him. Another barbarian tries to flank me but the noise of plucked strings informs me of his fate, as he is shredded by an invisible force. I bite down the urge to shout all of them apart as I see Brienne deftly dodge a warrior only to grab his face and freeze it, cracking it into tiny pieces moments later. Lightning bolts start smashing into the disorganized forsworn as the spell swords finally decide to join the battle, the only enemy seemingly able to resist us being the witch, who is currently busy fighting off the pair of massive wolves with the help of an equally large raven. An arrow hisses next to my head and I jerk my eyes to the one who loosed it. A young Reachman barely past his childhood is fiddling with an arrow and trying to shoot me again. Remembering my teacher's words about mercy being a luxury, I conjure a blade of wind and decapitate him. The witch finally manages to banish a wolf and turns to kill the other one off, but instead of a wolf she is met with a raging boar who impales her on his sword with inhuman strength and creates a spear of ice right in her face. The resulting explosion of flesh was as disgusting as it was impressive. The spell swords shuffle out of the forest and start securing the perimeter as Brienne applies first aid to the barely coherent young Nord. He shifts around in her grip, mumbling something about his sister. Boar seemingly notices something inside the house and rushes in. After a couple of tense moments he brings out a young girl, obviously blinded by flames. I barely manage to hold back the bile in my throat, while Marco just looks away and starts muttering curses at himself for ever leaving the city. The twins share a look and both focus on me. Brienne is the first to speak. Minthara, you are capable of precise air magic, yes. I blink. Why would she? It is my main element. I say quickly as her eyes narrow in annoyance. Good, she nods. Come here. I am not liking where this is going. I walk up to them and they take positions to the sides of the girl as they lay her on the ground and signal for me to remain near her head. Boar, without a hint of emotion on his face, says, we need you to cut out the burned flesh so we can heal the eyes. I shiver in disgust. Brienne stares at me, her gaze completely serious. You are the only one present that can do this. We could try normal blades but we are as likely to kill her. The girl's brother whimpers as he hears this. My hands shake as I kneel down next to her. Come on, Revine wouldn't bother with someone who couldn't do at least this much. Boar says in a lightly teasing tone, alleviating some of my nervousness. I take a deep breath as I gather my courage and get to work. I am forced to cast my magic gently yet precisely, my focus fully on the girl's mangled face as I am forced to watch her flesh peel of her face and the remnants of her eyes get detached from their ruined sockets. That is enough, Boar says firmly and pushes me away. The twins both channel an immense amount of restoration magic into the girl and her face visibly reforms into a healthy and normal state. Weeda Boar whistles. That was draining. The girl's brother embraces her while sobbing uncontrollably. How are the two of you so powerful? I can't help but ask the twins as I barely stop my hands from shaking. Boar chuckles and Brienne explains it is mostly due to Revine. The entirety of our year was pushed by his example to be our best selves. She giggles. He might be completely mad, but he has his good sides. I blink. Is the college really that good? This time Boar answers as he urges one of the spell swords to guide the Nords away while the rest burn the ritual site to ash. Revine is a good mage, of that there is no doubt. He is not an archmage, however, so he cannot teach you everything. At the college there is a master for every school, ready to teach you all you are willing to learn. Most of them are also completely insane. Brienne adds helpfully, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Figures. I roll my eyes at my inevitable fate, so why would he not send me there instead of wasting his own time? Boar shrugs. Either he doesn't care to, or he is waiting for the next group year to start when the snows fall. Either way, I can see you will do quite well if and when he sends you. Your wind magic will likely make old Tolfter jump in joy. Before I can question them on the college any further, the quester approaches us and looks at Boar. Everything is in order here. We should move out before the camp starts suspecting our possible defeat. No chance of that, since Revine has likely detected the lack of curse. Boar waves him off, but you are right that we should get moving. We all form up and march back to the army, my mind brimming with possibilities the entire way there. Chapter 127, Chapter 8, Putting Them to the Sword, Part 2/Planning Phase. Revine's POV. Less than an hour after I sent out the 2 hunting parties, the miasma finally dispersed completely and I let out a relieved sigh. Channeling magicka at a constant rate for so long was still tiring, but at least it was good exercise, right? Sybil and the Dunmer were the first to return. None of them looked even a tiny bit winded by the experience, except for the slightly stronger aura Sybil emitted. I guess she had a nice meal on the job. The other group took their sweet time. For a moment I was afraid that they may have been met with a group other than the presumed witch, but thankfully just as I was about to send Scorch out to find them, they arrived, with baggage. I ride up to them and they give me their report. Only one of the spell swords was lightly wounded, but that was easily dealt with by Brienne. The 2 liberated prisoners were a nice bonus, but Minthera's queasy look implied a bigger story. After a short rest, the army moved on, with Scorch constantly circling above us, and me fully focusing on detecting any further tomfoolery from our enemies. Thankfully they were either undermanned or learned their lessons well. I naturally hoped for the former. We came upon their settlement just as the sun was about to start setting. It looked like one of the more open ancient Nordic ruins, with low walls surrounding a stone structure that likely went deeper but was completely caved in over the millennia. Above the ancient stonework stood a wooden palisade, compensating for the lack of height, and beyond it were scattered large spacious leather tents, growing bigger and bigger as they went uphill, all the way to a large structure made of wood and leather covering what I was sure was a word wall, and no doubt my personal target. The legate wisely elected to set up a fortified camp before we began with our assault, the veteran legionaries getting to work with practiced speed and efficiency while the newbies were spread out among them to learn the ropes. As the sun finally set, I found myself in a large rectangular tent at the center of the camp, with all the officers and mages present. The first issue the legate began the meeting will be the walls and gate. Her eyes met mine. Harold informed me of your ability to move your contraption quickly. I nod. I can have it here in minutes. Good, she nods. We will need multiple breaches to make sure the enemy cannot funnel us through a choke point. A series of memories enter my mind suddenly as Scorch dispels himself and I interrupt. I just got the numbers. All eyes focus on me. They seem to have slightly over 3,000 able men, not counting the wounded and broken, most of them lacking quality equipment. My familiar also noticed the presence of women and children inside, and a small enclosure containing a couple of dozen prisoners of the Nordic variety. The king frowns. They were planning on settling here permanently. Not a terrible idea. Sybil says the land itself isn't bad, and if they didn't decide to attack us immediately, Ulfric would have been enough distraction for a city to sprout here. Then why? Torridge's frown deepens. Why would they waste their chance? Begging your pardon, King Torridge, Boar interjects, but these aren't the same civilized folk you usually deal with. They don't think in long-term plans. He scoffs. One of their hags probably saw an opportunity for something shiny and just threw its servants at us. Everyone shares a derisive chuckle, except Torridge. Even so, he nods at Boar. That would beg the question of what the Thalmor would want to achieve in pushing them forward. Maybe it is as simple as hoping to do as much damage as possible. I posit. A fair assessment. Rick agrees. If they weren't stopped at Haraldstead, they would have been able to pillage the entire western flank of the hold, and even the Thalmor could not have reasonably expected for us to crush them almost utterly before they even truly breached the walls of a small town. Harold puffs out his chest in pride. I could cut him down a peg, but considering he is losing his daughter in the exchange, I will let him have this. Minthara, quite brazenly, decides to pipe in. Maybe they wanted you all out of the city for some other scheme they were cooking up. I raise an eyebrow like. The brazenness disappears instantly as she sputters at the sudden attention. Maybe to steal something. We all turn to Torridge, who shrugs. We have nothing they could do any real damage with. So that leaves only the mage's tower as a possible target. Sybil smirks and locks her eyes with mine. Those poor fools. We both share a bloodthirsty grin and chuckle. I shake my head as the mirth leaves me. I do not believe they would do something as stupid as that with Fawk still present in the city. No one fucks with Fawk. All that. No, the man nods solemnly. Minthara seemed uncomfortable with what to her seemed like wasting people's time, but before she could start overthinking I raised a hand. Do not worry about asking questions. It was a reasonable enough assumption for anyone who doesn't have any real experience with the NWAS. Speaking of NWAS, my eyes narrow. What do we do about the non-combatants? Everyone stares at me with worry as the words leave my mouth. It takes a moment for me to compute what they are thinking, and I blanch and shudder at the realization. I immediately give them all an offended stare. As much as I hate the Nami rounds, I would be the first to kill any cunt that starts murdering women and children. Everyone relaxes upon hearing this. Everyone but Torridge, who seems even worse off than when we started. We cannot kill them, he states the fact, yet we cannot simply conquer them. Ingvar Firebeard quickly agrees. Indeed, we do not have the resources to pacify this settlement after all the expenditures on the villages we founded in the past months. The tense silence stretches out as everyone is deep in thought. An idea strikes me and I speak up. You could always disperse the willing families across the villages with the stipulation of abandoning their ways. At least some of them must be tired of being slaves to Didra. And the rest? Torridge looks up from the map. Banish them, I say coldly. Torridge seems ready to protest, but Ingvar interjects. It is not the perfect solution to all our problems, but it still allows us to show mercy while integrating those willing. Ingvar gives me a grateful nod. The idea of spreading them around is an excellent one, Master Revine. I nod back, and moments later Torridge lets out a long and tired sigh. He seems to be doing that a lot these days. I barely hold back a cynical chuckle. Very well, we will go along with Revine's idea. That is, if no one else has any. The king looked at the rest of the advisors, who all shook their heads. Rick clears her throat. If we could get back to actually winning the battle now. Many of the less shameless among us share sheepish looks, and the legate nods. Thank you. Now, as I was saying, multiple breaches will be needed to effectively crush their resistance. She points at 3 different spots on the map. These 3 positions will do. She looks at me and I nod at the unasked question. Good. The first group will be led by myself and we will go straight through the gate. She looks at Torridge. The second will be under the king and their goal will be to secure the prisoners, but not to the point of risking the entire operation. She sends Torridge a stern look and he nods in understanding. The third, she continues, will be led by Thane Harold and will be tasked with cutting of any reinforcements while the rest of us regroup. Harold pipes up immediately and nods vigorously. And finally the fourth group will be the mages. She looks to Sybil and me. Your task is dealing with the enemy casters before they can do catastrophic damage to our forces from range, or any damage preferably. She says the last part as if it were a complete joke. I hum in agreement. Very well, I will take the guildsmen and my apprentices with me and storm the temple. Sybil shrugs. I guess the twins and I will be running interference then. Rick looks at everyone else for any suggestions, and as no one gives her any, she nods in satisfaction. Rest well everyone, we attack at dawn. Before they can disperse I clear my throat and all eyes turn to me. Many immediately groan at the mischief evident in my expression. I am going to send Scorch to give them terms. Please don't. Torridge sighs. Already doing it. The king slams his head on the table. Scorch's POV. Another weird stone thing I have to visit. I just hope I don't have to meet another featherless degenerate. Find the temple, he said. Temples are big, right? I see a big wooden tent thing and fly inside with my glorious speed. It takes me a while to feel the biggest presence and I find it atop the structure, standing on a balcony. I land on top of the fence and turn to see. Dear pole dancing Dagoth, what the caw is that? The disgusting thing turns to me and blinks. After a moment it screeches with a voice that not even a mother can love. What are you? It slurps. Disgustingly little thing. Pops told me to be at least somewhat diplomatic, but caw on that. This thing is worse than a degenerate, it is, and may Dagoth forgive me for uttering the word, a complete and utter ennui. I am the great and mighty Scorch, I say in my glorious voice, and I have come to judge you. The thing shuffles uncomfortably and tilts its head. Judge me? Who are you to judge me? I am beautiful. Your feathers are faded and your claws are blunt, I say calmly. The disgusting creature clutches at its heart. No. You lie. I look at the thing with sad eyes. Not only are your wings small and weak, you are also blind. It staggers back and snarls at me. You little. The thing rushes at me in its rage, completely forgetting that it has magic. I jump around it as it tries to grab me while pecking at its hands. Begone, foul thing. I caw. I peck you. It flinches. No. I shake my majestic head. I see there is no reasoning with you. I have but one last thing to say. Its eyes focus on me as it shivers disgustingly, and I mean this with all my heart. Caw. And I explode. Revine's POV. An explosion engulfs the peak of the temple as screams of incoherent rage reverberate across the entire settlement and beyond. That thing is a monster, Sybil mutters from her position in my lap. I cackle madly as Scorch's memories appear in my mind. I do oh so love my bird. Chapter 128, Chapter LXIX, Putting Them to the Sword, Part 3/The Assault. General POV. 3 Forsworn found themselves guarding a small section of the walls of their new holdfast. The place that should have been the hope of their people and a path to their ascendance was now mired in an aura of despair evident to even the least sensitive among their number. A younger man elbowed his elder who was gazing at the perfectly built fortified camp their attackers had risen overnight. How many heathens do you think we'll get to kill, old man? The other youth nodded along, his eyes aglow with youthful eagerness. Youthful ignorance, thought the elder as he shook his head. You would be lucky to dent their armor before they split you apart. He said gravely. They can't be that tough, can they? The youth scoffed. I heard the priestesses tell they are all weaklings and fools, unworthy of even their heathen god's blessings. The old man turned to the 2 youths, showing a heavily scarred face still covered in bandages and salves, the scars around his missing eye and ear appearing as if he was hit with extremely powerful lightning, only surviving due to pure luck. Just make sure to survive, there is no winning this battle. He said earnestly. Even if we could somehow defeat their warriors, the witch following them will reap us all. I see, the other youth said mockingly. You are a coward. The older man did not react to the provocation, merely shaking his head in disappointment. You boys are still young, there is no need for you to die in this foolishness. Before the youth could respond, his brother-in-arms called for their attention while pointing at the enemy camp. Look there. He looked to the veteran. Is that the scary witch you were on about, you old fart? The veteran looked to where he was pointing and flinched in terror when he saw the witch writing something on the ground with his dreadful polearm. He saw the witch nod to himself and clap his hands, and after a flash of violet light, his terror turned into pure panic. He turned back to the youths who were looking at the murderous contraption in curiosity. Run, he said gravely. Something in his voice must have shaken the 2 young men. They shared a look with each other and looked back at the older man with wide eyes. Before any more could be said, a metallic twang resounded across the field. The next thing they knew, they were being pushed off the wall onto a bale of hay by the old man. The last thing they saw before the air was knocked out of them was a large green bolt penetrating the wall they were just standing on, and a massive explosion of crimson lightning consuming it and the veteran that had just saved both of their lives. Forsworn youth's POV. I blink myself awake as I feel my brother dragging me off the bale. Finally managing to balance myself after standing up, I take long greedy breaths as my eyes meet those of my brother. He looks as shaken as I feel. There is no winning against such force. The priestesses must have lied to us. Knew I shouldn't have trusted the greedy hags. What do we do? I ask my brother as the sounds of battle echo around us. His hands shake erratically as he thinks. We must save our families. He says with certainty after a moment. I nod and we run to the southern portion of our city. As we move away, we look at our previous position one last time, only to see a massive blonde Nord leading a host of armored men cutting through our hurriedly assembled brethren like a scythe through grass while roaring in what I to my horror realized was glee. We rush through the sea of emptied tents, no one paying us any mind in the chaos of battle. Soon we find our families huddled in one of the tents, foolishly hoping it would protect them from what is coming. I quickly tell them to follow me and without waiting grab my shaking sister's arm and start dragging her with me while my mother follows after us screaming at me to return to the safety of the tent. My brother-in-arms soon joins us while dragging his own old mother with him. We carefully dodge any of the bigger groups as we make our way to the prisoners. At least we will have a chance there. Hopefully the Nords will hesitate if we are near their own people. As we pass near the ruined gatehouse, I see a massive fireball fall from the temple onto the shield wall, pushing our warriors back with ease, only for it to be batted aside with a bright blue barrier appearing above them. Out of the corner of my eye, I see an extremely pale witch standing atop the ruined gatehouse, surrounded by butchered corpses of my brethren, lazily waving the priestess magic away. There is a sudden stillness among the veteran warriors fighting for the gate, and I notice a couple of them flinch in terror. That is all the warning I need as I yell for everyone to run as fast as possible. I would remain proud of that choice for the rest of my life. As we scramble off of the central road, a cold voice sounds from the attackers' lines. Fuusaro da. For a moment I feel the world itself shake, and then a geyser of blood and bones covers the road, my mother narrowly dodging a flying leg bone. I urge everyone to move faster, there is no defeating such a force and we must survive. Else the old man's sacrifice would be for nothing. Torridge's POV. My loyal housecarls clear the way of enemies as quickly as to allow me to walk leisurely toward my goal, a fact that would make me chuckle if not for the grave situation we found ourselves in. The initial attack was perfect, Revine's animonculus destroying the walls with utmost precision and efficiency. All that was left was for our troops was to cut down the far weaker, if numerically superior Forsworn, and the day would finally be ours. A part of me was annoyed I would have to delay my wedding further due to the new need to organize the resettlement, but it was a small sacrifice if peace was to finally be ensured in my lands. Peace, what foolishness! There will be no peace in my lands as long as the Thalmor and Ulfric exist. But I was the one chosen to lead the people of Skyrim, and even if Revine explained quite clearly that most did not see it that way, I would not allow my people to suffer needlessly nor for long. The sound of an arrow deflecting off Balgir's shield brings me back into the present as I take a deep breath and start running into battle, much to my guards' protests. My family's Skyforge blade sings as I decapitate a Reachman attempting to protect one of his fellows. A war cry leaves my throat as I rush into the enemy lines, my guards and the fresh legionaries placed under my command following me eagerly. We push through the southern portion of the settlement with ease, making sure we reach the prisoners as quickly as possible without overextending. An orc wearing light legionary armor covered in chainmail and wielding twin axes roars as he charges into a group of forsworn archers attempting to target us, his berserk state evident to all. One of the ex-freemen? Zaruk, if memory serves. The archers fall like twigs to his flurry of blows, and without even looking at the fallen he rushes at the next group, not slowing down remotely. Interesting. He might yet prove himself a useful figure in the following years. Half an hour later I find myself standing in front of a large enclosure housing many of my own people, surrounded by families of Forsworn and with two young men standing before me, still armed but their weapons lowered. I approach them slowly, while my guards tense and follow me. The boys shiver at the sight of me. I am completely covered in blood, making my armor look fully crimson instead of its original ebony color. I really should ask Revine how his robes remain perfectly clean at all times. The sounds of battle around us die down as I stand before the two men silently. They share a look, and the one that seems to be the older turns to me and speaks, "Why aren't you killing us?" The other one's eye twitches and he looks ready to strangle his fellow. I barely hold back a snort and calmly state, "Because you are not fighting." Their eyes bulge at my statement and the older one speaks again, "So you aren't here to kill us all?" I stare at him for a moment and laugh a dry laugh, making everyone look at me weirdly. Shaking my head I say, "If your people didn't attack my lands I would not have even realized you were here for years." Most of the Forsworn look completely devastated upon hearing my words. I believe my court mage would describe them as completely done with life. Now I say sternly, once more bringing all eyes to me as the High King of Skyrim, I offer you the chance to surrender. None that lay down their arms with the exception of Daedric priests will be harmed. Your future will be decided when the battle is finished, but I assure you once again, no one is getting killed or enslaved. Many of the hundreds, or thousands as I would later learn, of Forsworn share looks between themselves. The two boys that somehow found themselves leading the civilians whisper among each other. After a while the older one steps forward and says seriously, "Swear it." I notice Balgir tense for a moment and raise a hand to calm him. "I, High King Torage, do hereby swear on my crown and seat in Sovngarde that I shall honor my previous offer if you all surrender. May Stendar strike me down if my words prove false." Once again they seem stunned by my willingness to let them live. What in the name of the divines did their witches tell them about us? It takes them close to an hour to come to a decision, many of my fresh legionaries growing tenser by the moment, with only Rick's strict training keeping them in line. Finally the two youths nod to each other and turn to me. "We accept your offer, King Torage," and they slowly lay their bone swords onto the ground. I nod and turn to my men, who snap at attention, slowly approach them and gather their arms. I look at the housecarls, make sure the prisoners are fed and watered. We don't know their state. Balgir looks ready to protest, but Ingvar grabs his shoulder and shakes his head. I look to the legionary officers. I am tripling the usual punishment for any unjustified indiscretions in this situation. See that you do not sully my honor. Every single one of them shivers at the mention of usual punishment and they quickly get to work. Rick really takes her job too seriously sometimes. Revine's POV. I approach the gates of the Temple of Namara with cautious steps, my party not far behind me. On our way here we passed by a small shrine to Herson, but I found no need to anger yet another Daedra, so I left it there after butchering the warriors guarding it. The guards in front of the main temple did put up a bit of a fight, I will admit, even if Scorch was the only one that fought them. Apparently he didn't like them for the disgusting not-bird degenerate they were guarding, and I found myself not willing to deny him his fun. The doors seemed to be barred from the inside, they likely piled as much as they could on top of them to buy time for whatever idiotic ritual they were performing inside. Minthara gave me the closest things she could muster to puppy eyes as she eyed the gate, and I sighed very well. She almost jumped in joy as she stood before the temple and took a deep breath. Marco sent me a very confused look while Davos merely took a step back, perfectly shielding himself from any debris. Fuzz! A crack of air and the gate blew inwards, sending chunks of wood everywhere. Marco was gaping, Davos was nodding to himself like this all made perfect sense, and the Dunmer, like usual, just didn't care. Knock knock was all the gleeful demigod had to say. Chapter 129, Chapter LXX, Putting Them to the Sword, Part 4/Hag's End. I enter the temple and immediately tense at its aura. The feeling, and most disturbingly, the smell, reminding me all too well of Durin's tower, even the bone-chilling gaze of the disgusting Daedra was present. Behind the ruined gate stood a massive chamber housing a double-word wall, using it as some kind of support for the entire building. The dozens of Forsworn inside were all scrambling into position as a small circle of witches were busy chanting and seemingly forming yet another flesh golem, while half a dozen sacrificed reachmen were rapidly decomposing below them. Barely a second after I walked in, arrows started flying toward me, followed by bolts of fire and lightning. Unfortunately for the Forsworn, it seemed that all the competent witches died at Heraldstead, so I contented myself with merely standing at the entrance and making them waste their strength and ammunition in their enraged focus on me, while my party killed them all. After all, why should I bother if I have other people to clean up the mobs? Besides, it should be a nice and controlled lesson for my apprentices. General POV. As Revine calmly stood before the Reachmen, further enraging them, his group was not standing still. The Dunmer started systematically taking out the enemy mages while Davos targeted the golems with his enchanted crossbow. Minthara, like many of her people, didn't have much patience for skirmishing, so she threw herself into battle, becoming a whirlwind of air magic and rapid hammer strokes, leaving her enemies in pieces or at the least crushing every bone she got in melee range of. Marco was forced to finally unsheath his rapier and guard the overeager Nords back as the Forsworn started swarming them. "You don't think you should help them out, boss?" Davos asked calmly while hitting a golem in the eye and exploding its head. Revine waved both him and another arrow off. "Let them get battered up a bit, otherwise they might think they will always get away with rushing in like idiots." Davos flinched suddenly. "Boss, I think one of them just stabbed the brat in the leg. Pain is weakness leaving the body." Revine nodded sagely, his tone uncaring but his eyes glowing at attention. Boss, one just smacked Minthara with a mace." Davos sounded even more unsure. "It's finey," Revine drawled. "She is wearing armor." Davos flinched again. "Boss, I don't think that leather and steel mail are all that good against a dozen Briar Hearts." Revine groans. "Fine, you pansy, I will help them out." With a casual wave of his hand he launches an overcharged chain lightning at the group, perfectly avoiding his students and killing the last of the Forsworn. Seeing the bloodied and battered forms of his students, Revine nods to himself. "See, they are fine." Davos groans and shakes his head. Revine's POV. I approach my students and quickly scan them with my eyes. Minthara's entire left arm is broken, and her right eye is barely holding itself together, yet she is still stubbornly standing and glaring at me. Marco is in a similar state, merely with a lot more broken bones and cuts everywhere. "So kids, what did we learn?" I ask cheekily. "Just kill me please." A wheezing voice comes from below. Minthara's glare deepens. "Why did you leave us surrounded?" Her tone is hard, but I sense she expects a lecture. Before I can respond, Marco wheezes again. "Pay. Fine, fine." I huff and start healing both of them at the same time. "The two of you rushed forward on your own, not at all caring that there were far more of them than us, without even consulting me or at least someone who actually knows what they are doing. That is why I let you get your shit kicked in." Marco groans as he gets up. "Why do all of your life lessons have to include pain?" "Because it is a good teacher," I snark. Minthara sighs. "You are right, of course." Her fixed eye twitches. "Why am I hearing chanting?" "Oh." I think for a moment and my eyes land on the word wall. "You might want to approach that." She gives me a confused look, but seeing that I was not about to elaborate, she started walking. "It is getting louder," she says, and finally stops a meter away from the wall. I do not feel the energy flowing into her, but I definitely see it. It looks somewhat similar to that of Kine, but definitely has a different theme to it. "What is tired?" Minthara asks absent-mindedly. Now that I think about it, I did always come to a similar place in the game to finish that shout. "That'd be time," I answer her after a moment. "The leader of the Dunmer stops our conversation. We should move on. You can debate this after we have completed our mission." "Careful, Guildmaster, I draw you do not command here. They quickly give me a light bow. Of course not, Sarjo, I was merely reminding you. Fine, I nod. Let us move on. And so we did. There were multiple doors to the sides of the temple, but they all led to the same stairwell leading up to the summit of the temple. As we walked inside, I noticed that the internal construction of the temple was an odd mix of stone and wood, almost like they were attempting to recreate whatever the Nords built here but failed spectacularly. A couple of surprised and terrified witches tried to stop us on our way, launching desperate attacks, and one even sacrificing herself in an attempt to curse me. They were given no mercy. The higher up we went, the more horrifying the scenes became. The somewhat orderly chambers of the witches were replaced with what I can only describe as charnel houses filled to the brim with cursed flesh. That alone would have been fine, but the presence of the patron Didra was also growing. Marco was shaking like a leaf the entire time. The fact that our enemies soon became rotting zombies did not help his situation. My two apprentices fought much more conservatively this time, Minthara warding off the attackers while Marco focused on crowd control by pushing them around with his brand of force magic. Whenever they were about to get overrun, I destroyed the creatures with my solar magic. The speed at which they fell was honestly disappointing. As we approached another room, I felt something on the floor. Focusing my eyes, I noticed a bunch of runes stretching across the hallway we were standing in. Everyone pulled back at my signal, and Minthara gladly removed the obstacle with a fire breath. Her Thursday was so strong that it pushed through the door and into the room, causing whoever was inside to scream in agony. We rushed inside and found a half-burned hag who, upon seeing us, immediately teleported away, causing the dozen crossbow bolts the Dunmer launched the moment they saw her to strike the wall behind her. A slippery little shit this one of the guildsmen scoffed. Focusing on the creature's aura I felt before it ran away, I nodded to myself. We have found our target. The Dunmer all stood a little straighter, and some of them started applying paralytic poison to their weapons and ammunition. We moved further up, the disgusting imagery slowly giving way to a luxurious suite. The fact that creatures as disgusting as hag ravens would have something like this should not surprise me, but I am still stunned by the contrast. I notice a bunch of jewelry thrown everywhere, with the most prominent of all being of Altmer make. I guess this explains why they attacked, I say as I twirl a moonstone necklace in my hand. Marco frowns. They were planning on committing a massacre for a bunch of trinkets. It shouldn't surprise you that much, city boy, Minthara quips mockingly. People kill for far less. You are not wrong, I nod, though the fact that it is 4/5 moonstone and obviously made by Altmer hands feels like the Enwas are rubbing it into our faces. They will get their due, Minthara smirks maliciously. Marco huffs, hey. Not all Altmer are like that. I roll my eyes. You know damn well who we are talking about. Stop being such a drama queen. Drama queen? He looks at me bewildered. I am a literal bard. There is a sound of moving stones as one of the guildsmen presses a button and a secret door opens up. Found the way forward, boss. He calls over and we all proceed with utmost care. We follow the short passage and it leads us to a large open balcony. A small but powerful shrine to Namara stands at its center, and more importantly, a very burned hag raven currently busying herself in an attempt to glare me to death. Without any input from me, Scorch summons himself and perches atop the shrine, his mere presence burning away some of its aura. You. The hag immediately turns to the fiery hawk. You sent these things to burn me. Scorch raises his beak proudly. I did indeed. My servants have come to show you how disgusting you are. While the two creatures argue who the better bird was, I slowly turn to the guildsmen and nod. They all raise their crossbows and loose as one. The hag doesn't even react as a dozen poisoned bolts penetrate her and keeps ranting at Scorch, all the way until the poison knocks her unconscious and she falls over. The guildmaster looks at me expectantly, and after instructing apprentices not to interrupt, I drag the unconscious hag to the shrine, much to Scorch's glee, and start carving a ritual circle with my staff. As I carve the circle, I feel the familiar presence of Namara attempting to worm its way into my mind, but much like last time, Mephila's pendant explodes in power and pushes it back. The sounds of battle are getting less and less pronounced as each minute passes. I await the perfect moment, and the instant I sense the battle stop completely, signaling our total victory, I plunge my dagger into the heart of the priestess. As the knife pierces her heart and the life fades from her, I feel her soul get dragged into a very familiar place, and I suddenly find myself standing in a great hall covered in spider webs. An army of Didra stares at me with a mixture of respect and disdain. I even notice Zelzaz in the crowd, who gives me a wave. I turn around and see Mephila in all her glory, holding what is definitely the hag's soul in her hand like a precious gem. Her eyes focus on me, the desire behind them obvious to all. You have done well, my chosen. I raise an eyebrow. Odd that I would have to be informed of such a change in status by a bunch of assassins. I smirk and mock bow. My prince. Cheeky, she smirks back. If you wish to be pedantic about it, they are technically a monastic order of mine. I look around the hall and raise an eyebrow. And since when were you into pedantry? She bursts into melodious laughter as some of her Daedra glare at me, while others share in our amusement. Was there a reason for this? I wave my hand around. Prestigious gathering. Mephala straightens up in her seat and tosses the soul to another unnaturally beautiful Daedra. We are here to celebrate my victory and award you for your services, she declares regally. Well, if the reward is worthwhile, I am glad to have been of service. I smirk. Indeed, the prince nods. You are hereby granted command of any of my believers in Skyrim, and the Morag tongue will forever be barred from targeting you. The power of the locket I granted you all those months ago shall also grow, and any spider you meet shall follow your command. I school my features, even if hiding my glee is completely useless in front of a literal demon god. My thanks for your generosity, my prince. I bow. She smiles radiantly. I am indeed generous. Unlike many others, she raises a dainty hand. Now you are unfortunately needed back on Nirn, so I won't keep you. And as soon as the words leave her mouth, I am once again standing in front of the shrine, now covered in barely visible spider webs and with the hag's body nowhere to be seen. I turn around and see all of the Dunmer, including Davos and the guildmaster, bowing to me. What is your command, my lord? The leader asks with devotion. I try and keep the toothy grin in check, and fail completely. Chapter 130, Chapter LXXI, Sharing Secrets and Settling the Defeated. Can someone please explain to me what is going on here? A very confused Marco exclaims after a beat of silence. His fellow apprentice narrows her eyes while staring at me intently. This is usually where one spins lies and denials in an attempt to keep things in the status quo, but I have had armies crash against me and have come out the victor. I no longer need to fear being found out. After all, in this world, the rules apply only to those too weak to remain unbound. I shrug. That was me conquering the temple of a Daedra in the name of another Daedra, I say nonchalantly. Marco's eyes widen and he shivers. Why, you are a Daedra worshipper. Once again Minthara proves to be the wiser among the two as she merely crosses her arms and waits patiently. Chosen, but not the point. The shivering increases and I roll my eyes. Marco, what is the official religion of Morrowind? I ask patiently as if talking to a toddler. The guildsmen chuckle among themselves at my question. He blinks. The reclaimed tribunal. His eyes widen once again and he face palms. Indeed, I drawl. You could say I have been a Daedra worshipper since birth. Which one? Minthara interjects. Which one are you the chosen of? I smirk. Use your big streetwise brain, Minthara. I know you aren't stupid. She looks at me, then at the guildsman, then back at me, and finally at the altar. Mephala, she mutters, and Marco eeps like a girl. Got it in one. I clap my hands slowly. Though I do hope you aren't stupid enough to go around telling on me. Marco, who is scared shitless, rapidly nods his head while Minthara narrows her eyes. And how exactly do you expect us to trust you if you were chosen by a literal god of betrayal? Some of the Dunmer shift uncomfortably, barely hiding their offense. Davos merely snorts. You do realize the Dunmer race wouldn't worship her if she was only that, right? I respond in lecture mode. She looks at me expectantly and I go on. Mephala is one of the three good Daedra who taught the Dunmer the art of subtlety, and that of intrigue. In those ancient days when we were still Chimer, we were low in number and under great threat of invaders, so we followed the teachings of the webweaver and struck down our foes with hidden blades. I smirk. After all, they can't conquer you if you poison them to death. My students managed to relax at least a bit after my lecture, while the Dunmer nod along like good little followers. Minthara sighs. Very well, I guess I can understand. Any other earth-shattering secrets you might want to share about yourself? I snort. I am not about to reveal my life story to you. I tilt my head. Though if you do find a good enough clue I might share something, but until then you will have to content yourself with what you learned today. She looks unhappy with my decision but has already learned that she has no way to force information out of me, so all she can do is accept. Now I clap my hands. As riveting as this was, we should get moving. This place won't loot itself. I look to the guildmaster and stop in my tracks as I find myself fully capable of recognizing her. I blink. Hey. Honestly, I am not all that surprised. Janissa shrugs. I did leave some very easy hints, my lord. Right, I drawl. You lot will search the place for any correspondence and hunt down any possible Thalmor agents in the vicinity. If you manage to find one, bring them to me alive. They wait for a moment, in case I have further orders, but seeing as I remain silent they disperse. Come on you three. I wave for my apprentices and Davos to follow me. We should meet up with Torridge. We make our way down, seeing half of the guildsmen thoroughly searching all the rooms, even the charnel pits, and making sure there are no survivors anywhere in the temple. As we descend into the main chamber, a centurion notices us and approaches. Sir, he salutes. The High King has called for his council to convene at the southern section of the city. Lead the way, soldier. The legionary guides us through the sea of overturned tents, families of forsworn milling about with defeated looks on their faces, trying to gather whatever valuables they can salvage, all the while being looked over by attentive legionaries. We are led to a section near the prisoner camp, and under a great willow tree awaited the rest of our fellow leaders, naturally already having brought in chairs and a large table, because standing would be plebeian of course. I see the battle went well. I say as I approach, carefully eyeing the two young reachmen who flinch at my approach. These are. I raise an eyebrow at Torridge. The king nods at the two young men. These two have found themselves as the representatives of the surrendered reachmen. They are here to negotiate about their people's future. Odd that a couple of youths would lead, I note dryly. Then again, I guess that might be my fault. My tone was regretful, but my bloodthirsty grin was anything but. Harold guffaws from his seat, already 3 horns of mead into his celebration. You tell lad. I look at Sybil and the twins. Everything fine on your end? Boar sends me an annoyed glare. I am never running ward duty again. Too hard for you, Boar? I ask mockingly. He rolls his eyes. No, it was too bloody boring. I shrug. The temple wasn't all that much better, I say nonchalantly, and all eyes focus on me. After all, I was yet to give my report. It seems that most of the actually competent mages and warriors got butchered at Haroldstead. My lips twist to a disdainful sneer. The ones that remained here were so pathetic. My apprentices dealt with most of them. Marco twitches as he remembers the experience. Just to reiterate, Rick interjects, it and its residents have been neutralized. I nod. Indeed, I already have my agents searching for clues. Ingvar frowns. Is it wise to stir the nest? I wave him off immediately. Whatever happens as consequence of this investigation will never be traced back to the crown of Skyrim, of that much I can assure you. Torridge chuckles. I am glad you are using your vendetta productively. I bow dramatically. I am the image of rationality and productivity. The doubtful looks of most of my comrades make me burst into a fit of deranged giggles. One of the forsworn clears his throat nervously. Could we please get back to the fate of my people? He looks ready to jump away as my eyes focus on him. Torridge nods. Yes, as I have said earlier, you have 2 options, either accept resettlement and swear to follow the laws of Skyrim, or be banished into the reach of High Rock. The older of the two speaks up. Most have agreed to your proposal, King. We first came here for promises of good land and plentiful food, but all the hags brought was war and pain. We hope your word weighs more than that of the Hagraven. There is some grumbling among the king's men, but Torridge waves it off. I will naturally strive to provide for all my subjects. My people are a hard bunch, but if you show you are hard-working and honest, they will accept you with open arms, even with our previous conflict. Indeed, I interject and immediately see Torridge's eye twitch. It surprises me how accepting Nords are when you show them you aren't complete scum. The 2 lads seem stuck between being reassured by my words and shaking in fear at me even speaking to them. Stop shaking like leaves, I am not some murderous madman. I feel a hand tap my shoulder consolingly/mockingly and turn to see Sybil looking at me like I was delusional. Keep telling yourself that, dear. I snort and look back at Ingvar. So what is the plan? He goes on to explain that the 2,500 fresh settlers will be moved to the eastern parts of the hold so they may be integrated more quickly. They will be joining the freshly founded villages, and some of them might be allowed into the hold guard after a year or 2. The rest would be given some food and supplies and sent on their way, while a band of scouts and mercenaries made sure they left Skyrim in its entirety. We are going to need a group to ensure law and order, I interject as Ingvar finishes his explanation. Are the guards not sufficient? Torridge asks. They are well trained and their numbers are fine, I agree, but we need strong leaders to ensure proper integration between the 2 groups. While Nords can be surprisingly welcoming, do keep in mind that we are dealing with 2 groups who have gone through a very tumultuous couple of years. What do you propose? The king asks. Grant some of your veteran housecarls temporary lordship over the lands. If they prove themselves worthy of the position, let them keep it and advance them to lesser nobility. Ingvar tilts his head in thought. You propose a knightly system? Like in High Rock? I shake my head. Nothing so rigid. This is just a way for you to reward your trusted and loyal warriors while making sure the newly founded settlements do not fall apart due to a lack of oversight. Just be sure to let them know you can revoke their posts at any time and it should be fine. And you are sure this would work? The junior steward asks, his doubt evident. I shrug. It should work until you find a more permanent or efficient solution. I am good at coming up with ideas, but don't expect me to spell everything out for you. He sighs and nods. That is fair. The king once again addresses the forsworn. Is this offer acceptable to you? The younger one gulps. We would like tea to be able to practice our traditions. He immediately raises his hands placatingly as my eyes narrow, the less gruesome ones of course. Torridge gives me a look and I sigh. If I see or hear a hint of Namara worship, I am killing every reachman in my rather considerable range. Am I understood? I stare at the two youths who gup and nod rapidly. And there you have it, Torridge interjects. I hope you will find peace and prosperity under my rule. And so do we. The older reachman nods and the two of them leave. Right, Arik claps her hands with false cheer. Time for logistics. Everyone at the table groans, and I immediately shadow step out of there. Chapter 131, Chapter LCI, The Glorious Return. So I start, riding up to the lonely king of Skyrim. How does it feel to consign thousands to their deaths while subjugating the rest? I ask with false cheer. Torridge twitches violently. We have been riding for 3 days now and the young man was constantly deep in thought, the consequences of the invasion weighing heavily on his shoulders. He gives me an irritated glare. Must you word it like that? He grits out, already knowing the answer. I shrug. You know damn well that your enemies will do far worse than merely play with words. You should prepare. The king groans. How can you be so irritating and so right at the same time? I am the master of my art, your majesty. I quip, and a moment later I decide to ask, how is your intended taking the voyage? He sighs. Thank the divines we were able to get a carriage prepared. She hasn't been feeling all that well after witnessing the bloodbath. Once again he lightly glares at me, but there is no heat behind it. I wave him off. She will be fine, she has Sybil to distract her after all. He winces. I don't think teaching her how to set people on fire is a good distraction after seeing literal thousands of them burned to death. I raise an eyebrow. So you don't want your future queen to be able to defend herself? I grin teasingly. Want to have her always be a damsel for you to save, oh heroic king. He blushes and looks away. I don't know what you are talking about. I snort loudly. Why so defensive, Torridge? Why must you be so? He trails off trying to find the right words. Dashing. I quip. He gives me a half-lidded stare. Wise. I smirk. The stare narrows. Outstandingly majestic. My smirk splits into a grin. Torridge takes a deep breath and looks away. By the divines, sometimes you make me wish to die to an angry mob instead of having you nearby. I live to impress. I mock bow, as much as I can while riding a horse. What are our plans when we reach the city? I ask after a prolonged silence. He thinks for a moment before responding. We will be leaving my new subjects at their designated villages while stationing some of the mercenaries as temporary guards. When we get to the city we will hold a parade to celebrate our victory, and after that, we will hold an award ceremony for the most distinguished. I hold back an irritated groan. Please don't tell me I have to attend that. Now it is his turn to smirk. How can I allow your glorious deeds to go unrecognized? Revine, I would never dishonor the greatest warrior of this campaign in such a manner. His tone is righteous and proper, but the mirth in his eyes is clearly evident. I look away with a task. How dare you use my spells against me? I ask with mock offense. As he finally gets one over me he chuckles merrily and sighs moments later. This has been a very exhausting couple of months. Also very glorious when it comes to your tenure as High King. I add. He nods. That is true of course, but is it wrong to prefer peace to all this excitement? I chuckle and shake my head. As king, peace for your people should always be your top priority. The only times you should fight is to preserve that peace, whether from potential or current threats. Torridge blinks and looks at me. So should I just let Ulfric become king then? To avoid the war? His question is very rhetorical of course, but I still choose to answer. Ulfric will bring naught but pain and suffering to your people, and probably my own now that I think about it. I scratch my chin. So no, you should fight him with everything you have, because the only true victor if Ulfric kills you will be the Thalmor. He nods dejectedly. Indeed, they want us at each other's throats. Which is likely why they let Ulfric escape his imprisonment in the first place and engineered Madanaka's invasion of Markarth, thus leading to further distrust and anger from Ulfric and the hardliners among the Nordic traditionalists. I say offhandedly, and Torridge stills. He seems baffled as he asks, you think the Thalmor are behind everything? I shrug. More often than not they are. My brow twists into a frown. They may be enwas of the highest order, but they are most assuredly neither incompetent nor are they impatient. Out of all mer they live by far the longest, so you can expect such long-term planning from their leaders who have likely been doing it for centuries already. Torridge remains silent for a long time after that, before he finally asks, so what do you suggest I do about it? Beat them at their own game. I shrug. Get spies, organize a massive network of informants, create a Blades-like organization to fight them in the shadows. You could do many different things, and all of them would be both risky and expensive. I let out a long breath at the end of the day. Their machinations have mostly succeeded. We must first remove the issue they have caused already before going on the counter-offensive. The young king sighs. I really hate this crown sometimes. I chuckle. That probably means you are a good king. I think. He chuckles and shakes his head, once more focusing on the road. The rest of our journey went without any further incident. I spent most of the time speaking with my college friends or just carousing with some of the legionaries and warriors. I seem to have developed quite the reputation among the rank and file, and the usual dark jokes of the legionary veterans now contained a lot more immolation than before. My agents found very little of actual note within the former temple of Namara. The jewelry was an obvious slap in the face by the Thalmor, but we couldn't reasonably prove that they were the ones who did. Which was probably their plan all along in case they lost, now that I think about it. The Enwas were learning, and that was a growing concern. My students were both doing surprisingly well considering their recent brush with death. Marco was focused on helping anyone he could, likely in an attempt to distract himself from the mix of my revelations and his beating at the hands of the Forsworn. Minthara on the other hand seemed to grow very attached to the little girl she helped heal. When I heard the story, I was so impressed by her determination that I allowed her to leave the anatomical tome for later. Naturally, the demigod had to once again impress me by refusing my offer and doubling down on her studies. I really should enchant her something nice for all that effort. As we started getting closer to the city, our long line started shrinking. The mercenaries and reachmen were left behind at each settlement we passed, with one of Torridge's housecarls left behind in each village as an interim governor. Their names would be celebrated once we reached the city, but the job of ensuring peace came first, so they would have to skip the glorious feast. Something which they all eagerly accepted, much to my surprise. I guess good old greed will win over even a Nord's yearning for glory and mead. We arrived at Solitude just after the morning of the 10th day of our march. We were after all slowed down by the extra baggage. We didn't even get near the gate before a massive crowd gathered on both sides of the road, their cheers and chants resounding so loudly and clearly that every soldier marching behind me stood just a little straighter. As we passed by the gathered people, they gave us, the gathered leaders and champions, looks of awe and respect. Many bowed in thanks while others cheered us on, a surprising amount of them focusing on me. Scorch, who was sitting comfortably on my shoulder as he finally managed to shrink himself down sufficiently, preened happily at all the praise, no doubt interpreting all looks and praise sent to me to be directed at him. The soldiery got a different reception, for as they passed the people they were offered bottles of mead and home-cooked meals. Rick was kind enough to allow them to accept the gifts, as they did thoroughly earn them. As we entered the city, the more wealthy part of the population gathered, and the gifts they offered were of far greater value than the ones outside. What I did not expect at all was the song that broke out. As we rode by Castle Duer, the crowd started signing, or chanting, Marco's song about the Battle of Wofloskull. The young mare blushed so hard his face reminded me of Minthara's hair, but I did not miss him straightening up in pride as we passed near the Bard's College and saw the proud look Virmo gave him. The legionaries, both new and old, were invited to the feast held in the massive palace, though they would not be attending the throne room, save for a few exceptions. My agents, on the other hand, had no need nor desire to carouse, so I paid for a couple of luxury suites at one of the local inns and had them spend the day there, with the exception of Davos, who was already too high profile to miss the celebration. It took less than a measly hour since we dismounted, and we were already sitting in the grand hall of the Blue Palace, drinking to our heart's content and listening to our men recount our glorious deeds. I noticed Helm and Harold become fast friends almost as soon as their eyes met, and I had the pleasure of watching Helm pout at the fact he was forced to miss out on the massive battle. The two other Thanes were, to my great surprise, quite reserved upon our return. I used my blessing to see what was going on, and to my utmost surprise even Irker was pissy about missing the glory. Was the spoiled little nobleman finally growing some hair? I guess we shall inevitably find out. After all, there was a far greater battle on the horizon. The feast went on for almost the entire day, almost consuming the palace's entire pantry in one fell swoop, but neither the king nor his stewards minded all that much. They knew all too well the complete disaster we barely avoided. Sybil throws herself on my bed as we finally climb up the tower. She takes a long breath and seemingly melts into the luxurious mattress finally. She tilts her head to the side. I am all for a good fight, but if I have to sleep in a camp anytime soon, I will drink someone. Didn't you already drink about 100 of them? I ask as I slip out of my formal clothes, my voice one of amusement. She smirks. Exactly my point. I let out a light snort. Poor cave dwellers. She turns around, laying on her back this time. I still don't see why you had Torridge allow them to settle here. They should have all been permanently dealt with. I shake my head so bloodthirsty her eye twitches and I shrug. This is both more efficient and morally correct. She waves me off. Yes, I've heard you explain yourself. Her arms spread invitingly. Now enough about that, I need my pillow. I huff and shake my head and they call me the childish one. I lazily dodge a flying shoe and lie down next to her, sleep claiming me almost immediately. I awaken the following morning alone in my bed, or noon as I soon came to find out. Apparently all the fighting was exhausting, go figure. As I exit my chambers, a new set of formal clothes in a more Nordic style and my growing beard shaved down to a neat goatee, I come face to face with Savos Aaron, his eyes gleaming with excitement and curiosity. Well, this should be interesting. Chapter 132, Chapter 8, Projects and Ceremonies. I blink at Savos' sudden appearance. How nice of you to visit Archmage. I say, my tone implying the obvious question. He huffs. So cold, Revine, you wound my old heart. I narrow my eyes and deadpan ahoy. A defeated sigh leaves him. I swear I am not here to play around, this time. I blink. You aren't lying, who would have thought it possible? He seems somewhat confused by the certainty I am showing but merely shrugs. Indeed, I have come to inform you that we are close to finally breaching the passage in the old Dwemer ruins. Oh. I raise an eyebrow. Did you confirm the possibility of it being Blackreach? He nods. Shalazar has foreseen that a great venture awaits us. He inclines his head. The college wishes to thank you for your great contribution. Without your assistance, the excavation would have probably taken years. He pulls out a Varlaw stone and tosses it to me, and I absent-mindedly place it in my Oblivion storage. Now for the more interesting part. He smirks and pulls out a sealed scroll. Would you kindly show me the masterpiece Sergius has been praising so vocally for the past few months? I nod and my crown appears on my head. Savos blinks and in an instant appears uncomfortably close to me, examining every detail of my masterwork. After a good 10 minutes of silent staring, he lets out an excited breath. Marvelous, truly marvelous. He proffers the scroll to me and I unroll it. Before I can start reading, Savos interjects, his voice laced with pride. Congratulations Dagoth Revine on becoming the youngest master enchanter of the College of Winterhold since its foundation, you have done us all proud. I remain silent at his proclamation. Naturally, I already knew about my advancement due to my system and Sergius' words, but getting recognition from what is probably the most powerful person I knew in this life was still enough to shake me up a bit. I am happy to impress, I settle on saying somewhat stiffly. And impress you did. He nods happily, completely ignoring my discomfort, much to my relief. Now, what is this I hear about you butchering entire armies with might and magic? I happily recount my experiences fighting the Forsworn as we descend the tower and head to grab some breakfast, or was it lunch? Savos reacts animatedly as I recount all the stratagems I employed, sometimes pointing out some slight flaws or chiding me for my overconfidence and recklessness. By the time I am done he is both exasperated and proud. Most of the palace residents are still very groggy from yesterday's carousal, some are even still asleep, and I even notice a somewhat familiar orc wearing vaguely imperial clothes snuggling a maid-in behind one of the garden hedges. We found the king and his most important subjects sitting at the high table in the throne room enjoying a meal, and most of them looking very hungover or just plain tired. Savos and I plop down on a couple of free seats, drawing everyone's attention. Torridge takes a moment to compute but then realizes that the Archmage is here and, not being in the best state of mind, openly groans while downing the entire oversized cup of coffee he was nursing. He sighs contentedly and looks at Savos, his eyes practically begging for mercy. Welcome to Solitude, Archmage. To what do we owe the pleasure of your presence? Savos contains a childish giggle and merely smirks. I came to inform Revine of an upcoming project and thought I might as well stay a while and congratulate you on your great victory, King Torridge. Torridge seems to want to roll his eyes but this time holds himself back. Your presence is always appreciated by the court, Archmage Aaron, as are your congratulations. He cocks his head in my direction. What is this about a project, Revine? I grab a cup of coffee from a passing servant and turn back to Torridge with a shrug. About a year ago we uncovered a great Dwemer ruin overrun by a bunch of Fommer to the west of Winterhold. There was a large collapsed passage at the end and the college is approaching the end of the long excavation. So I will likely be joining the expedition when everything is ready. Sybil's eyes narrow at this information, and her look promises many questions once we were alone. Torridge frowns. While I understand your desire to explore, you are still needed here. I shake my head, almost dismissively. You called me here to help with immediate problems requiring immense applications of violence, something I have done to an extent that went far beyond your expectations, I say pointedly, and after he deflates I proceed to try and placate him. I am not saying I am resigning from my position immediately, I am merely taking some time off to advance my own knowledge and power, something you know very well will be greatly needed in the coming years. The king nods tiredly. You are of course right, I guess I have gotten too used to you solving all my problems, et. He won't be leaving immediately. Savos interjects. The final works are still a month or more away and we can do without his assistance, but when we unearth whatever awaits Bello we will need our foremost expert on Dwemer tech. Everyone present who had witnessed Gatecrasher in action shivers instinctually. Torridge chuckles nervously. Yes, I can see how that might be wise. Savos gives me a curious glance but I wave him off. I will show it to you later. The old mare pouts but doesn't press. I look back to Torridge and ask, what are our plans going forward? Keep consolidating power until the inevitable happens. He shrugs dispassionately. After a moment of thought he goes on, as for the short term we will hold the award ceremony tomorrow. He gives me a half-lidded stare. You have to attend. Completely ignoring my annoyed pout he goes on, 18 days later I will be holding my wedding. As he says this he blushes lightly. Might have been a tad overeager when I proclaimed my plans at Harold's stead. Harold, who seems to have woken up at the mention of the wedding, laughs at the young man's predicament. Serves you right. That'll teach you to steal my daughter, he grumbles. Torridge looks at me with a devious smirk. What was that odd term I heard you use? He narrows his eyes in thought, nods in remembrance, and looks back at Harold. Yes, I believe the term was cope and seethe, old man. The Thane grumbles into his mead while glaring at Torridge. The baffled expressions of the rest of the nobles is far too much for me and I burst into a fit of childish giggles. I spent the rest of the day talking with the nobles, hounding my students, and showing Savos around. When we got back to the tower I showed him Gatecrasher and he reacted as you'd expect, like an overexcited schoolgirl seeing her newest crush. He spent a good 3 hours asking question after question, which I answered without reservation. Even if the mayor was an irritating troll, he was most assuredly on my side, and if a suspicion of mine was to be confirmed then he was doubly so. The Archmage left after promising to keep me updated on any progress they made with the expeditionary preparations. As the sun was setting I found myself standing in front of an irritated Sibyl waiting in my room. She seemed stuck between being angry that I was leaving and frustrated that she couldn't reasonably join me. I patiently waited as her expression shifted repeatedly, going from frustration to rage to disappointment, until she finally settled on a melancholic smile. I hope you aren't planning on getting yourself killed, she said as she offered a gentle hug. Don't worry, I will have at least 5 escape plans at all times and will use meat shields without a hint of shame when it comes down to it, I say with utmost seriousness as we part. She lets out a very unladylike snort and covers her face in shame as she notices my amused expression. You didn't hear that? She hisses. How can someone so terrifying be so cute at the same time? I ponder aloud. The next thing I know I am tackled onto the floor with Sibyl looming over me ominously. So forward. Revine, please shut up, she deadpants, but there is a hint of a whine behind it. I go to say something else but before I can even begin delivering my no doubt masterful quip she seals my lips with her own and my hormone-driven brain freezes for a moment. I guess I can lay off with the snark for a while. The following day we found ourselves at the market square, a large wooden podium having been assembled overnight and a massive crowd of both nobles and commoners assembled around it, enterprising vendors already walking down the assembled lines of citizens and peddling street food and fresh drinks. The event started with a heavily rehearsed speech by Torridge, written by Virmo over the course of the past day, extolling the virtues of his soldiers and the new volunteers that joined the Legion to combat the unexpected and foul Daedric threat. He also assured his people that the new immigrants were not to be feared but welcomed, as they were fooled by the foul Daedra and it was the Nord's solemn duty to help them overcome such a tragic and grueling past and show them the path to a better future, together. The proper ceremony started with naming the dead, and honoring each and every one of them with a few words. This was mostly done by Harold as he was the one that lost most people to the fighting, the proper legionaries having barely sustained any casualties while the recruits lost only slightly over 100 men. Then came the individual awards. First came those that slew at least 5 men or saved their comrades from death. They were given a bag of septims and a bronze badge. After them came the courageous and daring, those that slew a dozen or those that were the first into a breach or upon a wall. They were given a larger bag of coin and a steel wreath made to look like it was made of leaves. Both Marco and Minthara found themselves receiving these awards, much to their surprise. I might be a cruel teacher, but they definitely earned the honor. Torridge then went on to name the housecarls he appointed as temporary governors as he promised. The people let out a rather confused cheer at the news, but as long as their warriors were honored they cared little about the specifics. Torridge took great pleasure in announcing Harold's reward, the madlad actually called marrying the Thane's daughter to be the greatest reward he could give to such a loyal and brave vassal. Harold's rapidly contorting face was a priceless sight I quickly burned into my mind. Naturally, the moment marriage was mentioned the people went completely mad and an entirely new feast was about to break out, so we were forced to calm the mob down before they went on a mead rampage and the entire ceremony got delayed. The twins were granted royal recognition as great mages and warriors. They were especially honored for healing the wounded without rest after the final battle was finished. They were also granted a large sum of money and were invited into Torridge's service as battlemages. Something they accepted with glee. Sybil completely refused any fanfare being thrown in her name. Unlike myself, she was not nearly as visible during the battle, so Torridge was content to give her reward behind closed doors. And last, but most certainly not least, Torridge barely contains a grin when he sees me scowl. The mayor said to have slain 1,000 reachmen on his own, and single-handedly clawed victory from defeat. He protected our army from the witches' foul curses and brought down the temple of the foul Didra they worshipped. He spreads his arms. My dear citizens, I present Master Revine Flametongue of Winterhold, and my loyal court mage. I ascend the platform accompanied by the crowd's maddened cheer. No matter how annoyed I felt, I kept my face neutral as I approached Torridge, who turned away from the people just long enough to give me a shit-eating grin. I wave to the gathered people and the cheer grows even louder. A while later Torridge signals for them to quieten down and looks at me with solemn respect. Lacking any of the previous joviality, it has not been long since you have entered my service, but within these few months you have shown your wit and mettle time and time again. It is my great honor to grant you the title of an honorary royal thane and this sash as a symbol of your station. He proffers a masterfully made crimson sash embroidered with my tale in old Nordic runes and offers it to me. Trait: minor Nordic paragon equals Nordic paragon. Flametongue's vestment, a symbol of office and that of recognition, its power grows with your reputation among the Nords under High King Torridge. Current effects: strengthens the Flametongue's fire breath. Grants the Flametongue an aura of command and respect to any serving High King Torridge or his loyal inheritors, from any mere peasant to the greatest of nobles. I drape the sash over my right shoulder and left hip and give the king a light bow. He ever so slightly inclines his head in response and points his hand to a large chest his guards brought while I was examining the piece of red cloth. As a more practical reward, I offer you a large supply of soul gems, so you may reach even greater heights with your craft. I easily detect a good 30 fully charged grand soul gems and my thoughts whirl as plans start to form. Torridge turns back to the people, and now, you may feast. Thus ensued a drunken revelry of proportions both epic and frightening. Chapter 133, Chapterls Ziv, of Weddings and Ambassadors. Time flew as the date of Torridge's wedding approached. The young king seemed much more relaxed and confident now that all the urgently imminent crises had been dealt with. He decided to host yet another royal hunt, and I once more got to embarrass myself with my lack of skill with the bow. Aiming magic is so different from doing so with a bow that I could barely hit a stationary target, which amused everyone greatly. I was tempted to just start launching arrows with telekinesis, but common sense won out and I simply enjoyed a fun horse ride out of the city. Speaking of horses, Torridge gifted me a very large horse of the usual hardy Skyrim breed the moment he heard I tended to travel on foot due to being too lazy to go and buy a damn mount. As any truly cultured man should do in my position, I immediately named the beast Glitterhoof. Things were of course not perfectly peaceful, as there were some expected incidents among the newly settled populace, but after some judicious applications of violence, and a couple of visits from yours truly, the Reachmen finally started calming down and settling in. Even if they did decide to commit suicide by way of revolting, they were at all times outnumbered by their neighbors, whose loyalty to Torridge was growing by the day as he kept delivering on the promises he made. The new villages founded on the large trade road were well on their way to becoming prosperous hubs of commerce and industry. The twins were of great help here as they constantly patrolled the roads between the fresh settlements, ensuring that no bandits or overeager wildlife could threaten the still fragile state of stability we have created. A Dunmer scholar mage by the name of Danas Valen introduced himself to me one day and spun a great tale about his search for the legendary amulet of Archmage Galder in hopes of getting me to help fund his quest. He already had the ivory dragon claw with him when he arrived, but I found no need to dispose of him immediately and sent my students to help him in clearing the tomb known as Falgunthur. A nice dungeon crawl should finally get Mitunhara to lighten up and make Marco stop chasing skirts now that he was once again popular within the city. As a precaution, I sent 4 agents to shadow them without them knowing, and to get rid of the mage when he was no longer useful. Was my order cruel? Most definitely. Was it also necessary? I already knew the general location of the 3 remaining tombs needed to reforge the amulet, so having a curious scholar constantly snooping around and possibly finding out I had it would have been annoying and likely lead to some powerful people trying to take it for themselves down the line. Besides, the old fool would no doubt want to claim it for himself, and we can't be having that. I spent most of my free time planning a complete rework of my regalia. Now that I had access to a quite frankly ridiculous stock of soul gems and was a master of enchanting, I could be as inefficient as I wished and make the absolute best set of artifacts possible. I even sent Davos to discreetly hire a bunch of people and excavate a dragon mound so I could try and empower my crown. The rest I spent researching more machinery and preparing override keys that should help us unlock some of the more intact defenses. From time to time I also found myself helping Sybil with her research on imbuing preserved blood with powerful different effects. It wasn't all that useful to me, but it was at the very least an interesting project, and she showed her gratitude for my assistance with immense vigor, which was motivation enough. The wedding day itself, once it finally arrived, was altogether a pleasant affair. A large number of dignitaries from all over Tamriel who had been slowly arriving for the past week presented their gifts and well wishes. The value of said gifts could easily buy a castle. Unfortunately, even this day couldn't go without the tension in the province being evident to all, as a few notable exceptions did not show up even after being invited by the king himself. Namely, the Jarls of Falkreath, Riften, Windhelm, and Dawnstar refused to show themselves at all. I feel the need to reiterate, almost half of the provincial rulers refused to show themselves or even send a token delegation. The open slap in the face was evident to all. Yet despite this, Torridge pretended like it was nothing and even seemed happy that he wouldn't have to entertain the hostile Jarls on his wedding day. Though I did catch his happy expression twist into one of disappointment when he thought no one was looking. I made sure to mingle with the ones that did show themselves, as such opportunities were rare. Though even if I attempted to avoid them, they would no doubt be the ones pestering me, as tales of my deeds had already spread across the entire province. Balgruef was still the jovial man I remembered him to always be. He did seem very worried about the upcoming royal rumble, but he was definitely loyal to Torridge, so as long as the king didn't get shouted to pieces we would start the conflict with a large numbers advantage. His housecarls were also present, so I had a fun time drinking with them and reminiscing about our glorious battle while teasing young Lydia, who was both frustrated and awed by my achievements. Jarl Igmund of Markarth was a grouchy man in his 30s, he seemed to get irritated by the smallest things and kept ranting at his servants at every opportunity. This all changed when he saw me and started praising me for getting rid of the damned heathen barbarians. His vitriol for the Forsworn was so potent I swear I could have created Monoburn out of it. During our conversation I learned that he lost his wife to Madenka's invasion of his city, so I couldn't even blame the man. He blessedly chose not to make a fuss about our decision to spare the civilians. An absolutely ancient Altmer named Calc Elmo, who I learned was Igmund's court mage, kept pestering me about the rumors of my research into the Animonculi. I got so bored of his constant yammering that I showed him a glimpse of my knowledge, and the old mare happily gave me an open-ended invitation to aid him in excavating the ruins of Nchuanzel, the ruined Tmur city under Markarth. I soon realized that the old mare was being annoying on purpose, just so I would give him something, and when he saw me realize this, he spent the rest of the day in a state of smug satisfaction. A centurion dynamo core was delivered to my tower later that night with an official letter of invitation. I couldn't even be mad at him. Well played, you old fart. Young Asur of Winterhold seemed to have hit a growth spurt after I left and now looked like a proper young Nord man. He was still stuttering from time to time and seemed very out of place among the grizzled leaders of the other holds, but he grit his teeth and bore it. He seemed to have decided to align himself with Torridge purely because of my support, if his mother's grumbling was any indication. I seemed to have become something of a hero to the lad. We exchanged some pleasantries and he seemed disappointed that he couldn't have bound me to his own hold before the king got his hands on me. How any of the poor fools thought they could bind me to any place I would never know. At least it was funny to think about. Jarl Igrod Ravencrone of Morthal was, for a lack of a better word, an old hag, thankfully of the mundane variety this time. The old woman kept talking in riddles near constantly and kept yammering about vague prophecies and some misguided attempt to impress those around her. You developed clairvoyant dreams over years of inefficient study, we all get it, woman, just please stop. The main wedding ceremony was held at the Temple of the Divines by the High Priest himself, that same old man I yelled at that one time. Oops, vows were exchanged along with gifts. Elisif thankfully followed my instructions and gifted Torridge the anti-Thursday embracer while he gifted her a beautiful tiara. Harold, who was forced to come by his daughter, bawled like a child when the two were declared husband and wife, much to the amusement of everyone present. The wedding ceremony was followed by a somewhat subdued feast and a general celebration by the people, the aftershocks of the previous citywide drunken revelry giving even the Nords pause. As the sun finally set, we all once again took our time congratulating the couple. I discreetly passed Torridge a greater potion of vigor with a wink and pushed the blushing and sputtering man after his new wife. Poor girl. If Torridge actually drank the lesser elixir, I don't think she will be walking for at least a couple of days. We gathered in the throne room the following day for the usual court session. Torridge arrived the last and moved with a pep in his step that told us far more than words about his mood. Someone looks happy today, I quip as he sits on the throne. He blushes and looks away well. Fox's sudden breath sounded suspiciously close to a snort as he shook his head. Don't tease him too much, Revine, we don't want to make him flee the court. Everyone chuckled as Torridge's blush deepened. All right, that is enough. The king turns serious and we all collectively decide to grant mercy, for now. What is on the agenda for today? He asks Fox. Fox pulls out a very long parchment, making me suppress a groan. Well, first the 6. A guard barging into the room interrupts. He walks up, salutes the king and speaks. Forgive my interruption, your majesty, but the Thalmor ambassador has arrived and he scowls, is asking for an audience. Torridge takes a deep breath and nods at the guard. Please lead the ambassador in. His voice is perfectly polite, but I know him well enough to recognize his hidden fury. Moments after the guard leaves, a tall Altmer woman followed by 2 guards wearing elven armor enters the throne room. She struts to the center of the room and with a fake smile states, "Greetings, King Torridge." "Greetings, Ambassador Elenwen." Torridge's voice is perfectly neutral as he responds, "To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit?" I sense cruel satisfaction as she answers, "We have found that you have founded multiple settlements from previously unruly elements of society. I have come here to inform you that our justiciars will begin examining them for signs of Talos worship as per our treaty." The smug bitch barely hides a smirk after she is done. I sense a wave of pure fury behind most of the present Nords. Everyone knows damn well that she just wants to make integrating the new arrivals as hard as possible to make up for the fact that she fucked up with the invasion. Torridge grips the armrest of his throne and goes to answer, but I choose this moment to interject. "No." My allies look at me with both in alarm and with hidden praise. Elenwen looks down at me condescendingly. "Oh. It almost looks like she wants to giggle. Is there something to hide then, court mage? Do not worry, tell us what you know and there is nothing to fear from us." Ha! I cannot hold back an incredulous laugh. Ha 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 ha! I stand up as my crown forms and my magicka bursts all around me, becoming almost visible to even the eyes of the untrained. The ambassador shivers involuntarily at my approach and her guards stand rooted to the ground as my telekinesis presses on them. She is respectably powerful herself, having expert reserves, but both she and her guards can do nothing but gape when someone with the weight close to an archmage focuses his attention on them. I stand in front of her, and even if she is taller than me, I am definitely the one looking down as I speak. "You tried your little stunt beneath Winterhold." Her eyes widen and I go on. "You made a pathetic attempt near Wolfskull." Her shivering intensifies, and most embarrassing of all, you failed to move a blade of grass with the entire force of the West. I tap her cheek with my gauntleted hand. "A failure such as yourself has no right to talk to me, much less condescend at me like a schoolyard bully." She flinches violently as my fear aura intensifies. "There will be no further agitation by you, nor will you be visiting us for the foreseeable future." I tap her cheek again. "Am I understood?" She nods rapidly. 2 more taps. "That is good, now be gone." I wave them off like dogs. "Go lick your wounds and remember that like a child you have failed myriad times, while when I strike there shall follow no failure, only death." The Altmer almost sprint out of the throne room, slowing down just enough to look at least somewhat dignified. I return to my seat calmly while everyone gapes at me. My crown disappears and I pick up my coffee and look back at Fox. "So, where were we?" There is a moment of stunned silence before everyone starts berating me and Torridge even starts shaking me like a madman. It takes them a minute to calm down. "Can I talk now?" I quip, completely unbothered. "Fox sighs, please, do tell us why you tried to cause the Second Great War. Is that what you think I was doing?" I snort and wave him off. "Don't worry, I knew what I was doing." Even Erikur dares to look at me with open doubt. Somerset is ruled by mages, everyone knows this. They all nod. The Thalmor are even worse when it comes to this, as the stronger the mage the greater their authority. I grin. "I assure you that dear Elenwen immediately forgot she was not talking to an Altmer when my aura crashed into her, as she had probably experienced similar things for decades already." I shake my head. "Besides, you all wanted to punch her, I just had the balls to do it and the power to get away with it." Most look away, but Falk frowns as he continues to stare at me. After nearly a minute he nods to himself and places a bottle of mead near my seat, going back to his post without a word. Elenwen POV. A crashing sound resounds through my room as the chair I threw impacts the window. I hold back the urge to rip the dossier to pieces. My angry rampage alerts my guard and he rushes into my room. My lady, are you well? Drenal asks cautiously. I take a deep breath and count to 10. Who wrote the dossier on the second court mage of Solitude? Drenal frowns in thought. I believe it was one of the apprentices. Throw them in the dungeon, I ground out, and Drenal is wise enough not to question me and get to work. My breathing slows to a normal rhythm as he leaves. Breaking things is cathartic in the short term, but I must focus my energy on productive ventures. Our spies knew nothing of the new arrival and we underestimated him. To think he was the one behind our recent string of failures. At least killing him might save me from my master's fury. Thankfully he seems highly hubristic and arrogant. Dealing with a wily and scheming mare of that power would have been near impossible while he is in his position. I suppress an involuntary shiver at the memory of his display. A part of me screams that he must die, and I agree with it completely. I roll out a parchment and start writing. Dear Astrid, we have not spoken in some time. Chapter 134, Side Quest I, Roadside Ramblings. General POV. The noisy cacophony of the northern Morthal marshes was broken suddenly and mercilessly by 3 sets of feet marching across its soggy and most likely poisonous grounds. Having left the small boat they used to travel here from Solitude, the trio was forced to come face to face against the most unwelcoming of Skyrim's biomes. Ugh! A young Altmer grunts in disgust. This place smells terrible. The old Dunmer behind him scrunches his nose. The sentiment is shared, young man. He looks around curiously. How anyone could reasonably make this place their home I will never understand. That statement rings hollow coming from a Dunmer. A red-haired Nord quips, her face free of the discomfort her companions were feeling, having long since gotten used to discomfort and hardship. A part of the young woman was even happy to be back in the familiar muck. Personally, I prefer a stinking marsh to an ashen hellscape covered in gigantic dead mushrooms. The old elf shrugs dismissively. I would not expect you to understand. Morrowind wasn't always in the sorry state it is today. You sound like you experienced it. Minthara raises an eyebrow. Danas nods with a nostalgic smile. Indeed, the times under the false tribunal were both wondrous and prosperous for my people. 200 years have passed, yet I still see it clear as day. His smile turns into a disgusted scowl. If only Vivek didn't hold my people hostage, the lands would never have become a hellscape, but such are the wiles of false gods. Marco winces. I heard about that. Our teacher once ranted about the autistic femboy with the identity crisis throwing a temper tantrum. He scratches his chin. To be entirely fair, I only understood a couple of those words, but I can easily glean that Vivek is not well liked by most. The old Dunmer chuckles tiredly. Indeed, the Honourable Revine has features no doubt belonging to the old nobility. I would not be surprised if his house suffered greatly due to Vivek's actions. Marco blinks. You think he is a noble? Danas merely shrugs in response. Possibly someone from a minor house. He tilts his head. Maybe even a Hlalo descendant. He stills for a moment only to see Minthara eviscerate a large mud crab attempting to ambush them. She waves for him to continue and he clears his throat, hiding a wince at the young woman's surprising strength, and goes on. Most Dunmer have rough features, our skin sunbaked and our voices coarse. And our esteemed teacher has none of those features. Marco interrupts. Quite, the old mare responds, just a tad miffed at the interruption. So what you are saying is? Minthara smirks maliciously that Revine is a pampered noble fop. Danas shakes his head rapidly, looking appalled by the idea. Do not be so foolish as to discard the nobles of Morrowind, young lady. He lectures. While they may avoid exposing themselves to the elements as much as the common mare, they are all skilled and powerful. He hums wistfully. They have to be. In the life of a noble of Riesdane, to be incompetent is to be killed. They resumed in thoughtful silence, their trek interrupted only by the errant mud crab or slaughterfish. They came close to encountering a spriggan, but the old mare had them skirt around its range as to best avoid it. Those creatures were feared for good reason. Their determined march continued through the night, none of the three willing to sleep in the open swamp. When the sun set, they were beset by large mosquitoes, the annoying creatures so hardened by the northern climate that they could be outright deadly in large numbers. Thankfully Minthara had recently learned the wind cloak spell, and she spent most of the night constantly activating and deactivating the costly spell in an attempt to avoid the vile things. As the sun rose once more, the exhausted trio finally reached their destination, a dilapidated stone structure buried into the marshy ground, likely kept from being overgrown by the powerful magic emanating from inside. Here we are. The old mare scholar said excitedly. The tomb of Merkel Galdurson, one of the 3 cursed sons of Archmage Galdur. To think they would murder their own father for power. Minthara scowls. No true Nord could stoop that low. You will find. Danas chuckles derisively that surprisingly many would betray their own, with sufficient motivation of course. Minthara looks ready to gut punch the old mare, the very idea of someone killing their family offending her deeply, but Marco positions himself between them and raises his hands placatingly. mostly toward his fellow student now Minthara, there is no need to get agitated, I am sure the old man is merely cynical due to his advanced age. He stares at the scholar pleadingly. The elder, remembering he was supposed to be the mature one, looks away. Yes, of course, do forgive an old mare's rambling. They set up camp in silence, wordlessly agreeing to take a long rest before even stepping into the most likely heavily trapped and defended tomb. As Minthara dozes off, Marco looks at the old scholar curiously. You said that the Morrowind nobles are special, would you care to elaborate? The old mare nods happily as he chews some dried rations. I am always happy to talk about my homeland's glory days. He goes on to explain the strengths and roles of the 5 great houses, telling tales of their ups and downs, and when it came to the Hlalu, their complete dissolution. He regales Marco with stories of Redoran swordmasters and millennia-old Telvanni magisters, of the enterprising Dras and devout and chivalric Indoril. Of the newly minted Sadras there is far less to speak about, but he does praise their guile. There is another house. Danas begins carefully, one that was never truly removed even if it was reviled by the people. Oh. Marco questions, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, the old mare nods. The 6th house, also known as the Tribe Unmourned, the House of Dagoth. There is an almost tangible weight in the old mare's tone, yet in a futile attempt to lighten the situation Marco smirks and says, you almost sound afraid to name them. There is no amusement in the scholar's tone as he answers, as I should be. The 6th house was said to have betrayed Saint Narivar at the Battle of the First Council, their leader Dagoth Voron siding with the Dwemer. I cannot help but note the it is said part of your tale, Marco says after a moment. Indeed, the elder nods, for that same Voron had been reborn with the same power that the false tribunal stole and proclaimed their lies for all to hear, telling all those willing to hear how it was the false tribunal that had slain our Hordator. He lets out a derisive chuckle. If the mad devil, who proclaimed himself the god Dagothur, didn't release a massive plague upon Vardenfell and brainwash honest mare into believing he was the true god instead of the good Didra, many would have likely supported him in overthrowing Vivek, Suthasil, and Almalexia once the truth was out. Yet many would have no doubt died in the war that followed, Marco concludes somberly. Dana's size conflict is inevitable whenever there is change. The majority of the Dunmer would have probably remained with the false tribunal even if tangible proof was to be provided of their deception and betrayal. Millennia of indoctrination by their priesthood ensured that. Marco nods. It took true cruelty and divine intervention to kickstart the Ned rebellion against the Elides. I can see how the Dunmer would be reluctant to stand against their erstwhile protectors. Marco scratches his chin. Speaking of divine intervention, how does worship of the good Didra work? My own teacher tells me Dunmer are connected to some unique aspects of the 3, yet I cannot for the life of me wrap my head around it. They are not gods to us in the same sense as the Dra are to you, the scholar responds after some thought. Think of them as paragons and teachers. The good Didra showed us the path toward the Sijic endeavor, granting us purpose after the creation of Mundus and directing us away from the destructive path the Altmer of Somerset were taking. Which destructive path? Marco asks. Danas raises a hand. I will get to that. He grumbles something about impatient youths and goes on before Marco can respond. To put it in simple terms, the 3 good Didra taught us things that made us who we became as the Chimer. Azura taught us dignity, Boethia taught us strength, and Mephila taught us cunning. We do not worship them due to some wish for their protection, we worship them because they are why we are who we are. Marco blinks. That is an unique way of looking at the divine. I guess. He says lamely. Indeed, the old mare agrees, completely ignoring Marco's unimpressed tone. It can be especially hard to accept such views when the Dra are quite literally our ancestors, but my own predecessors saw the truth in Saint Velitha's words and followed his path to enlightenment. Can you tell me of the Altmer's destructive path now? Marco asks with genuine curiosity. It did concern his own people after all. Danas sighs. The Somerset Altmer still yearn for the immortality our ancestors had while Mundus was still just an idea in Lorcan's mind. They would destroy the very world in a misguided attempt to free themselves of the binds of mortality, foolishly forgetting that mortality is merely the first step to true eternity. Poetic Marco cannot hold back a quip. I am guessing that is the reason for the Thalmer's recent warmongering and conquest. The scholar seems uncomfortable with the question and Marco nods before he can give an excuse. I understand if the information is dangerous and you do not wish to share, he says soothingly. Still, I am very grateful for the wisdom you did share. The old mare smiles. It is always good to have an attentive student, even if it is for but a day. He contemplates for a moment before continuing. I am certain that someone of your teacher's caliber knows what I was about to talk about. If you still wish to learn of such things, do ask him. At worst he will direct you to Winterhold's library that no doubt holds the secret. They spend the rest of the morning either napping or swapping tales, Marco happily describing his exploits in recent months, enrapturing the old scholar with his storytelling prowess. By midday, the three were rested and prepared, and as soon as Danas gave the go-ahead, Minthara happily pushed the ancient metal door of the tomb apart, taking the first step into the lair of accursed kin's lair. Chapter 135, Side Quest I, Falgunthur. The trio of explorers entered the ancient prison with cautious steps. The first chamber that greeted them was suspiciously empty of any Dragra guardians. The walls however were completely covered in ancient Nordic script, and even untranslated the words carved there gave out an ominous feeling. After they made sure there were no traps, Danas approached the writings and started mumbling to himself and looking at a journal he fished out of his robes while his two younger companions busied themselves with completing the insultingly easy puzzle and unlocking the path forward. As the final pillar clicked into place and the iron gate lifted itself, Marco turned to the old mare. Found anything interesting there? Danas shakes his head. Nothing that I was not previously aware of. Most of it is just the story of Merkel's betrayal, while the rest of the writings are warnings to all those who try and enter this prison, cautioning them to forsake their greed and leave lest they be devoured by the traitorous sun. So it's just another tomb then? Minthara quips. The old scholar holds back an eye roll and scoffs instead. You would do well to remain cautious, young lady. Merkel was known for being very hard to kill. His blade was said to drain the very life out of his foes. All the more reason to take it from him. The Nord retorts merrily and walks into the next hall, forcing Marco to follow after her. Not even the gods will save me from the folly of youth, the old mare sighs as he jogs after them. It wasn't long after they entered the tomb proper that they met the first of the Dragra. The embalmed zombies seemed sluggish for some reason, as if drained by something, yet their numbers still proved to be a great challenge. As each step the trio took, they were forced to fight back against yet another dead Nord. Minthara roared in frustration as yet another head was smashed apart by her hammer. She was at this point completely covered in Dragra bits, and the constant growls were starting to make her very angry. Her fellow student did his best to blast away any enemy that tried to encircle them, while the old scholar contented himself with merely throwing out an errant firebolt now and then. By the time the horde finally stopped, the two youths were panting and glaring at the old mare. Minthara barely held herself back from smacking him. And what exactly do you think you are doing by barely helping? She hisses. The old mare shrugs uncaringly. I am no warrior. I might be a somewhat capable mage, but I spend my days reading and writing, not fighting. He stretches his legs. Besides, I am not as spry as I once was. Even Marco, who was until then rather respectful to the old mare, rolls his eyes. That is complete bullshit, and you know it. There is no way a mage of your age can do only that much. Danas grumbles something to himself. Well, you see. Minthara interrupts him by getting into his face and grabbing his robes. Either you help us properly or we are going back. I made the mistake of being overconfident once and I am not doing it again. The scholar seems furious at being grabbed, but after a couple of deep breaths he sighs. Very well, I will do my best, and pushes the young woman's hand away. Do keep your hands pointed at the Dragra, please, he scoffs. Minthara shrugs uncaringly. As long as you pull your weight, old man. Yes, yes, he grumbles. Now let us go and get him. His eye twitches. The amulet. His two companions do not notice his little slip and they proceed deeper into the tomb, the concentration of Dragra decreasing while their strength increased. Danas reluctantly summoned two fire atronachs and started actively focusing on helping out with precise blasts of fire. The trio soon stood before a raised wooden bridge and a pedestal with 3 holes in it. Before the two youths could even ask, Danas absent-mindedly pulled out a claw of ivory and twisted the pedestal with it, thus lowering the bridge. Where did you even get that claw? Marco asks as they cross the suspiciously intact wooden structure. The old mare's mind seemed elsewhere, and it took him a couple of finger pokes from the Altmer bard to focus back on the question. Yes, it was in the possession of an old clan of Nords in Windhelm. I came upon it on accident during my research on Galdur's legend. The clan was at first reluctant to part with their prized possession, but luck smiled upon me as during our negotiations an apothecary they invested in heavily fell on very bad times, so I paid them a good sum of septims and got myself the key. You are right, that is very lucky, Marco interjects with narrowed eyes. Minthara keeps walking forward. As long as it helps us get inside, he might as well could have found it in a pile of dung for all I care. The two elves shake their heads and follow. As the final armored Dragra is thrown to the ground by Minthara's hammer embedding itself into its chest, the hall they stood in completely quieted down. She took a moment to look around and noticed a great amount of imagery engraved into the very walls, an almost circular gate with the same indentations as the bridge pedestal blocking their way. Ah, here we are. Danas sighs in amazement. The Hall of Stories. He exclaims, looking frantically at all of the imagery. Marco looks at him with some confusion. You say that like it is a common occurrence. That is because it is. The old mare nods to himself. Most greater Nord tombs have one such hall, detailing the story of the one interred inside. He brushes his palm against the ancient engravings, the tale of the great archmage and his treacherous sons, how he created a great amulet and was murdered for it by his own blood. And yet all 3 sons survived the occasion, did they not? Marco asks how did they agree on who would carry the amulet if they were all too happy to kill their own father over it? A good question indeed. Danis smiles. You see, the 3 sons broke the amulet into 3 fragments, every son taking on an aspect of its power. If the fools didn't go on a murderous rampage right after, they might have even had the time to enjoy the amulet's blessing. I am fairly certain that isn't how enchantments work, Minthara interjects, her voice laced with doubt. And usually I would agree with you, the old mare nods, but so great was the power of the amulet of Galder that even the broken fragments bore great powers of their own. He looks at the sealed door with hidden greed. The one we are here for is said to grant great health and vitality to the wearer, enough to survive even the most grievous of wounds. As the old elf approached the gate, the 2 youths behind him shared a look. Both of them were starting to get suspicious of the Dunmer scholar, though for different reasons. Minthara thought he was planning something and thus holding back, while Marco was certain the scholar knew far more than he was willing to say and was leading them on. After some fiddling and stone turning, the gate slid down and a great chamber revealed itself, dozens of coffins surrounding a raised platform in the center. Before they even stepped into the chamber, the sounds of coffin lids being thrown resounded all around the chamber, and lumbering chained drag emerged from within. A wave of power exploded from the central coffin and a hulking creature emerged, its helmet adorned with 2 massive horns and its ornate sword glowing in ominous red. As Merkel glared at the interlopers, all of his thralls focused on them as well, and then as a wave they threw themselves forward in a frantic rush. Dana's Atronax immediately started trying to thin the horde while the trio of explorers focused on surviving the onslaught. As they kept being pushed back, Danas pulled out a scroll from his robes and created a wall of fire to ward off the attack. For a moment, he turned to the 2 youths and yelled, "You must kill Merkel, the thralls are connected to him." He frowns. "Go, I will create an opening." Moments later he pulled out 2 more scrolls and made a literal passage of fire leading up to the great dragger. Realizing that the chance they were given wouldn't last long, Marco and Minthara rushed at the ancient overlord, throwing spell after spell before they clashed. Even as the spells struck the undead, it looked as if they didn't even touch it, the effects far too weak to push through its vitality. Minthara struck out with her hammer only to have it batted away by a Merkel whose dead face now sported a derisive sneer. A blast of force wiped the creature's expression as Marco started using his own brand of magic. The exchange continued with Merkel easily deflecting all attacks, and as every second passed the young adventurers came closer and closer to their opening, running out and them dying to a horde of thralls. They shared a look as a plan was rapidly formed without a single word. As Merkel deflected yet another rapid strike of Minthara's hammer, Marco lunged forward with his rapier, causing the undead's footing to become uneven for a split second. Just as the creature's footing became unstable, Minthara shouted out "Fuss!" causing the dragger to fall backward, and straight into the path of Marco's rapier, but instead of piercing the undead, he cut the string of the amulet around its neck. The moment the amulet was removed, a series of groans and shrieks emanated from all around them, and Minthara wasted no time in hammering the downed Merkel, who was completely stunned by the sudden loss of power. Again and again, she struck. She did not stop until the ancient Nord looked more like a fine paste than a once fearsome warlord. As the Lord of the Dead fell, so did his thralls, and soon the walls of flame. Marco looked back at the old scholar while pocketing the amulet and sword and yelled, "Are you doing all right back there, old man?" Danas, who was panting tiredly, merely nodded his head and kept breathing heavily. Minthara suddenly frowned. "There is that chanting again." "What chanting?" "Like in the temple?" Marco asked. His fellow apprentice nodded and started walking to a semicircular wall inscribed with familiar runes of Duvahzul. As she stood before the ancient rock, she looked as if she saw something that wasn't there. Marco was about to ask what was going on, but Minthara's sudden whisper of "FO" and the air chilling stunned them both. After a moment of tense silence, Marco dared to say, "I am not sure that is how the Thursday is supposed to work." Minthara frowned in thought. "That is what I don't understand. I seem to have an affinity for it that goes well beyond anything that should be reasonable. Think that is why Revine recruited you?" Marco ventures, "Maybe you share his connection to Kine." Her frown deepens as she shakes her head. "He did show me how to feel Kine's presence, and I know she blesses me, but this goes well beyond that." Marco scoffs, "You can't say." The sound of paper ripping and a wave of greenish magicka covering the both of them interrupts their theory crafting session as their bodies hit the ground, neither of them able to even blink yet still conscious. Both of them fall in such a way to see a snickering Danas looking down at them with contempt. "How nice of Sarjo Revine to send 2 filthy Enwas I can be easily rid of." He sneers, "Did you really think I would let the 2 of you steal such power from me?" Their eyes try to widen, but the paralysis spell's hold is too strong and Danas approaches the downed Marco. He taps the downed Altmer's cheek twice. I warned you, young man, Mephala taught us cunning. As the words leave his mouth, the fear in the Altmer's eyes turns into derision and mockery as a laugh, that sounds more like a gurgle in his current state, leaves Marco's throat. Danas frowns, irritated. Do you not understand your position, you fool? The sound of crossbows releasing interrupts the old fool's rant, along his time on Nirn. Chapter 136, Side Quest 2, of Visions and Titles. On a cold rain's hand morning, the eerily calm sea of ghosts was disturbed by a small warship cutting through its waves and batting away the thin sheaths of ice formed due to the near-constant frost. The fog parted to reveal the wide war galley that bore the flag of the Jarldom of Winterhold hurtling with utmost speed toward the west, its crew as silent as the sea they sailed. A tense atmosphere gripped the unit of heavily armed guards as the ship's sailors went about their business, making sure they didn't get stuck in the ice or divines forbid ram into a whale. Near the armored prow of the vessel and next to one of the two imposing mounted scorpions sat a short blonde Nord. He hummed a soft tune as he stressfully sharpened his steel broadsword, an already sharpened dagger sitting in his lap. You're gonna blunt the damn sword at this point. Thorfinn, a thickly built Nord warrior wearing steel lamellar and holding an officer's helmet in the crook of his arm, addressed the youth. Take a deep breath now, lad, there is no guarantee we will even catch the bastard even if he were to be at Kirkheim. Thorfinn glanced at his current commander Garm Cleartide, sometimes jokingly called Garm of the Sock by his fellow guards, and frowned in frustration. I have waited for this moment for years now, Garm. Do you truly expect me to be calm when the man that murdered my father continues to breathe and even worse, still spread his evil? I do, the older Nord stated gruffly. Even if we did catch the blood horkers, there is no proof that the bastard Halden will be among them. He will, I am certain of it. Thorfinn interrupted stiffly. Deciding to humor him, Garm crossed his arms and sighed. How can you be so sure, lad? The mystic Shalazar said that I would either lose my chains on this voyage or drown under their weight. There would be no in-between. I would either sink or I would swim, he said. The young man answered, obviously unsatisfied with the cryptic message yet still putting his faith in it. Garm blinked, completely stunned for a second, and then guffawed incredulously. You think the mad lizard can see the future now, do you? He shook his head. Kids will believe anything these days. Instead of reacting to the obvious provocation in the commander's words, Thorfinn merely scoffed. If the Archmage himself goes to Shalazar for advice, then there is obviously some truth to his words. I do not for a second believe Savos Aaron is a person who would do that just to make an elaborate prank. Garm grunts in annoyance and scratches his beard. Alright, I get your point. I will make sure the lads are nice and ready for a batlemage. As he walks off he mutters, not like I expected to have a nice fishing trip anyway. Soon the sound of stone on metal starts anew, as Thorfinn attempts to distract himself from the upcoming fight. Would you kindly stop that? An enchanting, yet highly annoyed voice enters his ears from across the prow. Without stopping his work he merely shrugs. If you are so bothered by my preparations, there is an entire ship for you to sit at, oh great senior. As the mocking words leave his mouth he raises his head and meets his eyes with the stunning white-haired Dunmer woman sitting across him. Yggdrasil Moban was sitting in a comfortable chair she summoned and sipping on a drink that Thorfinn couldn't quite place. Her robes easily identified her as someone with a connection to the Telvanni of Morrowind. In her lap was spread a book that the young Nord recognized from all those months ago when they took it from the insane Falmer King. She raised an eyebrow at the young man's tone, a hint of surprise in her voice as she spoke. You are awfully talkative today, kid. Her dismissive tone, and the fact that she called him a kid, deeply annoyed Thorfinn and he scowled in response. We are about to go into battle and you are spending the time drinking and reading. How am I the child here? He knew his answer was childish, but he just couldn't take being looked down on easily. She scoffs. What I do before or after a fight is none of your concern, kid. She once again stresses the kid. Just because you aren't good enough to enjoy yourself even on a trip like this doesn't mean I am going to wallow with the rest of you. She makes a show of savoring the foreign drink. Realizing that he had very little to refute the beautiful elf's words, Thorfinn could only sulk and go back to his sword, now at least making an attempt at being quiet. She was not wrong in saying that he lacked skill. Even with his dedication, focusing on both martial and magical pursuits meant at least one of those was going to suffer in the short term. He had become very skilled with his weapons of choice, focusing on agility and precision instead of strength when it came to fighting. While his magic power was reserved for strengthening and healing him, his skills in destruction were nothing to scoff at either. But he was not yet able to be called a proper batlemage and would likely take another year to reach such a vaunted level of magical prowess. After a couple of minutes of tense silence, Yggdrasil sighed and closed the massive tome she was reading. Curious, Thorfinn once more looked up to see the Dunmer lady looking dead tired before she composed herself. Are you, all right? he asked tentatively, hoping to all the gods he didn't annoy the Dunmer further. She blinked a couple of times and realizing he noticed her state, sighed once again and frustratedly explained, I have been trying to decipher this damn thing for nearly a year, and yet all I learned was how to heal people faster and age them slightly with constant use. Thorfinn blinked rapidly. That sounds like an amazing discovery. Realizing that her mood did not improve, he tilted his head. Why do you sound so disappointed with so much? Yggdrasil looked at the misty sea for a while. Her voice was filled with frustration as she finally spoke. My lord has commanded me to decipher the entire tome and make sure it is usable to him as soon as possible. I am not at liberty to deny him. The more she spoke, the more her voice turned bitter. Thorfinn gave her a confused look. Can he really make such demands? After a moment of tense silence, Yggdrasil let out a bitter laugh. That is how Morrowind nobility works. If I were to deny my lord his reasonable demand, he would be well within his rights to punish me, and we both know he doesn't do things in half measures against those that displease him. Why not just leave his service? The young Nord asked tentatively. He was quite certain that he could easily guess the manner in which Yggdrasil entered Revine's service. After all, his vicious friend and training partner did for all intents and purposes murder the young woman's father in broad daylight, but he just couldn't understand why she didn't simply leave his service now after the coast was clear. She immediately rolls her eyes at the question. Leaving a house like his is not that simple. She shakes her head. He already has well over 100 mer under his employ and over a dozen private soldiers, all armed and trained in basic magic. She once again laughs bitterly, not to mention he is a royal court mage and a royal thane now. Thorfinn suppresses a shiver at Rayan's ridiculous rise to power. It took him less than a year in Solitude to establish himself as someone just below a jarl's level of authority. Sometimes his friend really scared him. And what do you mean by a house like his? He asks, really hoping he wasn't about to hear something outrageous. Yggdrasil looks around, making sure that no one was listening to them, and turns back to Thorfinn. You will not spread this outside of the college, or the both of us are so fucked. Farelda's lessons will seem like a vacation. The Nord nods seriously, mentally preparing for more of Revine's ridiculousness. The Dunmer lady takes a deep breath and says, Revine is a great lord of Morrowind. Thorfinn blinks rapidly, completely stunned by this new information. He is a jarl. He hisses. Quiet. Yggdrasil interrupts sternly, and after Thorfinn calms down she nods. Yes, he is the lord of a great house. Though our particular house is reviled, the title is still very much valid. He can barely hear her grumble. Why the great Hordator felt they needed to be remembered, I will never understand. Thorfinn is deep in thought for a while. It takes him nearly a minute to gather his thoughts before he looks up at Yggdrasil once again. So I am guessing that leaving a great house has equally great consequences. She simply nods. Even if I was capable of leaving the house, I would be an utter fool to leave someone who is rising with such speed. She shakes her head resolutely. No, even if the work is hard, the future results will no doubt be worth it under the leadership of someone of his blood. Oh, the Nord mutters. I see. He did not in fact see. They returned to their previous silence, each thinking about different things. An hour of silent sailing later, they noticed a plume of smoke rising in the distance. As the ship approached its destination, Thorfinn managed to spy 3 smaller ships forcefully docked at a fortified settlement within the borders of Winterhold's domain. The 36 Winterhold guards immediately gathered at the center of the boat, soon joined by the 2 mages. Garm stood before his men, his face marred with a grim expression. Men, the filthy bloodhorkers think they can raid and pillage our brothers and sisters as they please. His stoic look turns into a snarl. I say we show them what happens with any fool that fucks with Winterhold and its people. A series of eyes and unintelligible roars of fury resounds from the ranks of guardsmen. Yggdrasil looks deathly bored as her comfortable robes are suddenly covered in moonstone armor that glowed with arcane power. Thorfinn grasped his twin weapons so hard his hands turned white from the pressure, his skin slowly hardening as he started working his magic. It was finally time for him to avenge his father. Chapter 137, Side Quest 2, Vengeance. The fishing village of Kirkheim was the westernmost settlement under the domain of the Jarldom of Winterhold. Like most other settlements in Skyrim, it was composed of many large families living in equally large, well-insulated longhouses. A palisade wall surrounded it from 3 sides and a small fishing port connected it to the Sea of Ghosts. A singular stone structure stood above all the other buildings, a tall signal tower, the summit of which was now burning brightly, informing all that could see it of the small town's plight. The day started like most days at the coast of the merciless sea. A light fog covered the town, something its residents were not perturbed by in the slightest, and the largely fishing-focused population was starting to gather at the port for another day of hard and rewarding work on the thawing sea. Well, it looked like it was going to be like most days. That was until Old Elm started screaming and yelling about seeing ships on the horizon. The people of Kirkheim were not fools, nor were they cowards. The moment 3 small and maneuverable ships of unknown affiliation were seen approaching the port, the residents started arming themselves, some with inherited war weapons, and others with nets and fishing spears. The townspeople soon formed into a defensive formation, positioning themselves in such a way that only a small group of pirates could attack them at once, all the while those among them with bows or slings climbed onto the roofs. The wood atop the signal tower was set alight before the reavers even had the time to dock, and that seemed to irk whoever was leading them, as the moment the fire was lit the ships sped up, and minutes later over 100 pirates were jumping into the shallows, and upon the docks. A dark-skinned man stood before his crew and looked over the gathered townspeople. He tsked in annoyance, not because his boys were under any threat, but because he had no idea where they kept their stock, and wantonly setting the houses on fire would make the entire attack pointless. After a long stare down, he realized that some diplomacy might be necessary to avoid wasting his men and his money, the money naturally being the more important factor, and finally addressed the townspeople. "Me and my boys have come here to refill our stock of food. You give us what we want and we will leave you all with your lives." He chuckled darkly. "Hells, I will even spare your boats." The defenders shifted around, many of them not confident in even fighting the pirates, much less defeating them. A wave of hushed whispers spread among them, and the leader of the pirates smirked victoriously. An aged man barked a derisive laugh. Old Elm, a respected elder in the town, looked down on the pirate leader from his position upon one of the roofs. "I've heard about you, ya little shit." He spits. "Halden the Bloody they call you." The old man scoffs. "Such arrogance from a mere pirate." The now named Halden holds back a growl at the interruption that had ceased the townsfolk's rising panic, and looks at the rest of the defenders. "Does he speak for all of you?" Before any can respond, Elm interrupts once more, completely unperturbed by the flash of fire in one the Reguard's hands. "You shouldn't have come here." He grins. "You will all die today." Completely baffled by the old man's confidence, he looks up and asks, "If you know who I am, then you also know that I am a Batlemage. I wonder what gives you the impression that I can't take this little hovel you all call a town." The old man looks at him with pity, an almost toothless smile marring his face. "The Jarl has grown wise to your Revan ways, and so has the Archmage." An involuntary bead of cold sweat passes down Halden's back. Why would the college care what happens outside its walls? He forces a cocky smirk. "Last I heard, the Jarl could barely keep his people from trying to kill them all for the collapse. That's what Yeti like to believe in it." Elm chortles. "Ah, the folly of youth." Halden barely manages to hold himself back from launching a fireball at the old man and frowns. "Even if the college were to be assisting the Jarl, they won't be here for a day." He points his hand at the signal tower. "Even with your pitiable cry for help." Much to his surprise, Elm doesn't seem at all troubled by this information. His toothless grin even widens. "Yeti think that wouldn't yet?" His eyebrow raises conspiratorially. "But what if they left the city yesterday?" Halden stills suddenly, an ominous feeling suffusing his every sense. "God's damned mystics." He looks up at the old man, now realizing that behind the silly toothless grin and simple clothes stands a veteran of multiple conflicts, the short bow in his hand glowing lightly with runes, and his eyes glowing not with mirth, but with bloodthirsty calculation. He shivers in realization, all the while his men look at him with a mix of anticipation and apprehension. "Kill them all," he finally mutters. His men shuffle as the command goes mostly unheard. Halden grunts in annoyance. "Kill them all." His men start rushing the townspeople, one of them standing in front of Halden just in time to catch an enchanted arrow to the head. Halden glares at the old man as the ancient archer starts peppering him with arrows, forcing him away from blasting the defenders' formation with fire. The two sides clash, and even while far better equipped, the pirates are still outnumbered 2-1. The unwieldy fishing spears of the defenders caring very little for any protection that chainmail might offer, all the while improvised barrel lids and doors formed into a shield wall by the townsmen blocked the attackers from exacting revenge upon them. Unfortunately for the townspeople, the pirates were still far more skilled. As they finally got over the confusion of their prey actually resisting, they started hacking and slashing at them with far greater speed and strength, forcing them to slowly retreat down the main street. This opened up additional passages for the attackers, and some of the quicker ones started spreading out around the town, trying to find a way to flank them. One such pirate, a massive Nord brute, stumbled onto a group of retreating women and children, his disgusting mind immediately jumping from the battle to what was most important to him. He was soon noticed as some of the women screamed. He chuckled darkly and started approaching them, not at all noticing the young lad standing atop the roof with a fishing net in his hands. He was just about to grab one of the younger lasses and have some fun when he suddenly felt like he couldn't move. It took him a moment to realize he was lying on the ground covered in a net, with a group of women with sticks and clubs looking down at him with death in their eyes. His end was neither fast nor was it pleasant. Back on the docks, Elm had long since climbed down the roof, his elderly appearance completely hiding the immense strength and speed of an ancient Nord warrior he wielded, as he started cutting any pirate that had the sheer gall to attack him, all the while forcing Halden to evade his rain of arrows, the Reguard growing more furious by the minute. Finally, the defenders' formation broke and an all-out melee erupted on the singular large street. Halden smirked at the old man. "Look what you have brought upon your own people," he spat on the ground. "You could have just given us what we wanted, but you had to be a stubborn old fool, and now young men are dying because of it." Instead of being shaken by this fact, Elm scoffs, "They died well and are now in Sovngarde with their ancestors." The old man's eyes shift to the side for a moment and his toothless grin spreads further. Halden looks up just in time to see a war galley smash into one of his ships, and completely sunder it. It is at this moment that Elm charges him with axe and dagger, completely overwhelming the Reguard's middling skill with the saber. The pirate leader manages to keep the old man away with his magic, forcing him to dodge flames and enhancing his own strength to keep up with alteration. The war cry of "For Winterhold!" resounds on the shore as heavily armored guards disembark and attack his men from the rear, all the while arrows and scorpion bolts fly from atop the warship. He manages to evade an axe strike and parry the dagger heading for his throat. He goes to slash the old man, but a bloodthirsty cry of Halden makes him turn around just in time to intercept a man-shaped missile trying to impale him. Thorfinn's eyes are bloodshot as he gazes at the man who murdered his father all those years ago, only his training and ingrained discipline stopping him from madly slashing at the Reguard. The pirate takes the opportunity to chug down a potion and start casting spells on himself, and that moment is all he has as the two Nords start attacking him in tandem, pushing him on the defensive. There is no time for spells to be cast, as the melee turns into a blur for all those involved. Elm's attack is as unrelenting as Thorfinn's, one guided by experience and the other by fury and raging magical power. Half a dozen pirates retreating from the main battle join their leader in an attempt to free him up long enough for all of them to flee. They are all systematically cut down while only managing a couple of shallow cuts on the old man. Yet those shallow cuts soon turn into greater wounds as Halden focuses on Elm while Thorfinn is distracted by cutting apart the final pirate. The old man does his best to hold his enemy off, but his strength leaves him rapidly, giving the Reguard enough time to start gathering magicka for a fireball. As Thorfinn rushes Halden once again, his eyes meet with Elm, who without a hint of hesitation grabs the young man and shoves him out of the way of the incoming fireball. Still burning, and without even letting out a grunt of pain, Elm throws himself at Halden, who impales him on his saber on instinct. Thorfinn is stunned for but a moment, and then his rage and training overwhelm him as he throws himself on top of Halden and starts stabbing and stabbing and stabbing. A dark chuckle wakes him from his frenzy as his eyes snap to Elm, who is lying on the ground, parts of him completely burned while others bleed profusely. The young Nord needs no spell to know the man is not surviving this day. "Good W." The old man coughs out blood. "You did good, kid." He smiles despite the raging pain. "I am happy to have seen another hero be born before I left these lands for good." Thorfinn shakes as he kneels next to the old man, completely forgetting the body of his nemesis. His mind is assaulted by doubt and emptiness, the rage he lived by leaving him completely as he gazes at the man who sacrificed himself to save him. Elm grabs his hand with the last of his strength, and gazes at the clear sky Sovngarde. He breathes his last. Yggdrasil finishes healing yet another wounded Nord, who thanks her profusely. Most of the pirates were dead or dying at this point, and those that weren't would soon wish for it. She walks toward the shore, stepping past the steaming bodies of the pirates she cooked alive within their armor. The guards give her respectful nods as she passes them. She seems to have made an impression. Then again, crushing a man's skull with a thin wooden staff would impress even the least violent of people. Is this how her lord feels most of the time? She has to admit, it is not a bad feeling. Soon enough she finds her way to Garm, who is busy looking down at the shore. "To think I'd miss the glorious end of Elm, I bite by a moment." He sighs and goes to join his men, not before looking at the Dunmer next to him. "Go and make sure the kid is doing fine." She rolls her eyes at the command but still obeys. She finds Thorfinn kneeling above who she presumes is the Elm Garm mentioned. He seems to be holding a jagged green dagger, no doubt of orc make. Thorfinn, she nudges him but he does not respond. His eyes seem empty, completely void of any wish to go on. She holds back an eye roll and asks what happened. "We won," he states simply. "So why are you wallowing down here and not celebrating as most of your people usually do?" she asks with just a tiny bit of mockery. He shrugs weakly. "I avenged my father, yet I feel so empty." He looks at the body of Elm. "I even had an old man sacrifice himself for me." This time she does roll her eyes. "Of course you would mope even after winning." She sighs and pulls him up by the shoulders. "Come on then, I heard Mead tends to solve most of these problems." He shrugs weakly as guides him toward the town. Why do all the handsome ones have to be either monsters or idiots? She thinks bitterly as the guards and townspeople let out a loud cheer welcoming the slayer of Halden. Chapter 138, Chapter I, Revelations and Recruitment. Revine's POV. Do go on. I tell one of my agents who was reporting the results of my students' expedition, as I lounge in a comfy armchair in my quarters atop the mage's tower. He nods and continues his explanation. Upon defeating the overlord, the apprentices approached a nearby dragon wall, and started chatting about something, completely ignoring the possibility of betrayal. The traitor promptly incapacitated them with a scroll of paralysis and started grandstanding like an old fool. Your senior apprentice did a fair job at delaying the traitor, but without our interference, their chances of survival were slim at best. I contemplate the information for a while and then nod slowly. At least they will learn the lesson thoroughly after this. I look up at the agent once more. When will they arrive? A couple of hours, Sarjo, he answers stoically. Very well, you may return to your duties. I dismiss him lazily and he leaves. As soon as I am alone once more, I pull out something from a nearby drawer and continue fiddling with it. Davos had recently brought me a bunch of dragon bones, and this was the one I sensed the most power from. It was unlike any aura I ever experienced. It felt both young and old, essentially timeless for lack of a better word. As I examined the ancient bone, I felt a tugging sensation from within and my crown summoned itself without my input. I felt the two powers attract each other and I only needed a slight push toward my artifact for it to consume the power. After making thoroughly sure I wouldn't inadvertently blow myself up like a complete idiot, I placed the bone against my forehead and felt it dissolve completely. As it did so, my mask thrummed in power, which in turn made me feel the slightest connection with the dragon's patron god for a split second, and it was glorious. A quick examination revealed that the bone buffed every aspect of my mask slightly, with the majority going to the Royal Guard enchantment, increasing the available slots by 1. I quickly tried adding more dragon bones, but for whatever reason the crown seemed to reject the remnants of the same dragon. A remnant of a dragon blood consuming the remnant of a dragon, I muse, fitting at least. I remove my mask and look at it curiously while scratching my chin. Did I accidentally create an evolving dragon priest mask? I hum lightly as my thoughts turn to a whirl. Well, at least I now have something to gain from killing dragons, no matter how minor, is what I settle on with a nod. No need to get greedy about this. After all, I need Minthara as strong as she can possibly get to survive the upcoming free-for-all. Speaking of, I need to make sure I don't get hit with a bendwool sometime in the future. She is nice right now, but the hard times that await can warp anyone, and I need to prepare for all eventualities. I hear a light knock on my door and look up. Speak of the devil. I wave for my apprentices to enter and take their seats, and they do so. Both seem somewhat battered, and I note a new amulet hanging around Mitunhara's neck whilst a blackened broadsword hangs on Marco's hip. I see you have been successful, I say in lieu of welcoming them. Both immediately shift uncomfortably, but I still go on. I note a distinct lack of Sira Valen among you. Minthara frowns at the reminder while Marco openly rolls his eyes. Oh please, it isn't like your agents did not immediately inform you of everything that went down. I shrug, yet internally I feel a twinge of pride at his deduction. I am not about to leave the fate of my students to some random fool I just met. A vicious smirk worms its way onto my face. Besides, whether he betrayed you or not, he was not leaving that place alive. Both frown and I go on. The two of you need to learn that the number of people you can trust starts rapidly shrinking the higher in power you rise, and also why by all the gods did you leave your backs open to him if he had already shown himself to be hiding his power. Minthara sighs. We were naive, we get it. No need to rub it in. She mutters in frustration. Marco on the other hand focuses on my earlier words. So you would have just had an innocent man murdered, just because you wanted the amulet for yourself. He sounds both incredulous, disappointed, and completely unsurprised. I raise an eyebrow. Do you see me demanding the amulet be given to me? Marco raises one in turn. Are you going to demand it be given to you? I chuckle at his cheekiness. Not for the moment. I look at Minthara, who seemed content to listen to the two of us talk. I might need it for some research. It is after all a work of art in enchanting, and I will need it when the time comes to reforge the whole thing. Until then, feel free to play around with it as much as you like. So you still consider it yours? She scoffs, likely having expected this. I merely shrug in response. If you didn't need me to save your asses, I might be inclined to give you the final product after researching it thoroughly. I scratch my chin. I still might, depending on necessity, but for now that shall be its fate. Both grumble but also agree about needing to be saved. They both mutter something among themselves and Marco makes an excuse and leaves the room and likely the tower. And then of course Minthara decides to drop a bomb on me, suddenly and without a hint of warning. Am I dragonborn? She asks out of the blue. I feel a massive headache coming as I palm my forehead and look at her tiredly. And what gives you that idea? My voice is strained and my answer is obvious, but I still feel the need to ask. She sighs at my all but confirmation of her question, looking very distraught by the revelation, but still explains it is the word walls, they only ever react to me. Her eyes meet mine. At first I thought it might be due to Kind's blessing, but you yourself did not hear the chanting in the temple of Namara. She pauses briefly, and then there is the ease with which I learn the words of power, far faster than even yourself. After some deliberation I nod slowly. It is true, you are indeed the child of Akatosh. I consider my next words briefly before continuing, most likely the final one as well. Minthara might not show it often, but she can be scarily intelligent when she wants to be, and the moment the words leave my mouth I get the impression her headache eclipses my own 100-fold. She sighs deeply, and I am guessing the Dragon of Time did not create me merely to stabilize a dying empire. Indeed, I agree immediately and summon some hard drinks from a nearby shelf. I had hoped for you to grow more powerful while having at least a bit of peace of mind, but you just had to have a functioning brain, didn't you? I drawl. She snorts, and after some urging I explain everything about the coming prophecy, naturally leaving out the small details. After I am done, Minthara looks as if she has aged a couple of years and as if the weight of the whole world is pressing on her shoulders. Is there anything else you know about me that you might want to share now? She asks, almost pleading for a negative answer. I finish off another tankard of Blackbriar and nod. I am guessing you are not fully aware of your heritage. She shakes her head. Do you wish to be made aware? I ask slowly. She is silent for a while before once more shaking her head. Being chosen by the chief divine is enough for one day, I think. She chuckles tiredly. I am going to go and get drunk now, she states. I snort, and just as she is about to leave yell, you better be ready tomorrow, we have an expedition to plan. Sure thing, old man. She slurs as she almost knocks the doors of her own chambers off their hinges. Well, that went far better than I expected. At least she seems to understand my position and is not about to throw a massive semi-divine tantrum. Hopefully. At least things won't be boring. Hours later I find myself within my mansion in Winterhold going over reports from Karsus, the mayor I left in charge of administering my businesses. That is right, businesses plural. I wasn't just sitting on my massive ever-growing pile of gold, even though I was tempted to, so very tempted. But good sense won out in the end, and now I was the proud owner of a dyeworks and a rather large apothecary. Asking the young Jarl to give me permission to invite so many people over was so easy. I actually had to make him increase the taxes on my properties a bit just so my workers didn't get mobbed by angry Nords. Across me sat Davos, lazily filing his nails with an extremely sharp dagger. I seem to have finally reached 100 employees. I muse aloud to think things would expand this quickly. Davos shrugs. Not all that surprising, boss. You did offer them a way out of that shithole. Fair enough, I agree. How are the guards doing? He tilts his head. Most of the newbies are just that. The 3 brothers you already had working for you seem pretty good with both fire and their weapons. Good, I nod in satisfaction and proceed to the actually important part. Do you think they are loyal enough to be recruited? He hums in thought, still flicking the dagger back and forth. I think they might be. He finally says, they almost seem to worship you, the poor fools. We share a chuckle and I ask, did you see Yggdrasil anywhere? Ah yes, he drawls, my fellow retainer. I note a hint of disdain for the spoiled princess, but Davos is not foolish enough to delay too long. She was in the inn, talking with some moping blonde Nord. I nod and stand up, closing the large ledger and placing it on the pile of other ledgers I went over. Inform the brothers to meet with us here in the evening. I feel that it is finally time to start expanding the house. He nods and also gets up. I will go and fetch Miss Mobin. I inform him and leave for my inn. As I walk through my mansion and then my inn, many of the Dunmer present greet me with respect as I expect them to, but what really surprises me is the once mind-broken slaves of Durn looking at me with literal worship in their eyes. Well, as long as they didn't do anything overt, I might as well let them satisfy that little bit of inherited divinity I possess. I soon find Yggdrasil sitting near Thorfinn, both of them having lunch and talking about something. The Dunmer looking exasperated and annoyed while the Nord was practically radiating depression. Who went and killed your dog, Thorfinn? I ask out of the blue, and both of them nearly jump out of their seats, while Thorfinn twitches and Yggdrasil practically flies out, so it evens out. What an impressive welcome, Yggdrasil. I clap lightly. Now, do a flip. She looks incensed for a moment, but after realizing I was kidding she deadpans and takes a seat once again while grumbling to herself. Thorfinn raises his mug lazily. If it isn't the great flame tongue, what an honor for this mortal to be blessed by the radiant presence of the royal Thane. His words are slurred and I feel he is not all there. I raise an eyebrow and sniff. Why does my inn suddenly smell like little bitch? The edge of his lips curls ever so slightly, but he doesn't react to my barb in his usual fashion, causing me to frown. What happened? I ask him and he sighs, signaling me to take a seat, and starts retelling the events that occurred at Kirkheim. After my friend finishes his tale, I nod slowly. So I am guessing you now have no idea what to do with your life and feel completely lost? I ask bluntly. His eyes widen for a moment and he nods yes. After getting my revenge, I realized that I no longer had anything to live for, well, except taking care of my mother, of course, he quickly adds as I raise an eyebrow. I chuckle at his shift of mood. The people of that town celebrated your victory, did they not? Yes, they did. He smiles unconsciously. And how did that make you feel? I ask. Well, I was despairing about someone dying for me at the time, but it was nice, he admits. There you have it, I smirk. If you enjoyed being treated as a hero, then just make sure to stop any idiot from becoming another Halden. The hand holding his tankard stills as he blinks. Why did I not think of that? Because you are a Nord. I drawl and telekinetically stop the tankard flying at my face. I spend some hours talking with my friend, and less so with my vassal. Thorfinn seems much more relaxed after my little pep talk, but Yggdrasil cannot stop fidgeting and looking like she wants to be anywhere except anywhere near me. As the sun starts setting, I wave Thorfinn goodbye and turn to my first retainer. I am holding a house meeting within the hour, do not be late. I command. She bows her head. Of course, Sarjo. I nod in satisfaction and head back toward my manor. The time had finally come for the sixth house to start gathering its strength. Chapter 139, Chapter 2, The House Grows. General POV. Within the unusually empty confines of Revine's mansion, a clandestine meeting of great importance was taking place. Well, it was about to anyway. Come on, little girl, I thought mages were supposed to be all smart and tactical. A short Dunmer with a sharp goatee mocked his opponent in a game of chess. Said opponent, a silver-haired young woman, glared at him and scoffed. I have better things to do in my life than waste it on games. She retorted icily. Davos rolls his eyes and captures her rook. Much to Yggdrasil's growing frustration, it sounds to me like you are just looking for excuses for being bad, he mocks playfully. Yggdrasil growls and seems just about ready to smash the board in her fury when a presence presses down on her, causing her to still completely. Revine, who was up until then busying himself reading through the notes Yggdrasil made on the book they captured from the farmer, looks up at them, his eyes glowing lightly. Now children, behave. He smirks and grabs another bite of roast horker he got from a street vendor. As his presence dissipates, his vassals are silenced for but a moment, until Davos decides to ask, what is your obsession with street meat? You seem to be addicted to the stuff. Revine shrugs and takes another bite. I just think it is neat. And this is who I am supposed to serve. Yggdrasil grumbles to herself, completely unaware that both Davos and Revine are perfectly capable of hearing her. The two vassals return to their game, Davos completely outmaneuvering his young counterpart in every single game they played. After yet another checkmate was declared, Yggdrasil groaned and sunk into her seat. How can someone like you be this good? Davos clutches his chest as if struck. Someone like me? Whatever do you mean, princess? Her eyes narrow, but she doesn't take the bait. A series of knocks interrupts their discussion and their lord raises a lazy hand, opening the large double door leading into the dining hall. Three similar-looking Dunmer enter the room, looking at the place with reverence and immediately giving the manor's lord a respectful bow. The eldest of the three brothers speaks up after realizing Rayan is waiting on them. We are here as requested, Sarjo. And so you are. Their employer nodded and signaled for them to take a seat. After they were comfortable, he continued, I have invited you here to offer you a promotion of sorts. The brothers looked very enthused by the idea, but the elder spoke up yet again. Something tells me this is not as simple as you surmised, Sarjo. His tone is cautious yet still utterly respectful. Revine nods in satisfaction. Indeed it is not, Orin. He trails off for a moment before continuing, the things I will share with you tonight you are to keep to yourselves on pain of death, he states seriously, the air in the room suddenly thrumming with power, further making his point. If you do not wish to take such a risk upon yourselves, then you may leave and I will not think any less of you, but know that if you prove your further loyalty to me, great rewards shall await. The brothers whisper among themselves, while the rest give them their privacy, or at least the illusion of it. After a couple of minutes of quiet hissing between them, Orin speaks up once again. We would like to continue serving you as best as we can. Revine smiles welcomingly and gets up from his seat, wordlessly signaling everyone to follow him. The group descends deep below ground, and most are baffled as their host starts unlocking a door at the end of a long staircase, not because of its location but because of the dozens of no doubt enchanted locks placed upon it. Finally, the door clicks open and Revine leads everyone into his ancestral shrine, the regalia of his house proudly displayed for all to see, wind chimes letting out a calming melody as the air in the room shifts at their entrance. As Yggdrasil visibly shivers at the iconography, no doubt remembering the tales her house spread about the bloody conflict against the sixth house, Davos is busy shivering at the sight of the shrine of Mephila which seemed to glow almost welcomingly upon Revine's entrance. The three brothers are, unsurprisingly, confused. They were after all orphans from the Grey Quarter, and their education was limited to whatever the local drunks were willing to share on certain evenings. They were most assuredly not educated on the heraldry of believed to be dead houses. Allow me then, my dear subjects, to introduce myself fully, Revine finally says, and his whole presence shifts from his hitherto relaxed posture to one lordship and command. All eyes focus on him as he proclaims proudly, Lord Dagoth Revine, the last descendant of Morrowind's sixth house. The three brothers gape, completely forgetting they were in the presence of their employer, and the youngest among them even flinches. They may not have been taught the heraldry, but horror stories of the sixth house persisted even to this day. Revine waits patiently for them to calm down, which they do after some urging from their eldest sibling, and speaks once again. I know that the stigma on my house might make you think that I am trying to replicate my grandfather's exploits, but I assure you that it is not so. All three flinch this time at the confirmation of Revine's ancestry, but after the recent shock, they gather themselves with surprising quickness. This time it is Marin, the middle brother, who speaks. And what exactly are your goals, your lordship? Revine shrugs, magnanimously ignoring the lack of proper decorum, as if he ever cared for such things, and smirks. My goals are those of any other lordly Dunmer, to gather power and influence and lead my people to a better future. He raises an inviting hand, and I wish to grant you the opportunity to join me in this task, as sworn mayor of the House of Dagoth. The ancestral shrine turns silent as the brothers process the information. Finally Varen, the youngest, chuckles, drawing the stares of his brothers and a raised eyebrow from Revine. Excuse my old Miri Sarjo, but you could be Malakatha's left sack and I'd still serve you faithfully. He sighs in melancholy and bows deeply before Revine. You gave us a chance at a better future when you didn't have to, and that means more to me than any ancient history of crimes committed by those long dead. Oren cuffs his little brother's shoulder. Since when can you use such big words at? The youngest blushes and looks away, and his two elder brothers also bow before Revine. My brother speaks true, Oren states firmly. We owe you our loyalty and would be deeply honored to serve a lord as generous as yourself. Revine smiles in satisfaction. I am most pleased by your decision. Know that your loyalty will be rewarded. He sighs. Now for the tedious part. His grumble goes unheard. The three of you shall henceforth be considered sworn mayor of Great House Dagoth. He points a hand toward Davos. This is my chief retainer Davos. When I am not present you are to follow his commands. Davos' eyes widen for a moment before he nods to himself, and the three brothers salute him. Revine then points to a lightly fuming Yggdrasil. Completely ignoring her foolish anger he states, and this is my other retainer Yggdrasil Moban, formerly of Great House Telvanni. You may consider her my magical advisor. He gives her a pointed look. She may hold the rank of retainer, but she has yet to prove her loyalty, so you may consider her just slightly above you in the hierarchy. Yggdrasil seems stuck between fury and disappointment, but then simply settles on annoyance as she realizes that her showing her discontent with her position so openly and frequently may actually have consequences. Revine sighs. I shall keep the hierarchy simple for the time being, and change it depending on necessity. His demeanor shifts rapidly as he claps his hands. Now for the fun part. With a snap of his fingers, three neatly arranged sets of armor and halberds appear next to him. I have taken the liberty of presuming your oaths of loyalty, he chuckles, and have thusly prepared a welcoming present. The brothers stare in awe at the beautifully made artifacts of blackened steel, and after very little prodding from their new lord they quickly get to putting it on, and minutes later the trio of hitherto simple guards stand transformed into the visage of elite magical infantry. The armor Revine chose consisted of a Morian helmet and a traditional Dunmeri warrior's mask, followed by a breastplate over masterfully crafted padded armor with bracers, shoulder guards, and greaves added as a finishing touch. Revine cackled internally as he beheld his first group of Dunmeri conquistadors. Truly, the Spanish always ended up in the most unexpected of places. Seeing as they were properly armored, Revine smiled proudly and started explaining the armor is enchanted to be self-cleaning, and to absorb magical attacks to an extent. He frowned as he noticed the youngest brother shiver in excitement. Please do not test the enchantments, as they are made to save your lives and not for you to try and set your brothers on fire. His youngest soldier deflates instantly. Revine then points at the steel halberds they now held. I have also taken the liberty of enchanting your new weapons to empower your flames and allow you to cast them through striking your foes. All three brothers take a moment to marvel at their gifts, likely valued above most villages, and bowed deeply once more. Thank you, my lord, for the great gift. All three intoned. A reward, not a gift, Revine corrects, his demeanor returning to his previously relaxed posture. Now that the dramatics are done, let us feast. His erstwhile retainers do not react to his sudden mood shift, but the three brothers find themselves doing a double take as their new lord skips up the staircase, the door locking on its own as they follow him out. They share a look between themselves, not really sure what to do, until once more the youngest once more proves to be the most decisive as he simply shrugs. It's free food. The three brothers share a nod and head to the dining hall. No one dislikes free food, no one. Back in Solitude, the following morning, Revine left Sybil's chambers after the two held a very long and thorough private goodbye party. He sighed contentedly as he prepared to wake Minthara up, Marco already eagerly waiting near his portal glyph. He frowned as the smell of alcohol assaulted his nose the moment he opened the door. His frown deepened as he saw Minthara sitting in an armchair staring into the distance absent-mindedly, with dark circles under her eyes. He wasn't really sure what to say to the young woman now looking at him tiredly. Rough night. He settled on lamely. Minthara snorted humorlessly. That is one hell of an understatement. Flame tongue. Using titles now, are we, oh blessed child of Akatosh? Revine quips. Unlike Marco, he had never forced Minthara into referring to him as teacher, so she usually called him by name when they weren't at court. She flinches in disgust and groans, I get it. Just please do not call me that, ever. The Dunmer giggles childishly and instructs, come on then, get up, we have a meeting later today. She shifts in her seat and frowns. Shouldn't I be focusing on getting as strong as possible? What would I even gain from trudging through the caves of the Dwemer? Revine rolls his eyes. Well, besides the obvious experience in fighting and possible contacts at one of Skyrim's most powerful institutions. He tilts his head. Tell me, how does a dragonborn grow stronger? By consuming the souls of dragons. She mutters absent-mindedly. Indeed. Revine nods happily. And I know just the place where one of the lizards buried himself. Minthara blinks slowly as she gets up. There is a living dragon in Blackreach. She hisses. Oh yes. Revine smirks viciously. A known coward among his kind, chomping on his soul will surely give you the strength necessary to start growing your power even further. You seem to have all this planned out, hey? Minthara mutters, not accusingly, but there was definitely something in her tone. Revine cackled like a madman, causing her to look at him as such. Oh Minthara, he turns with his eyes glowing derisively. I have no fucking idea what I am doing. The young demigod stumbles at her teacher's words, cursing her fate and then cursing herself for breaking the bottle whose shards she now had stuck in her foot. She sighed as she got up, slowly healing her bleeding leg. At least I don't have to do it alone. Chapter 140, Chapter 3, Duels and Preparations. A firebolt whizzes past Revine's masked face as he dodges rapidly, immediately retaliating with a bolt of crimson lightning which his opponent evades with practiced ease. Before he can even blink, Ferelda starts bombarding him with wide area spells, forcing him to shadow walk out of her line of sight. Not a moment later he feels a sense of danger behind him and shouts FEIM. Barely in time to feel Ferelda's fire-enhanced axe kick pass through his ethereal form. He attempts to overwhelm her with overcast flames, but she ducks under the spell with surprising agility, tripping him. Why doesn't she use a weapon? A curious Davos asks the Archmage, who seemed to be paying the most attention to the fight among all those present in the observers section of the practice arena. Savos Aaron chuckles playfully, his eyes shining with his usual mischief. An interesting question, young Davos. He ignores the subtle eye twitch of the agent and looks back to the arena just in time to see Revine get sent flying by a kick to the chest. She uses no weapon, because she is the weapon. Hey! Davos blinks. Isn't that extremely risky? In most cases, it would be. Aaron nods, but Ferelda has mastered combat alteration to such an extent that most weapons can't even harm her. He chuckles. Well, that is if they can even hit her. As if to prove the Archmage's point, Ferelda bats Revine's glaive away from her face with her bare hands and blasts him with a wave of frost. She always was one of my best students, the proud voice of Tolfdir pipes in from another seat. A shame she focused all her talents on taking lives instead of improving them. He sighs, but the proud smile remains on his wrinkled face. Much to Aaron's further amusement, it takes Davos a whole minute to stop gaping at the old man. The fact that he taught the Altmer, who herself was obviously well over a century old, didn't quite fit into his worldview. After a prolonged beat of silence, fiery explosions notwithstanding, Aaron turned to the four guests Revine brought to the college. How are you all enjoying your visit? Davos is about to respond, but he notices that his companions didn't even register the question. Marco, Minthara, and a very out-of-place Onmund were too busy gaping at the fact that all of Revine's attacks were getting countered with practiced ease. He was still holding his own, but whenever he tried to go on the offensive he would be rewarded with a well-placed kick to his lower body, or if he annoyed his combat instructor too much, a chop to the head. Whenever he tried to summon his familiar, the poor bird would get sent back home without the Altmer even batting an eye, much to the glee of Revine's apprentices. A loud cough drags the students' attention back to the present as they see Davos pointing his hand at the expectant archmage. Onmund is the first to speak, the firmness of his voice surprising all who had spoken to him previously. "Apologies, sir, what was your question?" Aaron raises an eyebrow and repeats, "I was wondering how you were enjoying our college. It will after all be your possible home for some time," he muses aloud. The Nord nods quickly. "I am already honored to be here, it is well beyond my expectations." Marco glances at the ever-evolving fight and shudders. "As long as we don't have to deal with teacher working us to death, even the pits of oblivion would look like heaven." Minthara nods along. "This Farelda lady seems much nicer than him as well. Maybe I will actually learn something without my bones breaking this time." She gasps enthusiastically. The entire room suddenly turns silent as all the present masters give her a dubious look, some offering prayers to Arche. Phineas, who was completely silent and still until then, slowly turns his head toward the young woman, his neck producing a loud creaking noise as it moves, and a single derisive howl leaving his illusory throat. Minthara finds herself cursing her big mouth once more as realization dawns on her. Oh, she is the one that taught him. A loud gulp resounds in the room. The Lich cackles coarsely and turns back to the fight, his false shoulders shuddering in mirth from time to time. The glorious climax approaches. A squeaky voice resounds from the room ceiling, Shalazar apparently finding it much more comfortable to sit upside down than mingle with the unenlightened fools below him, or was it above him? All eyes refocus on the battle just in time to see Revine whack Farelda over the head with the blunt end of his blade, only for her to kick him between the legs without even twitching. "Gods damn it, woman, I know you can't actually hurt me here, but learn some restraint." Revine hisses and once more curses at the ward's designer, who decided it would be funny to protect the fighters from damage but not the pain. His teacher merely smirks and starts summoning lightning strikes from the ceiling, forcing Revine to expend more and more of his dwindling magicka to dodge out of the way via shadow walking. "Screw this," Revine growls and takes a deep breath. Farelda's eyes have only a moment to widen in panic as Revine shouts, "Yol Torshuol." A massive wave of flames blocks her vision fully and she starts placing ward after ward in front of her, focusing all her spells on surviving the shout. She was in no danger due to the college's defenses, but the idea of losing to someone so young, no matter how pleasant his company, grated on her pride something fierce. While this was happening, Revine wasn't idle. He rushed behind the flames and muttered a rise as a massive antlered shadow exited his own and threw itself at the panting Farelda. Back in the observer's booth, everyone present flinched as Phineas snarled, "Interesting." The fact that the Lich was actually interested in something brought a frown to many of the masters' faces. "And now I have this to deal with," Savos groaned and shared a look with Sergius, who nodded in return. Revine's POV. "As my shade throws itself at Farelda, I fully expect it to die nearly instantly, so I follow up with a wide swing right behind its back. Moments later my expectations are proven correct when an explosive punch rends the poor thing into nothingness, returning it to my shadow, and just as she overextends I position my glaive right at Farelda's throat. I am about to smirk in triumph, but a prickling sensation draws my attention to my groin area just in time to see Farelda's extended right hand holding a summoned rapier positioned exactly in the gap in my armor that would allow her to remove my family jewels with a simple twist of the hand. "All right then," I mutter, "we'll call it a draw." Her smug smirk nearly gave me an aneurysm. After Farelda retracted her weapon, she congratulated me on my improvement and lamented the fact I didn't wish to celebrate it in our usual way. She was not angry or jealous at the development. We both knew that our previous relationship was purely physical and left it at that, deciding we could always tumble in the arena instead. Finally getting to the point of our little get-together, I offered to host the expeditionary meeting in one of my private booths, and soon I was sitting in my inn surrounded by most of the masters of the college and those I brought myself. Before we could even begin, Sergius and Tolfter congratulated me on my mastery with proud smiles on their faces. They spent a good 10 minutes singing my praises, and I swear if I was an actual 18-year-old my head would have grown to such colossal proportions it would pop. Savos looked ready to start the meeting, but Phineas interrupted in his usual uncaring manner. "That shadow summon you used, what was it?" The Archmage rolled his eyes in exasperation but didn't interject, so I answered calmly in old umbromantic ritual, "The shades are powerful but the upkeep is ruinous without proper artifacts. Something you no doubt had no issues dealing with. The Lich states I would still like to get my hands on it. Name your price." His expression doesn't shift, but I sense that he wants the ritual, badly. Now what could I ask of a master necromancer? Raising the dead was an interesting niche, but it came with unfortunate amounts of attention, and I already had far more capable servants. Wait, a presumably ancient necromancer should have a ridiculous understanding of anatomy. I want a copy of your entire anatomical research, I say, and before his frown even has the time to form, in return I will grant you the ritual and craft you a piece of jewelry of your choosing to help feed a singular powerful shade or multiple lesser ones. He stills for a moment, his focus moving away from the glamour hiding his true body, making him look like a statue, and finally nods lightly. Agreed, after you have created the necklace I will grant you a copy of my tome. Expect it by midday tomorrow, I smirk, almost cockily. Neither of us feels the need to get assurances from the other. We were after all colleagues now, and while Phineas might be a lich, he is also a highly respected master known for his fair dealings. Ahem. Savos clears his throat while staring pointedly at the two of us. I do believe we were here for another reason. You can dig through guts together at a later date. But of course, Archmage, I nod sagely, we wouldn't want to waste other people's time with our foolishness. That is after all your job. Savos' eyebrow twitches, and I swear to God I hear Phineas let out a quiet skeletal laugh. As I was saying, Savos stares at me pointedly while I feign innocence. The expedition to what we presume is an entrance to Blackreach is all but ready. The tunnels have been dug and a forward camp established. He looks over everyone present. Now we must decide who among us will be joining it. Nelaran and Khalid weren't even present, so their opinion was clear to all. Shalazar, Faralda, and Sergius opt out for different reasons. Aaron nods at their decision and sighs. As much as I would love to dig through the secrets of the Dwemer, the ever-turbulent political situation will take up a lot of mine and Mirabelle's time. For whatever reason, his pointed stare once again ends up on my most innocent self. Tolfder hums thoughtfully before nodding to himself. I believe I shall be joining the operation. He smiles genially. I haven't stretched my old legs in some time, and a nice walk through beast-infested caves is said to be good for the heart. Many of the masters roll their eyes while I have no idea what is going on. Count me in as well, Phineas pipes up cheerfully. Well, you get my point. The thousands of Fom are no doubt waiting down there will be a fine playground for my abilities. The atmosphere shifts as some grow discomforted by the necromancer, but no one voices their disagreement. I scratch my chin in thought. Seeing a master necromancer in action, one that was on my side even, in action will be an interesting experience. I notice everyone staring at me. The fact that I was now one of them was still taking its time to sink in, and I nod. I will of course be joining the expedition. My students and house forces will also follow. I had already informed everyone but Yggdrasil about this, so it is of little surprise when I notice Davos looking gleeful at the idea of being the one to inform her. I will focus mostly on dealing with the Animonculi and trying to weaken them as much as possible with my knowledge. I look at Aaron. What are our forces going to look like, and what kind of time frame are we looking at? He pulls out a scroll lazily and read out some 200 laborers and half as many adventurers of different flavors. Have they been properly vetted? I ask. Shalazar pipes in his most glorious of voices. None shall do critical damage to the expedition. His oversized red eyes peer at me, his hidden warning clear. I sigh and mutter, and that tells me literally nothing. Still I mentally thank the lizard wizard. My guard was now thoroughly raised. We go through the more tedious details of supplies, scheduling, organization and command hierarchy. I was naturally placed below the two other masters, but I was not surprised by this. I may be a somewhat experienced commander at this point, but Tolfder was a centuries-old head of a clan of warriors, while Phineas was an army unto himself with enough preparation. As we finally hashed out the details and decided that we would move out in 3 days, Aaron once again piped up. Oh, and I also took the liberty of visiting our creatively sane friend in the frozen wastes. He tosses me something and I catch it on reflex. He was willing to see you operate as long as you used that little box when you reached the tower. He shrugs. Whatever the tower is. I blink and look down. In my hand is the Dwemer lexicon. How awfully convenient. Chapter 141, Chapter 4, Descending Down Familiar Halls. I leave Phineas Tower with a mix of excitement and dread. When I asked him for his anatomical research, I expected a singular large tome, maybe two considering his possible experience. What I most assuredly did not expect, however, was 2,400-page tomes describing in painful detail every single experiment he had ever conducted. When the flames in his eye sockets brightened ever so slightly at my gobsmacked expression, I could swear that the lich gave me everything just to fuck with me. And I couldn't even be mad. I made my way to my mansion to deposit the mini library I had just acquired into my vaults when the sound of annoyed yelling drew my attention from the dining hall. Draping myself in shadows and shadow walking through the slightly opened double doors, I stood in one corner of the room and observed the unfolding drama. My 3 guardsmen, whom Scorch had generously dubbed the Scorched, were quietly snickering at the sight of Yggdrasil hissing at Davos. "What do you mean I have to trudge through caves with you?" Davos' smug look of superiority didn't leave his face for an instant as he explained, "Our Lord has commanded that all of us are to accompany him in the expedition. Besides, can you honestly tell me that you do not wish to unearth one of the greatest cities of Dwemereth outside Riesdane? I am quite sure he learned the ancient names of the Dwemer kingdom and Morrowind just to annoy her further." She throws her arms up and groans, "I am a mage, not a miner, I have things to do here." Davos shakes his head in disappointment. "My oh my Yggdrasil, you wouldn't be referring to Lord Dagoth as a miner now, would you? He was having way too much fun with this." She sighs and slumps back into a nearby seat, waving him off. "Whatever, it isn't like I have much of a choice, is it? That's the spirit." Davos cheers. I leave the room and shake my head with a chuckle. It seems my jumpy agent of a vassal was finally fully embracing the art of trolling. Later that day I visited the guardhouse to catch up with my buddies in the guard. We had a few drinks and talked about the happenings in Skyrim. Well, I say we, but it was mostly them pestering me to tell them the tale of my adventures, something they greatly enjoyed. I even got to witness the scene of Minthara sparring with Thorfinn. The young man apparently got curious about a person I chose to train, and after an obvious refusal from Marco, who was busying himself over preparing for any situation like a paranoid little gremlin, Thorfinn challenged my pet demigod. The spar started fairly evenly with the both of them using alteration and probing their opponent with light attacks, and then Minthara started swinging. Her rapid hammer strokes completely overwhelmed Thorfinn within moments, and both he and the observing guardsmen were openly gaping at the display. I merely cackled at them. Thankfully my apprentice was a good sport about it, and the two developed a quick friendship, much like Thorfinn and I did over a year prior. We spent the rest of that day carousing and exchanging tales. The following day and a half were spent in heavy preparation. I made sure everyone in my household had a variety of scrolls to use, and when that failed, some well-made digging equipment and plenty of rope. I was not about to lose anyone to a divine's damned accident. I made sure to brush up on terramancy and spent most of my free time practicing the art of shaping stone on a larger scale. I wouldn't be overturning any mountains anytime soon, but being able to turn the terrain against our enemies while in a cave was bound to be powerful. Finally, I grabbed a clairvoyance spell guide from the Arcanum and pestered Shalazar to give me some advice on using it. He spent a good couple of hours explaining how to differentiate myself from the visions I might get, and also cautioned me to move step by step, as even he was unsure of what kind of reaction my third eye may or may not have with scrying magic. I swore to myself I would be careful. I was not about to let myself turn into another raven crone. The expedition was finally underway. The air of the marching army of laborers, mages, and adventurers was a mix of excitement, dread and greed. Everyone was very aware of the risks we would be taking by delving into what was probably one of the most dangerous locations in Skyrim, but the prospect of unimaginable riches emboldened even the most craven in our number. Contracts were drawn up and all the payments would be paid fairly, either to the workers and mercenaries themselves or their families in case of death. It took us 2 days to reach the Falmer cave and half a day more to reach the old Falmer town. As I trudged through the caves, memories of my first adventure resurfaced and a goofy smile found its way onto my face. The forward encampment that had been set up over a year of concentrated effort looked to be more a fortified town than an expeditionary outpost. A surprisingly large number of guards and college apprentices were on constant guard against any possible attack from the uncovered passage. The Falmer's Grand Tower was repurposed into the quarters for the mages working here. Incidentally, I also found Master Colette there, as she was currently on duty. Well over 100 of my spider animonculi were piled up one corner, now joined by an extra dozen I brought with me. The old ones were well worn by the constant use, and I noticed a lot of parts were jury-rigged and haphazardly replaced by the camp's administration, no doubt wanting to save some money and possibly pocket it. I was honestly too lazy to bother dealing with it, so I let them off. They did do the job after all. I also met with Morrigan and Marwyn once again. The two had returned from guard duty and bumped into me on accident. We spent a bit catching up and I ordered some unique alchemical products from my old witch friend. Much to my surprise, Morrigan looked very sad upon hearing what happened in with the Reachmen. She wasn't angry at me, but her people dying in droves still brought her into a depressed state. On the evening of our arrival, at least I think it was the evening, I was skulking around camp with the help of my umbromancy and noticed Marwyn talking animatedly with Phineas. The Lich was telling something to the Breton before the young man brought out a bird carcass and animated it. So this was the path he chose in the end. We took another day to rest up and prepare before plunging into the depths of the tunnel system. Soon the sturdy mine shafts gave way to frozen caves filled with nothing but the cold. We took no chances and made sure to secure the path fully. 2 further days of exploration later we had our first issue. Apparently a Khajiit labourer by the name of Jadar thought it a bright idea to huff skooma in full lamplight. I had the idiot flogged and only let him continue due to his twin brother Jazer begging me and swearing he would keep his brother clean of the filth. 4 days into the expedition some of the adventurers were getting increasingly bored, leading to quarrels between them and even a fist fight at one point. I naturally stamped down on any unrest with full and immediate force. 5 broken limbs later and everyone knew better than to create enough of a fuss to distract me from my reading. 10 grueling days after we first stepped into the cave system the forward crew of labourers dug out a thick wall of ice that Tolfdir sensed covered the path forward and I was forced to order the spiders accompanying them to throw themselves forward as to stop the literal wave of Famr that rushed at them. While their attack was surprising and their numbers unexpected, the degenerated elves fell like grass to our blades. The adventurers knew their craft well and if any Famr managed to get through our hired muscle it was swiftly cut down by either myself or Phineas, who preferred to freeze them solid and tear them apart for his research. I will have to pester him for those notes later as well. The icy walls gave way to stone, and 2 days later the stone gave way to Dwemer metal as a large doorway blocked our path forward. Tolfdir curiously tapped the door, looking deep in thought. Anything of note, Master Tolfdir? I ask as Phineas and I walk up to him. I am afraid not, the doorway seems enchanted to keep magic out. The old Nord shakes his head. Ah, but is it enchanted to keep magic in, I wonder? I mutter and surge as much magicka as reasonable into my metaphysical eye, casting clairvoyance at the same time. The amount of information I receive is almost overwhelming. For the briefest moment I get the picture of a long network of hallways filled to the brim with thousands of Famr and hundreds of Dwemer automata, but then something seems to react to my presence and my sight is pushed back into my body. I grunt in pain, but blessedly only a minor headache followed. It is an entire Dwemer base in there. My voice turns into a whisper. Well over 1,000 Famr as well, some kind of settlement at the end. I didn't get the whole picture before I had to cut the spell. Tolfdir is seemingly unperturbed and starts muttering plans of our advance. Phineas on the other hand cackles with glee. Good, I finally get to have some fun. I thought you said you take great care of who you raise. I ask with a raised eyebrow. The Lich scoffs. Don't play coy with me, Dagoth. I am not about to advertise my immoral practices for all to hear. He seems far more animated than I had ever seen him be. That is fair, I nod and turn to Tolfdir. So, do we go in adventurers first or do we let our lively friend have his fun? Surprisingly Tolfrid rolls his eyes and waves me off. I have no love for these monsters. He looks at Phineas with something I had never expected to see on the old man's face, pure malice. Make them suffer. He grinds out. I stand completely stunned for a while before Phineas' Skeletor-esque cackling break me out of it. I look at Tolfdir, who had returned to his grandfatherly smile, and he merely tilts his head. Then it strikes me, Tolfdir had no doubt lost a lot of friends and family to the Famr over the centuries. Something like that could no doubt bring wrath even to Winterhold's genial grandpa. I give him a nod signaling my understanding, and his smile turns sad for a moment. Soon it is decided that Phineas would go forward by himself, quickly followed by myself and my group, and finally by the adventurers. The Lich had no fear of dying. Even if the Famr managed to get around his complete immunity to poison, he would just reform if his body was destroyed. And so it was that after briefing my guards on what was about to happen, it took me very little to convince that necromancy wasn't blasphemy if it was used on the enemy. We followed after the great necromancer. What followed gave me an entirely new perspective on the school. I feel like I should have saved the diggy mim for this section of the story. Well, whatever, not like more mining could be bad, am I right? Chapter 142, Chapter V, Death Unrelenting. As the trio of masters entered the fort, the stagnant air of Alftand shifted ever so slightly, drawing the attention of the many Famr skulking in its halls. They had lost an entire scouting party some days prior and were on high alert for any intruders. And so the moment that the disparate groups of hunched-over elves felt fresh air, they took their positions. Traps were set, arrows poisoned, and ambush points filled to the brim with eager warriors ready to defend their homes. And yet minutes passed without them feeling a thing. Even with their sight ruined beyond repair, the senses of the Famr were as sharp as any blade, and many a goblinoid elf felt confused at the lack of enemies. That is until an object levitating in the air sent a shiver of dread down every one of their spines. They all felt as one: death had come. Phineas floated lazily while the twin embers in his eye sockets scanned the ever-growing force waiting for him. His posture was completely relaxed as he summoned an elegant staff and turned to address his entourage. The 3 Dunmer house guards barely held back flinches while their superiors were less shaken by the hovering Lich focusing on them. Revine was naturally unmoved by the familiar sight and even waved childishly. My preparations are finished, Master Revine, the Lich intones in his usual dry monotone. Kindly burn all the bodies that fall behind. I would rather not deal with the mortals whining. Revine shrugs, ignoring the quiet disgusted scoffs of his guardsmen. Of course, Master Jester. Do enjoy your walk. He quips cheerfully and signals his followers to back off, soon following after them himself. Phineas took a deep breath, or well, he pretended to at least. Even so many years after he sacrificed his fleshy body, he still forced some mortal habits onto himself. Master Tolfter said something about keeping himself grounded and whatnot, but 5 decades later Phineas could hardly remember such a conversation and did it simply out of habit. The air seemed to tense in anticipation as his right hand moved in a grasping motion, his movements were staggered and unnatural, his body but a marionette controlled on strings of essence by his soul. A nearby farmer warrior, a tall and well-muscled specimen of his kind, suddenly had his very life force yanked out of his body, falling over lifelessly. None of his fellows knew what happened and a couple started kicking him awake, grunting in their primitive language. One moment another light kick was about to land on his back when suddenly the one doing the kicking felt a lack of weight. That lack of weight turned into agony as the downed farmer ripped off the offending limb as he rose from the ground, his pale skin turning even more deathly pallid as the sharp nails the farmer usually sported were extended into bony instruments of death. And then the screaming started. Like a wave of death, once started it could not be stopped. One after another fell to an animated corpse of their until then brother-in-arms, soon raising up as mere puppets. The reanimated creatures tossed aside the usable corpses while cannibalizing those too damaged to reanimate. As they consumed their brethren, their strength grew as bony armor covered their lanky forms, their claws emitting accursed miasma and their scabbed eye sockets bursting apart, unveiling twin ghostly flames that now occupied them. Soon dozens upon dozens of ghouls stood at attention before the satisfied lich, his skull contorted into the facsimile of a grin as his hands rapidly scribbled down notes as he muttered to himself about performance and theoretical improvements, completely ignoring the scene of massacre in front of him. As much as he was curious, Phineas was not stupid enough to give his enemies further time to prepare, so moments later he closed the tome and once more swung out his hands, his fingers moving like a conductor leading an orchestra as complex spell work fell upon his creations. As his new toys reached further into the old fortification, the screaming began once more. The Fommer were slow, idiotic even, Phineas posed, but they were very much sapient, of that there was no doubt. So when a wave of their own started ripping them apart, gorging themselves on their brethren, it was natural for a wave of panic to spread. The Fommer started retreating, leading the undead into traps and bringing no small amount of annoyance to Phineas, who was by now consuming white soul gems to keep his reserves topped up. The feedback loop of draining magicka from life force could only keep him going for a while with the ever-increasing toll his growing army imposed. Soon his forces started taking casualties, easily replaced of course, but when the damned elflings lured them toward still functioning Dwemer automata, Phineas was most irritated. Still, he made sure that his puppets did as little damage as possible while disabling the old machines, waste not want not, and all that. His new necklace was rather handy, and he wouldn't mind preserving some gifts for his new colleague and getting some more of such wondrous artifacts in return. Dozens soon turned into 100, and the 100 into hundreds as his wave of death and flesh rushed over the remaining forces that were failing miserably at killing him. He knew this was not even close to what the Fommer had to offer, but flushing out an entire Dwemer fort on his own while the mortals trudged behind was good enough in his books. Revine's POV. I burn yet another mound of discarded flesh as we follow behind the lich, the adventurers far behind us facing whatever stragglers were left behind. Ugmarin twitches in disgust. My lord, must we truly work with such a creature? Nearby Minthara was patting a dead inside-looking Marco on the back while looking a bit green herself. I shrug and move forward. As long as he uses only our enemies to fuel his magic, think of it as simply burning them to death. How very pragmatic. I can hear the eye roll in Minthara's voice. I nod sagely. I am nothing if not wise and pragmatic, you know this. We continue with our banter, desperately trying to forget the gruesome sights waiting for us, as we follow behind Phineas' wave of destruction. Soon we hear the sounds of battle and everyone tenses up. Walking through a door we come face to face with a walled Fommer settlement under attack by waves of massive misshapen ghouls. Phineas levitated lazily, overlooking the battle and taking notes, probably already getting ideas to optimize his servants. A productive day indeed, Master Jester, I quip. He turns his head in my direction, without moving his torso at all, and nods. Indeed, Master Revine, the filthy things are barely useful for more than fodder, but I worked some kinks out. The embers in his eye sockets brighten up. Did you know that Fommer flesh is at least a fifth better for conducting necrotic magicka than a Nord's? He asks excitedly. I am afraid I must admit my ignorance. I say slowly as I watch a group of half-frozen ghouls rip apart a shrieking shaman. Oh, and Phineas, I add my thanks for the gift. I incline my head. He looks up from his tome again. Oh, it is no issue, of course. I would make little use of such machines myself, so I thought it wiser to gift them to you. I hold back an eye roll. Most gracious of you, but I feel that I cannot take such a gesture without recompense. Do expect a return gift after we are back in Winterhold, I say in an overly polite tone. I already knew what he wanted, and honestly getting me some functional specimens of spheres and spiders was good enough as any other payment. He waves me off and nods absent-mindedly while annoyedly muttering something about overloading leg muscles causing said limb to explode into shrapnel, killing everything in a 5-meter radius. After an hour more of screaming and growling, the encampment/town turns silent and Phineas suddenly straightens up. It appears I am finished here. He says plainly. The Falmer have been eliminated. I ask, my impression of the necromancer's power increasing exponentially. Indeed, he drawls, I have dealt with the fleshy enemies that await us. You will disable the golems guarding the way forward. I feel a wave of magic as he cuts off the connection with his minions and they start rapidly cannibalizing each other. I shake my head and snap my finger, sending Scorch flying out and mentally telling him to remove the undead. An impressive soul shard. Phineas nods proudly, his glamour once more hiding his bones. Well, you did tell us to take good care of our familiars. I just took it to its natural conclusion, I say with equal pride. He scoffs. You are a fool if you think this is anything near a conclusion to the possibilities of a familiar. I roll my eyes. There is no end to possibilities when magic is in play, we all know this. He nods and after a moment of silence I ask, what about your familiar jester? The lich stiffens for a second before sighing. Lickitum is a great power, and a costly one. He trails off. Then why pursue it? There are other ways to prolong your life. I posit. He cackles, just a tiny bit of emotion in his voice, easy for an elf to say. He shakes his head. I appreciate the input, but I was sick and out of options, so I grasped what I had on hand and pursued undeath. I notice some uncomfortable shifting among my followers, but most of them have a tinge of pity in their eyes as they hear this. Soon a solar explosion spreads through the settlement and I start walking inside with purpose in my steps. Phineas mutters something along the lines of bloody ridiculous before he follows suit. The settlement looks like a complete bloodbath, with limbs strewn everywhere and not a living thing in sight. I immediately get to work clearing it out, better to make sure none of the adventurers got any ideas, or worse, they started a riot. An hour later I was enjoying some mead and chatting with Minthara while the rest were busy searching for loot. So, how do you find the adventurer life? I smirk. She rolls her eyes. I think I preferred the slums. She looks up and shivers. At least I could see the Sunday. I wave her off. Bah, no sense of adventure. I raise a hand and gesticulate excitedly. We are getting into Blackreach, Minthara, Blackreach. She nods at me like I was an idiot. That is neat, Revine, and I understand that your toys are fun, but some of us prefer the wind on our skin instead of the smell of burned elf. I shiver. Please don't call those things elves so casually. Aren't they just poor victims? She asks innocently, referring to the tome I had her read on them before we descended. Yeah, I nod. Victims of Nords and Wummer. That shuts her up. I feel an aura near us and slowly get up. Moments later Minthara lets out a shriek as Tolfdir emerges from the ground with his usual grandfatherly smile. Why would you do that? She hisses. Completely unmoved by her tone, Tolfdir scratches his beard. Do forgive this old man, I got a bit lost and decided to follow your auras. He wanted to fuck with us, I translate helpfully. Tolfdir gives me a pointed look. Language, young man. I nod. Excuse me, Master Tolfdir, it has been a stressful day. I have no doubt of that. Phineas' work can be overwhelming to observe, he admits easily, completely ignoring the fuming young woman giving him a death stare. We continue chatting for a while, Tolfdir talking about what the rest encountered while we were on clean-up duty. The old man even summoned all the automata he found on the way, including the ones Phineas saved. I spent the next 10 minutes convincing him to accept some kind of compensation. We settled on a nice ever-warm blanket for his great-great-great-granddaughter. Truly, the old man was like a cooler Dumbledore sometimes. Soon the adventurers started filtering in, and I got to work on disabling the defenses leading up to the lift that, if memory served, led straight to Blackreach. The first few were rather easy to deal with: shadow walk behind ballista, remove bolts, profit. Some automata had to be smashed apart as I had no way to disable them easily, much to my dismay, but after some half an hour of minesweeper-esque work I finally reached the summit of whatever the Falmer tribe was guarding. And just as I remembered, there stood the elevator, and 6 massive centurions. Very functioning, very active massive centurions. Chapter 143, Chapter 6, Battle of the Century. I still completely as I realized the 6 massive automatons were powered up. This wasn't in the damn script. Deciding to follow the wisdom of the ancients, I put into practice the old adage of discretion is the better part of valor and start walking backward very quietly. Naturally, it is at this exact moment that the world goes nope and all 6 dull gold heads turn in my direction, their frozen expressions practically radiating menace. Minthera's POV. Are you quite sure he will be safe up there? I asked the old Nord mage, the both of us looking up at the raised platform Revine had ascended some 20 minutes prior. He shrugs, his relaxed demeanor not dropping for even an instant. He is by far the most informed master of the college when it comes to Dwemer automata, he explains calmly and then scratches his beard. Even if he was to find himself in dire straits, he has all the skills necessary to escape. Why does the arrogant ass always have to show off like this? Is it really so hard to let others in on the important work? I hope you are right, I grumble. We remain standing in silence for a while longer, and just as I am to question the old man again, mostly to calm myself, the familiar booming rumble of the Thursday shakes the entire cave. I quickly look up to see Revine jumping around like a monkey avoiding massive bolts and clouds of searing steam. And of course, the bird blew itself up again. Revine's POV. As the centurions focus on me, my mind goes into overdrive. I quickly speak tired. The shout is as always tiring, but I need a moment to think as the suspiciously ballista-looking arms on some of the automatons slowly twist in my direction. Time resumes on its natural course and I act immediately. Turning to the group to my left, I take a deep breath and shout "Fusro da!" blowing them all into the wall and doing minor damage. I turn to the other group and conjure a massive wave of sticky blue flames in their direction. I knew that these things were heavily protected, so destroying them outright would be hard. My hope was to have the flames stick to the joints and hopefully melt them. I don't dare to stay long enough to see the results and quickly start running down the platform. Moments later, bolts started whizzing around me, my wind cloak barely managing to stop them from impaling me outright, though some did graze me. The fire rate soon increased and I started zigzagging with umbromancy. The toll of magicka grew with each consecutive jump, but luckily I had just enough to throw myself down the stairs while yeeting Scorch at the centurions. The last thing I heard before I tumbled down the staircase was the betrayed cry of "Why have you forsaken me, Father?" Before an explosion silenced the poor bird. I hear a disturbing amount of clicks as I roll down the stairs. Thankfully I had disabled all the traps or I would have been in for a lot of pain right now. As if I would ever throw myself down otherwise. Finally, I impacted something and stopped rolling, which had become oddly comfortable, I have to say. I look up and my eyes meet Minthera's, who is looking both bemused and completely outraged. "Greetings, apprentice, how are you on this fine evening?" I say, pretending that nothing odd is happening. Tolfdir chuckles and my head turns his way. "What exactly happened up there?" he asks, trying to act serious, but the tugging of his lips tells another story. I get up and dust myself off, and just as I am about to start explaining, the sound of heavy footsteps makes me look up, and of course, there are the damn centurions lumbering toward us. I point at them and state dumbly that. Tolfdir scratches his beard in thought. His eyes seem distant as he looks up at the automatons. Finally, he shrugs and cracks his knuckles, a wave of steel-like magicka slowly bursting from his entire form. I guess I haven't had a good scrap in a while, as his muscles bulge to a ridiculous degree and he grows to twice his height in but a couple of seconds. He turns to me with a surprisingly feral smirk. "Be a kind lad and cover my back." His usual kind voice was replaced with a bestial growl. "Ah, there is the muscle wizard." General POV. As the massive form of Tolfdir, easily rivaling the approaching centurions, rushes up the stairs, Revine slowly turns to Minthara, who was sharing his dumbfounded expression, and mutters, "And I thought I was the insane one." He quickly shakes his head and turns to the rest of the gathering mages/adventurers. "All right people, we need to help Master Tolfdir as much as possible." He winces as he hears said master bat a bolt away with his bare hands. "Just try and avoid getting into melee range if you can." Davos shakes his head and pulls out his trusty crossbow, looks at it for a moment, looks at the centurions, sighs, and finally rushes up at one of the mounted ballistae. Everyone else follows Revine as he too rushes up the staircase once again. They arrive just in time for Revine to ward off a bolt heading toward Tolfdir's side as the old man, giant, thing, finishes ripping apart the first centurion with his bare hands. Revine's guards engage with another of the automatons, keeping it at bay with their halberds and using their enchanted armor to easily avoid getting boiled alive by the steam it sometimes belched from its mouthpiece. Some time later an errant ballista bolt hits the golem as well. Some of the braver adventurers gather their courage and charge another centurion, their hammers and axes doing some damage, yet not nearly enough to stop one of them from getting speared in the gut and another from being crushed by the hammer arm of the golem. As another had his throat ripped apart by a lazy arm swing, Phineas, who was hiding nearby, slowly raised his hand toward the still-standing dead Imperial and discreetly overcharged a reanimation spell, making the corpse swing its great sword with unnatural force and cleave the chest of the automaton in twain, allowing its still-living ally to ram a hammer straight into the centurion's dynamo core. 2 more centurions descend on the expeditionary group, one immediately getting shoulder bashed by Tolfdir while the other barreled into the group of foolish mortals that thought grouping up was a good idea. Still, their movement was surprisingly slow, almost as if their limbs were stuck. As the ancient creation smashed an adventurer who tried to block its strike with a shield, he would not be missed. Marco blasted it with a wave of force, drawing many incredulous looks from the adventurers due to casting the spell with a lute of all things. Minthara didn't allow the staggered centurion a moment to recover, and with a burst of magic through her hands she swung down her hammer with all her might and crushed its chest, likely destroying the core in the process. As the automaton falls, Marco points at Minthara. "Did you just break dwarven metal with steel?" he asks dumbly. She smirks. "Too much for you, city boy." He throws his hands up. "That is not how metals work." Another centurion falling next to them interrupts their conversation. Revine pulls out his ebony glaive from the thing's head with surprising ease, his 3 guards huffing near the carcass in complete exhaustion. "Come on, kiddies, there is still more of them left." He goats and turns to the one fighting Tolfdir. Just in time to see the now clawed hand of the old man rip into the centurion's chest and pull out the core. "Oh, this looks important," Tolfdir asks mockingly as he crushes it in his hand. Holding back a wince at the wasted material Revine sighs, and looks around to see the rest of the centurions have been dealt with. "Never mind, we are done." Revine's POV. A faint metallic clicking sound comes out of the ancient panel I had been working on for some time now. My attempts at unlocking the lift into Blackreach were progressing well, and they should be done before anyone got antsy. It has been several hours after the battle against the centurions, and our casualties were surprisingly light. People were currently milling about and securing the perimeter as the laborers and remaining adventurers finally arrived. We would still have to set up a proper supply line, so I had a bit of time to waste with tinkering with the lock. "You know you could just transmute the lock with enough power, right?" Yggdrasil quips from her seat nearby. Apparently my little corner of the camp was the quietest, so she decided to stick with me, much to my surprise. I shrug as I twist another tiny cog slightly out of alignment. "If I wanted it transmuted, I would just ask Master Tolfdir. Another cog fits into a groove perfectly. I still might if I don't manage to unlock this." "Sure you don't want me to give it a go, boss?" Davos asks from his own corner. I look up at the gathered group. It was mostly my house and apprentices, with the only notable exception of a meditating Phineas. "This is a learning experience." I give him a pointed look. "How many people can say they had the opportunity to tinker with fully preserved Dwemer tech?" Devath FYR is said to be a great expert on all manner of Dwemer technologies. Yggdrasil adds helpfully, no doubt still annoyed with the fact she had to leave her old house. I snort. "Yeah right, some worth to all that knowledge, considering he has been holing up with his self-cessed harem for the past 5,000 years. Yggdrasil scoffs but doesn't respond. Minthara seems both curious and disgusted as she hears me. The curiosity wins and she asks, "What do you mean by that last part?" She winces, unable to repeat the words. Once again I look up, with some annoyance, and explain in complete deadpan the madman actually made clones of himself and made them his daughter wives. Minthara shivers in disgust, immediately regretting the question. Davos on the other hand. Truly a mare of culture. He mutters and nods sagely. As everyone, except yours truly, gives him disgusted looks, we once again trail off into the relative silence of my work. Finally, after a day of tinkering, and another of setting up a proper camp, we were ready to descend the lift. I was rather satisfied when the final click happened and the lift unlocked itself, opening with perfect efficiency even after all these millennia. I was somewhat worried about Tolfdir's earlier display of power, but it appeared the adventurers liked it when someone could put more smash into their smash, and some even started pestering the old man for advice on how to achieve such prestigious proportions. It was decided that I would get to lead the first excursion and secure the perimeter. There was some protests from Tolfdir as he wanted to make sure I didn't risk myself needlessly, but I claimed dibs and that was that. I entered the lift followed by my household and students. We had no idea how long the lift ride would last, and that would decide how aggressively we could afford to act once we descended. The gates closed and I pulled the lever, the steam pumps sounded and we started our descent. 10 minutes later the lift was still moving. 20 minutes later a very uncomfortable Minthara voiced everyone's concern. "Are you sure we aren't going to get buried alive by this thing?" I of course was, as even if I was by some cosmic joke unable to recognize the lift to Blackreach, I had this world's child of destiny next to me, and she would never die in such a manner. I settled on simply shrugging. Blackreach is said to be dug extremely deep below the earth, and this lift is not particularly fast. This seemed to ease some of them up, and we continued the rest of the ride in silence. Finally, after half an hour of tense lift riding, the contraption stopped and the metal gates opened up, revealing a sight that I immediately burned into my mind. A massive city, easily the size of Solitude, stood before us. Massive glowing mushrooms surrounded sturdy dwemer houses and mansions, the central walled settlement standing proud millennia after its residents disappeared. My companions gasp in wonder at the sight, and I note Minthara focusing on one particular source of light. Her eyes met mine and I smirked. It appears she already knew where our true prey awaited. Chapter 7, Securing a Beakhead. I spread my arms dramatically and run to my part. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Falzardum Din, or as it is more widely known to us mere mortals, Blackreach. I explain most generously. Marco claps enthusiastically and stops after realizing no one is following his lead. He shyly scratches his cheek and retreats to the back of the group, eliciting chuckles from most of us. As everyone takes a breath of the surprisingly fresh air, I turn serious and start giving orders. Idrosses start raising walls. Marco, Minthara, you two will follow me to the right. I turn to the rest of my vassals. Davos, you and the brothers will secure the left. General POV. As Revine's orders are heard, everyone quickly gets to work. The lift they exited was positioned on high ground compared to their immediate surroundings, so Idrossa got to work raising walls at the more obvious edges of the small hill. The high ground was, as many know, a most potent weapon, even more so when fortified, and considering how many Fama Revine detected at a glance, they would need every single advantage they could get. Davos group, which was heading south, not that they had any idea about that while underground, found themselves exploring a small cluster of dwemer houses. The walls were in pristine condition and there wasn't a hint of rust anywhere in sight. Bloody mad, that Varen mutters and turns to Davos. How old would you recon this place as bossman? Davos shrugs as his eyes remain focused on their surroundings. Thousands of years, obviously. Don't know much beyond the fact that the Dwemer were active in the Merithic era and disappeared after the battle against Saint Narivar. He scratches his chin in thought, something about attempting to turn themselves into a god or something resulting in them deleting themselves from existence. He shrugs once more. Ask the Lord if you are curious, I ain't the scholar here. Varen looks at him worriedly. Wouldn't that be improper? Davos thinks the question over for a moment. At the moment? Not really. He explains simply. In the future? Most likely yes. Oi, you two. Oren calls them over. Something you might want to see over here. Davos approaches the oldest brother and his eyebrows lift with both surprise and annoyance as he looks upon a somewhat fresh skeleton wearing necromancer robes sitting slumped against one of the houses, a dead red herb resting in one of its bony hands. Keep quiet, Davos begins sternly. The Fommer have very sharp ears and your yelling will alert them. Oren winces and nods. Davos grabs the red plant and the satchel resting beneath the skeleton. Lord Dagoth will know what to do with this. Let us continue with our work. Revine's POV. Go out and explore, they said. Marco grumbles as he and Minthara are forced to trudge through the shallow waters leading up to a murky tower. It will be a right fun time, they said. He throws his arms up. Well, does it look like I am having fun right now, you twats? Marco. I turn to him abruptly, my movements eased by the fact that I am levitating above the water. He flinches as my glare lands on him. Language. The Altmer looks ready to strangle me and is only distracted by Minthara lightly laughing at the constantly changing colors of his face. Soon we finally stand before the tower's entrance, the webs encasing some of it giving me a very good impression of what might await inside. I open the doors confidently and march in like I own the place, the local spiders stiffening and standing at attention as I approach, very much justifying said confidence. I look at the collection of 20 massive frostbite spiders that had probably gorged themselves on the Fommer for years, natural selection making sure that they were among the most powerful of their species. My voice is filled with Mephala's aura as I command them, hunt none but the Fommer, ambush them and feast on their bodies, make sure you are not discovered. Not even a moment passes and the spiders get to work. Well, that was Marco trails off. Utterly disgusting. Minthara finishes for him. I shrug and head for the massive cluster of eggs. Waste not, want not. I run my hand across the eggs and feel the literal thousands of lives inside, eagerly waiting for their chance at survival. A shame that they will not get said chance. Hatch, I command, and as one all the eggs burst and the newborn spiders gather in front of me, almost in perfect order, I note absent-mindedly. I turn to my students and tell them to guard the door, and as they rapidly exit the room, likely trying to get as far as physically possible from the mass of spiders, I get to work. First I draw a circle around the roughly 2,500 spiders and they quickly stack upon each other to make sure they all fit. I start adding runes and as I do so I can almost feel a hand guiding my work. I guess Mephila approves of the idea. Finally, nearly half the chamber stands covered in mostly Dunmeri script and some weaker soul gems. I clap my hands and a burst of magicka ignites the ritual. I feel the infant spiders panic for but a moment before their lives are extinguished and the sea of small memories and impressions starts to batter against my mind. Soon the ritual is complete and I feel yet another connection attach itself to the outer shell of my soul. Conjuration adept equals expert. Summoning bonds. Scorch. Shackled reach. Plus chittering swarm, an army of poisonous, flesh-devouring tiny spider shades, blessed by the divine mistress of said spiders. What is there not to love? I scoff at the description, of course she couldn't hold back whenever something has even the tiniest connection to her. The quiet giggle in the back of my head is all the confirmation I need. The advancement in conjuration was a pleasant surprise, but then again I have been abusing shadow walking like a complete madman so it wasn't an utterly unexpected development. I was becoming very good at many different schools far sooner than I originally expected. A shame that I couldn't dedicate more time to expanding my spell repertoire to a ridiculous degree, but I guess that hyper-focusing each school for a specific application had its advantages. Still, this expedition was very likely to take months if not longer, so I had all the time and excuses to start delving deeper into the art of spell crafting. Whenever we established ourselves down here anyways. I fetch my students and we head back toward the campsite. The next wave should be coming down soon, better make sure they weren't met with a wave of Fomer. We returned to the campsite roughly at the same time as the other team I sent out. Yggdrasil has been hard at work and a earthen wall now surrounded our little beach into the unknown. Davos approaches me and tosses a small satchel which I lazily levitate into my hand and look at him with a raised eyebrow. Found that under the remains of a necromancer, he informs me it looked to be about a year old, not sure how he even got down here. He mutters and straightens up anyway. We did notice a large group of Fomer moving about, they seemed to be patrolling but they didn't approach the little hamlet we scouted. I nod slowly. I am not all that surprised that someone else floundered into this place. I say loud enough for everyone to hear. It is theorized that there are dozens of entrances leading into Blackreach from all over Skyrim, some even posit that there are tunnels leading straight to Markarth and beyond somewhere, though those are most likely completely buried at this point. Why would they be buried if this place survived for so long? Minthara asks, confused. I shrug. They might not be, but I think that the Fomer might have collapsed, at least some of them, to keep themselves safe, or it could have just been earthquakes. I hum. My musing is interrupted as the lift opens up once again and Phineas walks out with about a dozen adventurers following behind him. Revine, he nods in greeting. I trust we are in no immediate peril? He asks with his usual terseness. The danger is not immediate but it is imminent. I offer my non-answer. The Fomer have not noticed us yet but they will inevitably do so, so we should make sure our position is defensible. He blinks at me and lazily lifts his left hand, summoning 24 of the most intact Dwemer spheres I left upstairs. Will this suffice for now? He drawls. I think his implication over for a minute before nodding. I should be able to get at least some functional before the day is out. I wince slightly, though some will likely end up ruined. He waves me off. You speak as if anyone else could even dream of starting the cursed hunks up. I will fly to the other side of the cavern and cause another cascade to distract them, he states with certainty. Do not worry if I do not return, I will be back either way. But of course, Master Jester. I incline my head. Happy hunting. He leaves without another word and I quickly get to work. Soon our reinforcements start coming down in waves, Tolfter likely remaining atop the lift to make sure everything was in order. A full day passed before I felt a massive wave of death magic erupt on the other end of the cavern, and just as promised, Phineas did cause a great distraction. My rapidly evolving clairvoyance informed me that close to 1,000 Fomer died and dozens were dying by the hour. Phineas was playing the slow game, it appeared. My freshly conscripted mega spiders were also doing majestic work. They had apparently taken even my subconscious preferences into mind and started targeting the mages among the Fomer ranks, decimating the apprentice-level casters of the enemy force. As I finished tinkering with yet another sphere, my 8 if my tired mind could even count at this point, my tent was suddenly covered in webs as Mephila decided to show herself once more. Prince Mephila, I greet her without turning around, my hands still busy with the finishing touches of the targeting inscription upon the sphere's left arm. Revine, she greets me as warmly as a Daedrakan. I see you are keeping busy. I flick one last rune into place with my diamond-tipped carving needle and turn around. I am indeed. There is so much to find down here I might get lost for years on end. The Dwemer were creative, yes, she nods slowly, and yet they were also exceedingly arrogant. You would do well to learn from their mistakes. I chuckle at her insinuation, causing her to raise an eyebrow. Oh, I am not nearly foolish enough to do something as stupid as they tried to do. I value both my freedom and my life far too much. She nods happily, and to my great surprise it almost looks like a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. That is very good. She smiles in her usual seductive manner. In any case, I have come here to give you a bit of a warning. Oh. I raise a questioning eyebrow. The Void's followers have set their sights on you. She states ominously. I tilt my head. The murder hobos. She looks at me for a long moment before bursting into merry laughter. She slaps her thigh multiple times before she calms down and gives me a wide grin. Yes indeed, the murder hobos, she confirms before falling into another fit of giggling. The atmosphere turns infectious as I too join in the honorable act of deriding Scythie's bunch of murder-happy madmen. I admit I am a bit surprised. I begin after we finally calm down. I thought you preferred to see how things played out instead of interfering directly. She waves me off daintily. That is for the lesser followers, dear. You are my chosen, and it would reflect very poorly on me if you were to get taken out due to the temper tantrum of a gold-skinned whore. I tilt my head. Elenwen actually decided to try and remove me, did she? I cup my chin. Probably the wisest decision she could have made, not that anything she did could have made a difference in any case. I quickly add. Mephala nods in satisfaction. Indeed, the little fool thinks herself wiser merely because she has gold skin. She chuckles, making her an even greater fool. I do wonder. I begin tentatively. Some theorize that you are the one posing as the Night Mother, and you should know by now how I deal with threats. She blinks. Oh. And once again begins laughing. I haven't done that in 2 centuries, she explains happily. Good times. Right, I draw. Well, I am most thankful for the warning. I tilt my head. If that was everything. Actually, Mephala interrupts and brings out 2 cups filled with a familiar steaming brew. How about you and I chat for a while? She smirks invitingly. On the one hand, Prince of Lies and Betrayal, on the other hand, supernatural coffee. Fuck. Chapter 145, Chapter 8, Chatting with a Spider. I take a deep breath and let out a tired sigh. Mephala's grin widens as I silently take a seat across her, and after making sure I am not about to ingest divine LSD, I take a sip of the offered drink and sigh once more, this time in contentment. Getting confident, are we? She teases. I roll my eyes in response. I've been herding rowdy adventurers for an entire day and then spent the rest of my time tinkering with the same damn automaton over and over. I think I would accept a mug of coffee from Dagon at this point. She gasps falsely, to be so easily discarded. I cannot help but chuckle at her reaction. I thought you were into that sort of thing. I tease back. She pouts and crosses her arms with a huff. I don't know what I have done to make you view me in such a negative light. I have been nothing but helpful. She smirks wryly. Am I not one of the good Didra, Revine? And since when was I a worshipper of any divine or Didra? I retort lazily. I may pay homage or grant some lip service, but I am not devoted to any higher power, nor will I ever be. She waves my answer off. Oh, I know that much, you wouldn't be interesting otherwise. Her answer makes me deadpan and she continues after a light giggle. If you would satisfy my curiosity, what drew you down here? Before I can answer she adds dryly, besides the obvious. I breathe in the warm scent of my drink before answering carefully. A certain scroll awaits atop the Tower of Mzark, and a certain lizard within the false Sunday. She leans on her elbows and draws closer to me. Oh, and why would you be interested in those? A mocking smirk spreads on my face as I answer. Oh, I don't know, I thought the 2 would be fine additions to my collection. She gives me a dry look and deadpans. Really, Revine? I cackle in satisfaction. Oh, I know you know why I am here. I cross my palms conspiratorially. I also know you princes have some rules to this whole game, otherwise the person of interest would have been snatched up already. My smirk turns feral. So no, I don't think I will be telling you anything outright. The Didric Prince of Lies is completely stunned for a split second before she breaks out into merry laughter once again. It takes her a whole minute to calm down before she looks at me with both fury and pride in her eyes. Well played, Revine, well played. I stand up and bow theatrically. I live to please my prince. She pouts. I really want to be angry, but I am far too busy being impressed instead. No offense meant, Lady Mephala. I smirk. I just do not trust the future of the world to the games of your bunch of bored lunatics. Her eye twitches. I am not sure how you expected me not to be offended by that. Oh well, the mad one is obviously insane enough for the both of you. I drawl flippantly. I would never insinuate that you, someone who keeps bothering some random elf on a whim, to be insane. She deadpans. You have become far more cheeky these days. I take a sip of my drink and shrug. Authority has gone to my head, it would appear. I wonder, she begins after a beat of silence. How have you made use of my most recent gift? Besides the spiders, that one I saw myself. She quickly adds. The guild branch, you mean? I raise an eyebrow. Can you not look at them whenever you please? I can, but that would not be as interesting now, would it? She asks as if it were obvious. I roll my eyes and slump deeper into my seat. I have them establishing a basic information network in every hold of Skyrim. I do not expect to find anything too valuable, but a merchant here and a beggar there feeding me rumors will no doubt prove at least somewhat useful. Good, she nods. I would be disappointed if you were to merely discard them after I went through the trouble of sending them your way. She then tilts her head. Though why not send them to eradicate the Scythites? I blink at the question and repeat it to myself. Why not just snap my fingers and have the Brotherhood removed from existence? Do I not trust my servants, or am I so paranoid of the possibility of some escaping? No, it is something else, something far more animalistic. I want to do it myself. I hum as the realization strikes me, forgetting I had company for a moment as I mutter, damn, I have become the very murder-happy lunatic I have sworn to destroy. A peal of laughter breaks me from my thoughts, and I remember I was sitting with a bloody demon, mentally slapping myself. I look up at Mephila with an irritated expression. I am happy my misfortune has entertained you. As you should, she nods with certainty and then closes in conspiratorially. So you plan on doing it personally then? Want to feel the fools expire below your foot as you decry their lack of skill and ability? Her questions have a seductive ring to them as she comes ever closer. Finally, as she is but a breath away from my face, she asks, what if I offered a more entertaining alternative? My left eyebrow raises inquisitively and the Daedra gleefully begins its explanation. Equals 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 equals. I walk out of my tent with my thoughts in a blur. Mephila's deviousness was as eye-opening as it was completely unsurprising. Still, her little game might prove to be both entertaining and enlightening. My passive precognition warns me to stop just in time to avoid an armored Nord from bumping into me. The man notices me and stops abruptly. He seems to want to say something but is too busy panting tiredly. I cross my arms and tap a finger on my elbow impatiently, each tap causing the man to look more ashamed as he finally manages to calm his breathing flame tongue. Sir, he begins in a panic. There has been an incident. One quick explanation later, I am following the man toward another cluster of Dwemer houses, my guards and a dozen other adventurers trailing behind us. A loud chittering noise alerts me to what the problem is, and I start rushing toward the largest concentration of life I manage to detect. I crash through a half-opened doorway into a large Dwemer house and am met with a swarm of shrews feasting on a bunch of dead adventurers, one Nord woman still swinging at them wildly in an attempt to survive. A whisper of arise and another swarm joins the fray. The spiders, too small to be noticed by my compatriots in the dark, start consuming the massive insects from the inside out, leaving empty husks of chitin whenever they reach. Soon everyone else catches up and falls upon the distracted shrews like an avalanche. They are taken out within seconds. I approach the woman slowly, wishing to check her for poison, only for her to swing a glass broadsword at my throat with surprising ferocity. Deciding to not waste time, I simply immobilized her with telekinesis. It took me a surprising amount of magicka, and just in case I lazily disarmed her with another twitch of my left hand. After making sure that she was indeed not about to die of poison, I kept her afloat until she finally stopped panicking. Her eyes widened comically as she finally calmed down, and I slowly put her back on the ground. Now then, I begin ominously as she and the man who ran to warn me hug it out in relief. They both flinch and stand at attention. What exactly were you fools doing so far out of camp? My eyes narrow and I almost growl. I gave strict orders that no one was to leave without my dispensation. What gave you the idea you could ignore my orders without consequence? It was Tungvar, sir, the man stammers. He said we should not waste time waiting for you mages and threatened to kick us out of the group if we didn't follow. He isn't lying, surprisingly enough. Still, I have to keep appearances. How awfully convenient for you that he is too dead to deny your claims. I deadpan. Both of them immediately began offering apologies and promising they would do better. Honestly, it was painful to listen to, but I had to let it play out for the audience. After enough simpering was had, I begin with a bored drawl. Well, seeing as your company has already paid quite the price for your ignorance, I lazily kick a half-eaten corpse. I will not have you return to the surface immediately. As I say this, both of them let out sighs of relief. However, I interrupt and they both stiffen. You will be on latrine duty for a month. Both of them cringe in disgust, knowing damn well that we used my spiders for such work, yet they let out not a peep of protest. Good, I nod and turn to the woman. You, what is your name? She seemed familiar and I might as well satisfy my curiosity. She blinks and points at herself questioningly. No, the other woman behind you. I roll my eyes and the rest of the adventurers chuckle. She blushes. Mjl, sir. Yup, knew I recognized her from somewhere right then. Mjl, I drawl. Do keep practicing with that blade, almost took my bloody head off and you weren't even aiming. Her blush deepens and most of the Nords present cheer, all the while my personal guards give her death glares behind their masks. We return to the camp and immediately get back to work digging in. The little excursion has no doubt reduced the window of time we had to prepare, and I was not about to face an army of angry Falmer without proper fortifications just because some idiots got greedy. Soon a moat filled with iron spikes surrounds the walls, and towers are built to house the spheres I reactivated. I personally took the time to erect a very tall tower in the camp's center, most adventurers giving me odd looks because of it and likely attributing it to the mage wanting his tower even in this bloody place. The odd and lightly mocking looks turned to awe as I summoned Gatecrasher atop the new tower and made sure it had full 360-degree coverage over the entire camp. It was 2 days later that Phineas returned, his bones heavily battered and his robes still repairing themselves. I had to smuggle him into the camp to avoid any questions as the old necromancer was far too exhausted to even summon his usual glamour. I promised to make him a ring to house the spell at all times in return for all the research he attained on the Falmer during the expedition, and he accepted happily. 3 days after that everyone was finally down, with only some supply runners and messengers remaining topside. Tolfder immediately got to work strengthening the walls and their foundations as he descended, our little camp looking more and more like a massive murder fortress as more time passed. Finally on the 10th day since I first laid my eyes on the ancient city of the Dwemer, my clairvoyance informed me that we were spotted. Not even an hour later the scout informed us of an approaching Falmer warband. Instead of feeling apprehensive at yet another siege, I started feeling giddy. My staff hand was getting twitchy with all this administrative work and tinkering, sometimes I just needed to smash something apart. As I spotted the first blind elf I couldn't help but mutter to myself, oh boy, here I go killing again. Minthera's loud facepalm didn't deter my enthusiasm in the slightest. Chapter 9, Breaking Their Backs. Honestly, I muttered dejectedly as I needlessly cleaned the already pristine blade of my staff that was incredibly disappointing. A small sea of dead Falmer lies in front of the fortress, most of them punctured by an arrow or an automaton's crossbow bolt. The attack consisted only of a couple hundred of them, and considering our ridiculous amount of over-preparation they died without me even getting a swing in. Are you actually pouting right now? Minthara deadpants. Marco begins to snicker, but one look from me shuts him up. I turn back to the redhead and nod seriously yes. I flick a lazy hand toward the ancient Dwemer city. I know this was just a scouting party, but I at least hoped to get a spell in before they all died like bugs. I blink at a massive shriss impaled by an equally imposing bolt. Well, you get my point. A beat of awkward silence passes. Welp, I clap my hands as my staff disappears and I get up from my seat. I guess I will go and continue tinkering with the centurion carcasses, might as well make something out of all this waiting. Just as I am about to start walking away I feel a light tremor in the ground and slowly turn around. Quickly activating clairvoyance I get the impression that a scout actually survived and informed the rest where we were. I blink. I really should not tempt Murphy like that. Now I feel kinda bad. Soon the alarm bells are sounded and those still busy looting the corpses and recovering ammunition quickly return back to our fortress. Like a well-oiled machine, courtesy of yours truly, the adventurers quickly position themselves atop the walls in anticipation. Minthara grabs her hammer and leans it on her shoulder, then smirks at me teasingly. You were saying? I shrug nonchalantly. Let us see you retain your newfound smugness after we get smashed by 4,000 of the fuckers. 4,000? She mutters absent-mindedly and then it clicks. What? If there is one thing I have learned during this expedition it is that clairvoyance combined with inherent precognitive abilities is completely and utterly busted. General POV. The horde of Falmer quickly surrounded the fortress that somehow sprouted under their notice. After everything that happened in the past week or so it became rather evident to even the slowest among the current residents of Blackreach that they were under attack by something far more dangerous than what they were used to dealing with. The more magically adept among the tribes, those who managed to live a relatively long life due to their talents and attained wisdom beyond their unfortunate limitations, quickly decided that the threat had to be dealt with as swiftly as possible. Most of the tribes grumbled at the shaman's insistent urging, their petty rivalries stopping them from fully committing to driving out the invaders. Still, all of the chieftains agreed that a unified force needed to be sent forward and they all ordered a sizable portion of their warriors to follow the shamans in their preemptive strike. An ancient among her kind, Nightshade gazed at the small fortress with her rudimentary perception spell. She could feel a relatively small number of invaders, and only a third of them were even properly armored. What did give her pause were the 3 massive presences within the camp, Compared to their fellows who looked like candle flames flickering in the wind, the trio looked like the false sun itself. Immediately she understood that many of her kind would die today, but if that ensured their continued survival then so be it. Still, she wouldn't just throw her people at the walls, she was no furious child after all. No, a plan needed to be hatched. Revine's POV. The ranks of Falmer stop just outside what they presume is our range, even still we hold back our attacks in hopes of preserving our strength for when the time comes. How often can you use the Thursday Tolfdir asks calmly as he observes the enemy force. He lazily cleans his beard causing breadcrumbs to scatter onto the stone below him. I tap my helmet in thought, one big fire breath or two force waves, after that I am down to minor shouts. I can push harder but at that point I start to take damage. I explain simply. Tolfdir nods in satisfaction. Good, wait for their most powerful to start joining the battle before destroying them. He smirks. That should cause them to break a light chuckle if they even survive, that is. I was already going to do that but it is good to know even the old man agreed. Our attention is drawn by a shifting within the enemy ranks, the Falmer warriors split and make a path for a bunch of other humanoids shambling like zombies and wearing what can barely be classified as a potato sack. Some of them were even armed. A psychological attack, I say, almost in praise. Indeed, Tolfrid's voice is far harder than moments ago. Whoever leads them is no fool. We need to act quickly if we want to avoid whatever it is they are planning. Tolfdir lets out a tired sigh and looks at me almost pleadingly. You once told me that they brainwash their thralls, are you certain that there is no saving them? My thoughts immediately turned into a blur. I spent a long time reading up on the different enemies I might end up facing in Skyrim, and the Falmer were easily among the most numerous. Their thralls were generally considered unrecoverable without intensive restoration and alchemy, something that we had no reasonable access to. Deciding that Tolfdir's trust is far more important to me than any potential losses among the adventurers or workers, I say they can be saved in theory, but it would require a great and concentrated effort from multiple equally great healers. I look at him regretfully. I do not believe we can afford such a risk right now. Tolfdir huffs and looks at me sternly. Go and dig a 3-meter deep hole under the central tower, make it big enough to hold all of them, and make it fast. I blink. Master Tolfdir, I understand. He raises a hand to interrupt me. Do as I say, Revine, it is about time that you learned there is more than one archmage in Winterhold. And with those slightly ominous words, he walks toward the gate. I shake off my bewilderment and get to work. At least whatever was about to happen was bound to be interesting. General POV. As the thralls weakly march toward the fortress, a lone figure leaves its gates. The wizened Nord man, looking to be easily in his 80s and wearing simple-looking yet richly appointed robes, raises his hands like a conductor about to begin a symphony. The thralls continue on, Nightshade tempering her giddiness with caution as she notes the lack of arrows striking them. That is until she feels the veritable sun of Magicka gathered at a single point. Tolfdir's raised hands descend downwards as a massive burst of green Magicka envelopes the thralls, causing every single last one of them to fall to the ground as if their strings were cut. Once more the old master spreads his hands forward, Magicka wafting off his form almost like a gas leaking from his very body, and with a powerful yank pulls toward himself. As one, the paralyzed thralls fly toward him and with another wave of his hands continue beyond him. Just as Revine finishes pulling his final spider worker out of the massive square hole that he just had dug in the middle of camp, hundreds of motionless bodies fly inside, neatly stacking atop each other while also being positioned in such a way that none get hurt. Tolfdir stares in the direction of the enemy commander, his experience allowing him to easily identify their position, and with a stomp launches a spiraling boulder toward their position. As the projectile strikes its target, the old man clears his hands and lets out a disdainful humph. Before turning back and walking into the fort, not a bead of sweat on his brow. Nightshade quickly awakens only to find herself half buried below the rock that suddenly smashed into her well-hidden position. She tries to wiggle out but soon realizes that it will take her a while to magic her way out of her current predicament. She observes her forces' reaction only to find them in a mad dash toward the fortress in an idiotic attempt to avenge her. She tries to warn them off but her pleas go unheard. She is too deeply buried and the mess of movement ruins all chances of anyone finding her. All she could do now was lament her folly as she felt the first of her people get burned alive. Revine's POV. As Tolfdir enters the fort, he quickly sits down on the ground and starts breathing heavily. I offer a Magicka potion but he waves me off. No, that would only make it worse. He chuckles. I channeled a bit too much and my old bones need rest. Go and lead the defense. I will make sure the thralls do not hurt themselves. I nod and shadow walk atop the gatehouse. Some of the adventurers look at the approaching army with shaky hands, but my presence at least manages to focus their attention on me. I cast Amplify Voice and speak up with confidence and authority. Prepare bows and await my signal. Not being one for speeches, I settle on merely giving the command, my confidence in the face of danger combined with my reputation serving as enough motivation for the adventurers to calm down and prepare. The Falmer walk over the corpses of the scouting party, not slowing down for even a moment as they feel the bodies below their feet. They get closer, easily within bow range, but I still remain silent. Finally, just as their archers get into position behind the warriors, I send a mental command, and as one, 40 Dwemer spheres focus down on the approaching archers, and as one they loose their bolts, each and every one hitting their target. The Falmer approach falters as a small hole opens up in their formation, and I see my chance now. I yell and toss a massive fireball at the surprised warriors, turning them to ash. High above me, a loud cranking noise resounds as Gatecrasher starts lobbing the simple steel bolts I had made for this kind of situation. Whenever it doesn't target, arrows rain upon the Falmer, our height advantage and lack of blindness allowing us to shoot them with reckless abandon. The ground below the fort becomes a storm of death as conventional weapons mix with elemental magic, killing the Falmer by the hundreds. Still, their numbers are far too large for us to push them back with only ranged weapons, and they soon manage to cross the moat, by climbing over the bodies of their comrades, and start climbing up the walls. The first among them get cut down far quicker than I remember the Forsworn dying, the speed at which we reap the disgusting creatures making me almost pity them for their weakness. Soon their elite warriors began appearing, their bodies almost fully covered in chitin, and some even carried lightly enchanted blades. I got the feeling that many of my own would die if they were allowed atop the walls. Neither their strength nor their equipment would save them from what was to come. Just as the first armored warrior was about to start climbing, I took in a deep breath, some of the degenerated elves flinching as their instincts screamed for them to run. But it was far too late for that. Yol Torshul. A massive blast of fire, far larger than what I achieved at Heraldstead, covers the oncoming army. I almost stumble when my clairvoyance informs me I had just killed close to 1,000 in a single instant. The battlefield quietens down for a moment, and then the Falmer rout, screaming and whimpering as fear overtakes even the bravest among them, the adventurers cheering and some of the more vindictive ones still firing arrows at their fleeing enemies. General POV. Nightshade finally manages to dig herself out of her stony prison, just in time to feel it. The dimmest of the three suns brightened suddenly, and as three simple words left its mouth she felt as if the world itself decided that her people would burn, and so they did. And she could do naught but watch. Understanding her utter defeat, Nightshade prepared to retreat, only to feel two claws suddenly grab her shoulders and lift her in the air. Whatever held her was searing hot, causing her great pain as it carried her toward the fortress. The last thing she heard before she lost consciousness from the immense pain was a young, cheerful voice chirping yoink. Chapter X, Blood of Snow and Sun. Revine's POV. I turn from the burned field stoically and speak up once more. Double the patrols for now, we must be prepared if they decide on another attack. The adventurers and armed laborers salute as I pass by them, expressions of fear and awe on their faces. As I descend, I am greeted by the sight of Tolfdir looking down at the piled-up thralls with a mix of anger and sadness splayed on his wizened face. I stand next to the old man. How do you plan on helping them? He remains silent, almost as if he didn't register my words, but just as I am about to shake him to grab his attention, he answers with a tired voice, I have a lot of wealth saved up. I will commission Håkon and Colette to help me find a way to bring them back to normal. He takes one last look at the thralls before looking up at me. Why exactly are you gathering those things behind your tent? His tone is terse but lacking any judgment. I shrug and point my hand at the hole. Much like they do not deserve their fate, neither do the Falmer. Tolfdir's eyes narrow before ultimately softening, a proud smile replacing his tired frown. I am happy you do not use your power exclusively for yourself. He taps my shoulder. You truly make this old man proud. Deciding not to be contrarian, I accept his praise in the spirit it is given and smile back at him. What is the point of having all this magic at the tip of my fingers and not helping where I can? He nods happily, and when I turn to leave he calls out to me, oh, and Revine, I think you have proven yourself responsible enough for your next lesson. I turn back just in time to catch a duo of spellbooks he tossed my way. Blinking in surprise, I look at the titles and barely hold back a satisfied giggle as I read the words The Art of Transmutation, The Art of Corporal Transmutation, both penned by Tolfdir Ebenfrost. Instead of acting like a child, I give Tolfdir a deep bow. I will not betray your trust, Master Tolfdir. I seem to have passed some kind of hidden test, or well, he thinks I did, and I only convinced him through literal divine intervention, well, Daedric intervention, but my point stands. My musing ceases when I reach my little corner of the fort and walk into the secluded space behind my tent, being positioned in a crook near the great lift. The sound of light growling and Dunmerry cursing can be heard as I pass through the doorway I had built and into the grounds housing my current projects. To my left lie disassembled Dwemer automatons, their total number long since forgotten as I had dozens of them tossed my way on the daily. To my right lies my current destination, about a dozen Fommer, a couple from each of their presumed castes, lie either paralyzed or surrounded and immobilized by my halberd-wielding guards. Davos notices my presence and speaks up, having to shout over the growls of yet another Fommer who got hit by a paralysis spell, courtesy of a very annoyed Yggdrasil. We got them as you requested, boss. The chiefs were a bit harder but I managed to get through their poison resistance with an increase in dosage. He tosses an ear in his hand and catches it lazily. Had to go through 4 of them to get it right though. Not that they will be missed, I snort, as he also finishes mocking the dead. I ask, and has Scorch had any luck? He goes to respond but I raise a hand. Never mind, he has arrived. As I say this we all suddenly feel a wave of heat as Scorch passes through the ward I had set up with little resistance and deposits his steaming prey onto the ground. I look up at his smug face. I do believe I told you to get it as unharmed as possible. He pompously waves me off with his wing. The degenerate stunk to oblivion. Pops, you can't expect me to debase my divine self to that extent, so I had it cleaned. I nod dumbly with fire. He nods rapidly. Indeed, no better pesticide than fire. The sarcasm in my voice going completely over his tiny head, or maybe he ignored me on purpose. He is me, technically. I groan. Just go and stalk your next target. His eyes brighten, literally, and just as he is about to take off I add, and don't burn them this time, I just want to know their every move. If a bird could scowl he would, and as he flies off I swear I hear him grumble, stinking Pops can't leave a crumb of burning to us poor peasants. I turn back to the rest just in time to see Marin whack a Fommer into unconsciousness with the butt of his halberd as the foolish goblin managed to get through the paralysis by way of sheer rage. The twitching near corpse of the Fommer shaman alerts me to its expiring life and I quickly get to healing up the damage as best as I can while Yggdrasil goes to grab her research notes. As my guards finally manage to shackle the prisoners I finish restoring the Fommer shaman, and to my great surprise, after she manages to calm down from the agony she was no doubt placed under by my psychopathic bird boi, I hear the creature croak in broken Tamrielic, its voice a scratchy and barely legible thing. It looks in my general direction and I feel if it had eyes they would narrow in hatred. You are one that burn my kin. Immediately deciding to not take any chances with this one I press down on her with my telekinesis while ignoring her question and asking one of my own. How are you able to speak Tamrielic? The Fommer mage's face contorts into a facsimile of a proud grin as she simply croaks out, live long, learn much. You should not be capable of even understanding a complex language. What did you change? I press once again, my telekinesis bearing down just a tad harder. And why should I tell? She tilts her head, completely ignoring my attempts at intimidation. You killed kin, and soon kill me. She states with certainty. Why should I help? I realize that there is no fight left in the old Fommer and lift my telekinesis, causing her to drop to the ground clumsily, much to my amusement, and answer. I plan on restoring your people's original forms and freeing them from the Dwemer's curse, and having you all serve me as your sole master. My answer surprises both the Fommer and my own subjects. Well, everyone but Davos, he had learned this lesson by now. The Fommer stills, seemingly unsure of what she had just heard. Finally, she tilts her head in confusion. You bring back old blood. Indeed, I answer simply, if the old crone had eyes I have no doubt she would be looking at me with doubt, and you will be given the chance to help me down this difficult path. I smirk. Aren't I generous? She remains silent for a very long time, seemingly battling her fury and her lack of understanding at the same time. After a good 10 minutes, during which I was lazily reading through Tolfder's book on corporeal transmutation, she speaks up again. To make mind strong, I pull on memory in blood. Her voice is slow and deliberate as she practically forces the words out. I look up and blink in surprise. Either she was able to pull on the mystical aspect of an elf's blood or she straight up dug into her DNA. Either would speed the project up massively. And how did you manage this? I ask. She shrugs. Pull blood with light, is simple. Her voice is almost deadpan, making my eyebrow twitch violently. I take a deep breath and force myself to be patient. Am I to assume you are ready to help me then? She nods hesitantly after a moment. Good. I nod and finally ask, did you give yourself a name? She shakes her head. No, but his name. I detect a note of sadness in her voice. You call me Nightshade. Very well then, Nightshade, I drawl. Let us engage in some jolly cooperation and bring back an entire race of elves. What could possibly go wrong? My eyes glint with a mix of expectation and mania, something I was kindly informed of by a smug Davos later. Marco's POV. I grunt as I toss another Fommer corpse into the pile, and to think I was afraid of the creatures as they stormed the fort. No. I shake my head. In a fight that even remotely came close to the concept of fair, they would have killed us or enslaved us all within minutes. A calloused hand taps my shoulder and a middle-aged Nord adventurer pulls my attention. You've done enough, kid, go and take a breather. He says kindly but firmly. I nod tiredly, wishing I could go back to my past self and smack him for volunteering to help with the corpses. As I take a seat on an upturned rock, I can't help but wish for a fair maiden to help soothe my pains. My thoughts drift to Minthara and I immediately shiver in fear, my body remembering what she did to me the first time I suggested something of the sort, even if my mind did not. My eyes drift across the adventurers milling about, most of them immediately getting filed into the uninteresting section of my mind. Just as I am about to get up and head back to camp, I see a mature Dunmer lady approaching me with a glint in her eye. I guess she will do in a pinch. Gabriella's POV. The target's first student is immediately captivated by my beauty, the scroll working as intended. What is a young hero like yourself doing all alone after a battle? I ask near teasingly, easily pretending to be interested in him. He smirks proudly. I just finished helping the men with the corpses, magic really does wonders sometimes. Then he raises an eyebrow playfully. And what is a woman of your divine beauty doing down here? He asks cheesily. Ugh, does that even work on anyone? I hold back a wince and smile seductively while stretching and showing off hints of my curves. I need some help to move things around in my tent. I close in as his eyes light with interest. I was hoping you had the time. He stands up and bows theatrically. It would be my pleasure, madam. He looks up. May I have the honor of knowing your name? I giggle. Oh, you can call me Gabby. And you may call me Marco, he says proudly, adventurer and bard extraordinaire. He places the feathered cap he pulled out of somewhere onto his head. Now lead the way, dear lady. The urge to gut this fool grows with each passing moment as he keeps childishly bragging about every little thing he had ever done. To be fair to him, if I still was a blushing child, I could see myself being impressed by his idiotic showing off. After what feels like a year, we finally get to my tent. I sway my hips as we enter. I need you to help me fix this, I purr as I lean onto a small chest stacked onto another chest, making sure to give him a full view of my rear, and grasp the poisoned stiletto placed in a crook to its side. Moments pass and I do not feel the young fool attempting to fondle me. I turn around with a confused smile. Are you no? A lute collides with my face with surprising force and bashes me into the ground. I try and get up, but the lute once more lands onto my head. My consciousness starts fading and I hear the boy mumble something about idiots approaching trained mages with shitty glamour spells. By Scythes, I am such an idiot. Marco's POV. Truly I am destined for loneliness. I sigh as I lovingly tap my dear lute, enchanted to oblivion and back to be as tough and hard as possible. At least you won't ever abandon me. I knew you were a degenerate, but this is too much even for me. Eek, I cry in surprise, most assuredly not screaming like a scared girl, and glare at Scorch, his eyes gleaming with mirth as he steps out of a nearby shadow, his flames lighting up slowly. Go fuck yourself, Scorch, you complete and utter waste of magicka. I exclaim furiously. After taking some deep breaths, I finally calm down and ask the chuckling bird, why were you in this tent anyways? The bird shrugs. Some dumb bitch decided to try and ambush Pops with a tamed spider. I blink. Yeah, that would not end well for anyone. Slowly I turn to the unconscious, and bleeding, Dunmer on the ground. That her? I ask. Scorch bobs his head rapidly as he looks down. Yup, that is the degenerate Enwa. He slowly looks back up at me and cheerfully asks, wanna burn her? Of course, that is the first thing he asks. Chapter 148, Chapter 11, Torment. Revine's POV. I know what I am doing, so stop distracting me, damn it. Yggdrasil hisses at me as her hands hover over a convulsing Falmer warrior. The creature's muscles bulge as the magic inside it twists and turns. Are you quite sure about that? I retort condescendingly, my eyes glowing with attention. Her head snaps in my direction just in time for the magicka she poured inside the sedated creature to destabilize and cause all its blood vessels to burst, immediately covering the poor girl in blood and gore. I cannot help but laugh at her expression. She looks like she wants to strangle both me and the recently detonated Falmer. I raise my hands mockingly. Oh, don't give me that look, I just sped up what you were about to do anyways. What do you mean? She questions, completely done with life. Well, you obviously did not stabilize each organ as you went about your work, meaning that the body was going to burst no matter what. I explain simply, and if I allowed you to continue you would have gotten bone shrapnel to the face and then I would have to heal you, which would be inconvenient. She throws the towel she was wiping her face with onto a nearby table and grumbles, why don't you do it then? She asks sarcastically, if you are oh so wise and learned, why not just do everything yourself? I ignore her insolent tone and explain patiently, because my dear retainer, I have other things to focus on and am still working on perfecting the spell formula, and the notes you take on the process will help me greatly. And just as she is about to nod in understanding, I add, and I would not wish to deprive you of the rich learning experience, that would be cruel. She groans in frustration and leaves to write everything down, everything she learned thus far, a very confused nightshade hobbling after her. I make my way toward a heavily secluded section of my little compound and unseal the stone doorway just in time to let a tired Marco, who was dragging a knocked-out Dunmer, enter. As he does so, Scorch flies in and rapidly perches his shrunken form on my shoulder, immediately transferring his memories of the little adventure he went on. So that was the beast's master? I asked curiously. My memories of the Guild of Murder Hobos were quite dim, as I always found the very concept of their organization to be idiotic and avoided them completely, well, unless I was in the process of culling them, that is. I note the state of the prisoner as Marco tosses her onto the ground and can't help but jokingly ask what happened to being a gentleman, Marco. He sighs and very lightly kicks her leg. I thought I was finally going to get some, and then she just had to go and be an idiot about it. At worst case you can just go for one of the workers, I shrug. There ought to be an orc whose tastes you fit. Fuck off, he scowls for a moment before bursting into laughter. A moment of relaxed silence later, I turn serious. I do not believe you want to stay here for what is to come. As expected, he nods and I continue. Go and fetch Davos, I have need of his skills. He looks down at the downed woman with pity. He seems to want to tell me something but merely shakes his head sadly before leaving. Davos arrives quickly and we prepare the small room for what is to come. The spider the assassin sent to attack me while I was alone, standing perfectly still in one of the corners and patiently waiting for my orders. As everything is nice and tidy, I nod to Davos, who empties a bucket of freezing cold water onto the assassin's head. She gasps and rapidly looks around before her eyes land on me. Welcome to my parlor, said the spider to the fly. I state eerily and she gulps in fear. Minthera's POV. What do you mean you can't tell me where he is? I ask, impatiently tapping my foot on the hard ground in front of Revine's tents. The one to my left tiredly repeats the low cough. Boss, I deadpan at his slip of the tongue, has ordered no one was to disturb him while he does his work. The one to my right sighs, what is so urgent that you can't wait for a while? He taps his halberd, which shimmers red for an instant. If you need assistance, we don't mind giving you a hand. Oh yes, because you can teach me how to progress with my Thursday on my side. What am I to tell them? Hey, I am bored and really want to learn how to blow things up with my voice, and really can't be asked to wait for another 10 days for my teacher to actually continue teaching me so we can kill the damned dragon hidden in the literal sun hanging over our heads. I palm my face slowly. Might as well tell them my life story. I just really need to see him. There is something very important we need to talk about and I can't share even a single detail with you. I state firmly, still hoping they might see reason. Look lady, the one to the left groans. I get that you are his apprentice and all, but as I have said, he is fucking busy, so stop being a brat and come back later. Just as I am about to leave and simply sneak in from above, a wave of heat lands on my skin before Scorch bursts out from the tent, evidently enjoying my discomfort as I hide a win CE. He looks at me with the same mocking expression Revine often wears whenever he disapproves of my headstrong behavior. Let this rebellious follower of mine in. He simply states and flies back inside. I walk inside and through the walled-off section behind the tent, soon finding my way to a smaller tent, its canvas covered in runes that I vaguely recognize as having something to do with cancelling sound. A proud smirk worms its way onto my face as I realize I didn't even need to concentrate to translate them. The smirk disappears once I enter and loud screams of pain slam against my ears, followed by sudden silence. Before an eerily calm Revine sits a Dunmer woman, both her legs and her left arm missing. My eyes whip to the left only to see a massive frostbite spider munching on a grey foot. The sight makes me queasy, but I don't react visibly. Welcome mint horror, Revine states simply. I do hope forcing your way in was worth the trouble. I note some minor amusement in his voice as he says this, though the light twitching in his expression informs me of just how furious he is. An instinctual anger stirs inside me as I look at the completely ravaged Dunmer before him, but I know Revine is not one for needless cruelty, so before I react outwardly I ask, and why are you torturing this woman? I am torturing no one. He smirks. Davos is. Oh fuck off, the short Dunmer scoffs as he sharpens a knife. His expression is one of boredom, the grey quarter elf treating dismemberment as just another day on the job. The tied-up woman is delirious, likely temporarily knocked out from the pain, and who is she to deserve such treatment? Just a member of the Dark Brotherhood on a mission to kill me. Revine deadpants. My eyes immediately narrow at the bound Dunmer. I always hated assassins and could barely tolerate the ones Revine employed. The Dark Brotherhood was the worst of them, and any torture he inflicted upon them would not be enough. Revine sees my expression shift and snorts. Knew you would see it my way. He points at the prisoner. Bitch tried to off Marco before he clobbered her with his loot. He shakes his head amusedly. Fucking mad lad. And why would the Dark Brotherhood target you? I ask, even if I could immediately name a couple of people off the top of my head who would profit from his death. That'd be dear Lenwen, the Thalmor ambassador. Poor girl is still a bit pissy after I slapped her in front of the entire court of Solitude. He waves it off like it is no big deal. Oh, that is not good. Why would she try and assassinate you and not just use her authority to try and capture you? I ask after some thought. Revine scoffs. And what is she going to do? Accuse me, a Dunmer of Talos worship? He shakes his head. No, I showed her place in the magical hierarchy and she knows she cannot openly challenge me. It is a rather idiotic part of Thalmor culture, but it works for me. That is, interesting to know. So do you suspect there are more of them here? I ask tentatively. He nods. At least one is my guess, though the little shit has proven uncooperative. The prisoner stirs and her eyes open. I see the realization in her eyes as she understands she was not in a nightmare. Her lack of limbs doesn't faze her, but the moments she sees the spider eating her flesh, tears streak down her face. Odd. What were you expecting, sending a spider to hunt a Mephilan? Revine condescends, obviously not intending for the assassin to live if he was ready to spout that loud and clear. The woman shifts, desperately trying to get out of her bindings, something rendered rather difficult by a severe lack of appendages. Finally, she sighs in defeat and painfully croaks out, "Just kill me. The void shall embrace me." Revine cackles like a madman and shakes his head. "Oh no, my dear Gabriella, we haven't even started yet." He looks at Davos. "Give her the big one." Boss Davos grabs a glowing red potion and tries to stuff it down Gabriella's face, but she shuts her mouth as hard as she can. Rolling his eyes, Revine raises a hand, forcing her jaw to open with a groan of bones, and forces the liquid down her throat with the other. The assassin looks as if she expects pain, but when her limbs slowly start regrowing she first feels relief, and then an expression of pure dread appears on her face. "Ha!" Revine exclaims. "You thought?" He points at her with disturbing amounts of satisfaction. I quickly leave the tent, deciding that my lessons could wait a bit longer. Revine's POV. It took me 3 empowered potions of regeneration to finally break the murder hobo. As I had guessed, there was another member of the Brotherhood skulking about, the Shadowscale Argonian. He was not among our hired help, yet he had somehow sneaked in with us. He would likely skulk about before trying to stab me in a crucial moment of weakness, and we can't be having that. Besides, killing a Shadowscale will give me some nice brownie points with the Telvanni. I delivered my own brand of poetic justice by having Gabriella's spider consume her and sent the thing to hunt the Argonian. I was not surprised by the Brotherhood's attempt to kill me, I expected it even, but I was still furious at them and would thoroughly enjoy butchering the whole deranged family of death cultists. A couple of days after the Falmer attacked us and I dealt with my unannounced visitor, we were finally prepared to go on the attack. Well, I say that, but we would still need to skulk about as our numbers did not magically increase all of a sudden. My automatons were good for defending, but I did not have the time to optimize their systems for all-purpose warfare, so sending them forward would be wasteful. We had to take baby steps in our expansion. Take too much and we get overwhelmed, take too little and people get uppity. The clearing of Blackreach would likely take us months, and keeping morale up was no doubt going to become a problem. Still, the rewards would no doubt be worth it. Now just how to convince everyone that fighting a dragon was a good idea? Remember my little parable about spiders and bone chewing? Did you think I was kidding? Stones, please. Chapter 12, Deep Holm. General POV. 3 months had passed since the rather pitiful attempt on Revine's life and the subsequent execution of the assassin by way of ravenous spider, and many things had happened in the meantime. The hastily erected fortress rapidly sprouted into a small adventurer's town. A sea of tents and ramshackle huts now surrounded the pristine magically erected headquarters of the mages, and despite the difficulty, a couple of enterprising traders quickly established themselves and opened multiple essential shops and even an inn, profiting madly from the inflated prices they demanded of the now very wealthy adventurers. Blackreach was a massive place, and even after such a long time the expedition had barely scratched the surface. Every tiny Dwemer settlement they cleared out contained immense amounts of wealth and potential knowledge, something that the college immediately laid its claim on without a hint of remorse, the grouchy master of conjuration strong-arming his way into possession of any of the more complex artifacts the adventurers found. There was some whinging, but fair compensation was given, and everyone knew that the mages held all the authority within the expedition, so no one tried anything funny. After the first month, rumors of wealth and glory had started to spread among certain circles, and the town now housed well over 400 explorers and adventurers. Mercenaries, hedge mages hoping to prove themselves to the college, and even some companions. Warriors and scholars from all walks of life converged in the settlement, now known as Deep Holm. The discovery of massive soul gem deposits and some very expensive alchemical ingredients also had the effect of the laborer population exploding to well over double their protectors' numbers. The people might have been uneasy with such a state of affairs if not for hundreds of automatons, marked with purple Dunmary runes, patrolling the perimeter at all times. Not everything was sunshine and rainbows, however. The constant attacks by the Farmer and the ancient Dwemer automata waiting in every nook and cranny ended many an unprepared adventurer. As the expedition progressed deeper into Blackreach, the danger had become so great that any who were unprepared or too eager quickly found themselves becoming a cautionary tale, if their remains were ever found, that is. Hundreds had died, yet the constant stream of recruits did not stop. The tales of how a successful delver could decorate his whole family in silver drawing the greedy or the desperate like moths to a miniature sun. In short, the expedition had become a meat grinder, one built solely for the leaders to enrich themselves with wealth and knowledge, and the meat was all too happy to offer itself up on the altar of progress. In a large and fortified stone building that fit snugly near the great lift sat the most active of the master's triumvirate. Revine Flametongue rarely took a break since he first descended, only leaving the deep cavernous city once, and only when he had set up a portal. His many projects left him with an immense amount of work that required an equally immense amount of multitasking, something he enjoyed very much. Many developments had occurred during his stay below ground. After exchanging some letters with the High King, it was decided that he would resign from his position as court mage. The young king had enough time to get used to Revine's general lack of presence, and no great crisis had occurred in the meantime, so the transition happened with relative ease. He still had his title of Royal Thane, so he got to keep his chambers atop the mage's tower, so all he lost was his admittedly large salary. The only real issue that came with the decision was a rather pouty Sibyl who at first refused to speak with Revine due to him running off at the first opportunity, but some gifts and promises of later visits soon had her relenting, and the two spent a couple of days nerding out about everything the Dunmer had discovered in the depths, his vampiric lover even helping him come up with a couple of ideas to streamline his designs. His research into Dwemer tech had finally started delivering massive results, the many carcasses he happily bought in exchange for some weak enchantments giving him more research material than he could reasonably waste if he were to just smash parts together and pray for the best. He now had a small army of spheres and spiders, even some freshly forged ballistae, though none were on the level of Gatecrasher, as that one was the result of months of focused and expensive work. The Farmer rejuvenation project was going, as well as can be expected. Hundreds of the captured creatures had ended up exploded or turned into barely more than tumorous sludge, only half a dozen of the more magically adept producing any kind of success, with Nightshade proving herself more and more useful as time went on. Currently Revine was happily reading a letter that came with the most recent wave of supplies. The parchment bore the seal of Great House Telvanni, and next to it lay a bound stack of books and scrolls, the result of his most recent transaction and his first overture to the nobility of Morrowind. Flashback, 1 month after Gabriella's death, Revine's POV. The Argonian was finally getting antsy. The fool almost reacted when I strutted about camp with the captured spider, but wisely held himself back. I kept presenting minor opportunities for him to attack me, only for something to happen that would make any kind of attack impossible. Each time I perceived him approach, I would suddenly twist the conversation into mocking his sister, my blessing easily allowing me to do so without arousing any kind of suspicion from him, and instead drawing out his rage with every passing day. After making some rather unfortunate remarks about the Argonian population of southern Morrowind, just enough to cross a line in the little murder hobo's mind, I left the camp to go for a walk, an enthusiastic walk in the mushroom woods one might call it. As predicted, a small band of Farmer ambushed me, and I had a fun time pretending they were more powerful than they looked, showing myself as exhausted beyond belief after the battle was done and I had slain the pitifully weak leader of the group. Deciding to pour oil onto the burning fire, I lowered my pants and openly relieved myself. Not on the corpses, I am not a barbarian. The moment I felt movement behind me, I groaned in a rise in pure delight, the assassin stumbling in disgust for a short instant, just enough to get grabbed from behind by my first shade and get his feet devoured by a horde of tiny spiders. After making sure I was presentable, I turned around with a welcoming smile. A look of defeat soon appeared on the Argonian's face as he realized he was but a puppet on the strings of my amusement. Well, now, I began gleefully, a shadow scale delivers itself to me on a silver platter. I do have to admit, Astrid really is generous. Vizero lets out a confused and pained hiss. What are you talking about? My smile is all teeth. Just imagine what House Telvanni might offer for one of the Enwas that slaughtered their own. I cross my fingers calculatively. Truly, the kindness of Sithis knows no bounds. Flashback end. The letter in response to my gift read as such. Sira Revine, I have to admit that I was greatly surprised when I found out a mage of Skyrim was the one to send me the most auspicious gift I received. I have taken the liberty of researching your exploits and must admit my regret at your first interaction with our house. I must express my great satisfaction that the foolish actions of the exile Moban did not sour any potential relations and hope that my gift will be sufficient incentive for future cooperation. You will be happy to know that the slave you presented has managed to do the impossible and a large number of masters gathered to see it executed in a most satisfying fashion. Truly nothing brings such unity to our house as seeing the hated Enwas suffer. Your research into Dmurtek has also reached my ears, and I have thusly decided to present you with a selection of my own works on the subject as a return gift. I hope that if you ever find yourself in Fair Morrowind you will visit my tower in Tel Dimen so we may discuss the subject extensively. Signed, Archmagister Baladas Demnevani of Great House Telvanni. That went far better than it had any right to are the first thoughts that enter my mind upon reading this. I was lucky the new Archmagister was a canny politician and not one of the insane old farts that usually plague that great house. Though that may be the exact reason the true powerhouses of the house had elected him in the first place. Now that I think about it, the eruption of Red Mountain and the subsequent war left their domain mauled and someone competent was needed to get things moving again. I quickly skim through the notes he left and smile happily when I realize that they would speed up my own research by a massive amount. The Archmagister was renowned to be one of the rare people who could override an automaton or three, but with my own specialized way of doing things and his partial knowledge I could rapidly begin working on more advanced models. Unfortunately such things will have to wait. After securing my newest treasures I head outside, passing by Nightshade who was busy happily stuffing herself with foods she had never tasted. The farmer now stood a bit straighter, strands of silver hair growing erratically atop her head and her left eye gleaming a cold blue through the opened scab. The farmer pulled her food closer to herself as I neared, her newfound gluttony being one of the few ways she got her mind off of the many failed tests at reviving the true form of her people. I had honestly expected her to grow distrustful and angry after our many failures, but each time a farmer died under our care it only served to rekindle her determination to succeed. I was genuinely starting to respect the disgusting little genius. After a short walk I found myself standing in front of a large building at the camp's center, the tower I erected earlier still standing proudly above it. Tolfdir's abode was more a massive hospital than anything else. His attempts to cure the thralls were slowly bringing results and the constant visits by either Masters Håkon or Colette were becoming a common sight these days. I passed through the silent halls and soon entered a small room atop the building, the other two masters already present and waiting for me while they looked over an extremely detailed map of Blackreach. Only us three were allowed up here, the firm way in which Tolfdir decided that no one else was to meddle in the expedition's leadership, as to avoid possible power plays, served only to grow my admiration for the ancient man. You are finally here. Phineas grouches from his seat. Tolfdir gives me his usual grandfatherly smile. Do not listen to him, young Revine, us old men should know patience. He smirks at Phineas who merely rolls his eyes. We exchange greetings and I begin the meeting by asking, has the time finally come? Tolfdir nods slowly. Indeed, we have started coming too close to the main city and any further exploration will be impossible without clearing it out. The next batch of adventurers should be here before the day is out and we need to use them before they become too much of a burden on supplies. Phineas cackles. How cruel you are, master. Tolfdir merely huffs. They know the risks of coming down here. And then puffs his chest out proudly. We are here to uncover the history of our lands, not enrich ourselves. I look away while whistling and Phineas bursts into a fit of Skeletor-esque laughter. The oldest man present grumbles something about disrespectful youths and we all trail off. Soon I realize both of them are staring at me and I huff in indignation. Why do I have to be the one to decide on a plan? Both of them smirk and Phineas quips, why deny you the learning experience? Rolling my eyes I quickly come up with a rudimentary plan. Tolfdir would lead the main attack, making sure that our most numerous force didn't get decimated while Fiennes would go behind enemy lines and cause another cascade of death. It was decided that if the undead were seen they would attack the adventurers as well as to make sure they didn't suspect a college mage of using necromancy. All the while this happened I would lead a specialized unit and clear out the towers and walls while a group of archers followed behind. An hour later, as we are finally finished with the minor details I nervously scratch my cheek and both of them focus on me immediately. What seems to be the problem? Tolfdir asks, his concerned voice making me wince with guilt. I trail off and take a deep breath about that false Sunday. Surprise condensed stat line, as of this chapter, the asterisk signifies a thing that got changed/added. Name, Revine House, Dagath. Age, 18 Race, Dunmer Sign, Mage. STR, 16 Dex, 17 VIT, 22 Mind, 33 Mag, 425 asterisk. Mage. Destruction Expert. Pyromancy. Electromancy. Cryomancy. Runecasting. Restoration Expert. Healing. Solar Magic. Combat Wards. Alteration Adept. Telekinesis. Self-alteration/combat enhancement. Light Spells. Metal Transformation/transmutation asterisk. Corporeal Transmutation asterisk. Aeromancy. Terramancy. Conjuration Expert. Bound Weapons. Soulbound Items, Greater Regalia of Dagath, 5 Beast Rings, Hand of Magnus, Durin's Lament, War Crown. Umbramancy, Bound Shades, Shackled Reach, Chittering Swarm 3/6 slots. Oblivion Storage. Familiar Summon, Scorch. Mysticism Adept. Soul Manipulation. Levitation. Mark and Recall. Elemental Resistance. Clairvoyance asterisk equals Sight Beyond Sight asterisk. Illusion Adept. Sound Manipulation. Emotional Manipulation. Enchantment Master. Enchanting Mastery. Tech Adept asterisk. Alchemy Adept. Standard Potions/Poisons. Moban Regeneration Potions. Apprentice, Adept, Tongue. Fire Breath, Yul, Tor, Shul. Unrelenting Force, Fuss, Ro, Da. Whirlwind Sprint, Wood. Slow Time, Tired. Become Ethereal, Theme. Hidden Surprise asterisk. Warrior. Sword Adept. Spear Adept. Thief. Apprentice Sneak. Traits. Fire Blood. Blood of Dagath. Awaken Third Eye. Kind's Blessing. Minor Warrior's Blessing. Minor Dunmer Paragon. Nordic Paragon. Ashen Bond. Night Vision. Wrath of Dagath. Chosen of Mephala. Chapter 13, Conquest. Just as we discussed, the attack was quickly prepared for the following morning. The new arrivals eagerly signed up for the main assault, without any prodding necessary from our end, while the more veteran adventurers wisely decided to ask for more reasonable roles. Even after all these years, the eagerness with which the people of Skyrim throw themselves into the jaws of danger continues to boggle my mind. I know I shouldn't be one to talk, but I am a Divine's damned master mage. Some of these dumbasses came down here with iron weapons. As we snuck toward the main city, I couldn't help but think back on the end of yesterday's discussion. To say the masters were miffed by the fact I wanted to kill a literal dragon would be the understatement of the century. Even Tolfdir looked ready to whack me over the head for hiding such information. Still, they agreed to it in the end, and I didn't even have to tell them about Minthara. Explaining the danger of it possibly leaving its abode on its own, and hinting at the value of a fresh dragon corpse was more than enough for the two mages to agree to risk a couple hundred adventurers. We debated informing some of the more powerful warriors in our ranks about the upcoming danger, but ultimately decided it was better to keep it to ourselves. After all, you never knew what kind of rumors might spread if people learned we had such information, and even if one of those present was a companion circle member, no one cared if a werewolf got itself killed. The disdain for furries transcended even the great universe, it would appear. As my group and I snuck past the final small village to the south of the great city, I finally got a closer look at our target, imposing stone walls surrounding large structures that stood in an almost circular fashion and themselves surrounding a large square at the center above which hung the false sun. Ornamentation covered every single inch of the construction. If it were not covered by dust and filth, I might have mistaken it as being freshly built. The only oddity was the complete and utter lack of automatons. Then again, if those were present, the Falmer would have long since been killed off. The defenders were as numerous as we expected, my magic sight and clairvoyance easily informing me that many thousands of them crawled through the halls, easily able to overwhelm our force of a mere 700, if we didn't come prepared, that is. About a dozen ballistæ and 100 spheres waddled behind my small unit, all of them stocked to the brim with ammunition and fully charged with energy. A unit of just under 100 experienced rangers or hunters followed beside my own retinue. The Falmer might have the numbers, but their patrols were disorganized and their warriors far weaker on average. A simple defeat in detail while they scrambled like headless chickens was going to work wonders here. A sudden chill pulled me out of my musings as I felt the familiar surge of death erupts from the northwest. soon followed by a burst of steely magicka coming from the main gate. I look to my subordinates and eagerly clap my hands. All right kiddies, are you ready to conquer us a city? Minthara deadpants, aren't you like the young? I interrupt her with a sudden bonk on the head, a surprisingly firm folded scroll in my hand. She glares at me as I repeat, my voice just a bit more strained this time as I was saying ahem, let us conquer us a city. A couple of those present snicker, but no one earns themselves another bonk. The moment of levity passes as I turn back to the city, my magicka roiling eagerly beneath my skin. It is time to hunt the biggest game of all. General POV. A sudden commotion draws all Famr toward the gate, the sentries atop the walls grunting with panic at their grounded comrades. A loud bang nearly shatters the eardrums of those closest to the gate as the Dwemer metal bends inwardly. On the other side, Tolfdir retracts his hand and takes a deep breath, mildly annoyed that his first attack was insufficient, not that the small army cheering behind him shared in his irritation. Some of the foolish youths even looked at him with childlike wonder. Taking another deep breath, he once more rose both his hands, completely ignoring the arrows flying around him. Magicka roiled off him like a thick vapor. Soon a massive chunk of earth ripped itself out of the ground and with a flick of the old mage's fingers launched itself at the gate with a boom of sound. This time the rock hit the metal gate with such force that it immediately vaporized itself on impact, the metal sheets that used to guard the city getting launched backward and landing atop the many Famr standing behind it, flattening them all. A short moment of silence passed before one of the more eager adventurers raised his shield and charged forward with reckless abandon, soon followed by more of the glory hounds. Writing the fools off as already dead, Tolfdir started briskly walking toward the city, the more sensible mercenaries huddling behind him as they noticed that arrows seemed to glide away from the old man as if pushed aside. As they crossed the threshold of the city, the old man suddenly stopped, surveying the thousands of Famr streaming out from each of the massive buildings. The confidence of his men took a nosedive as they beheld the same sight, but the old mage was not perturbed. Instead he took another deep breath, stretched his shoulders and growled as his form once again expanded massively. The Famr flinched as their instincts screamed at them to flee, but it was far too late for that. Revine's POV. I decapitate the last of the Famr guarding the tower which we used to get on the walls, a raised platform of smooth stone stretching behind us, courtesy of a very tired-looking Yggdrasil. We waste no time and immediately proceed to the next tower, a number of bowmen and automatons staying behind just as planned. I do my best to conserve my strength as we start clearing out tower after tower, using spells only when my magicka was topped up and allowing my guards and apprentices to fight whenever possible. As the fourth tower falls, I hear the familiar roar of Tolfdir and look down just in time to see the old beast rip an entire formation apart as blood and gore flies all around him, yet to my surprise the Famr just keep throwing themselves at him, only the formation of armored mercenaries holding them back from drowning him in bodies. We had underestimated just how many of the filthy things were living down here. I launch a bolt of crimson lightning at the wave of enemies, and moments after my signal hundreds of arrows and bolts start peppering the horde, yet even that only managed to slow them down. Deciding that the best course of action was to expand our coverage, I immediately proceeded to the next tower, this time using all of my magical capabilities to clear them out as fast as possible. I wasn't about to let Tolfdir get killed because I was being cautious. Tower after tower falls to our assault and soon the entire wall facing our fort is under our control. The constant ranged fire upon the endless sea of Famr slowed it down just enough to allow the ground forces to hold the goblinoids off and even push them back at some instances. The grinding battle went on for hours. We were only able to advance once I felt Phineas' undead legion burst from one of the buildings, forcing a portion of the Famr to go and hold them off. We pushed them back methodically, never advancing past a building that wasn't cleared out of enemies, which proved to be the wise decision as many were connected to underground passages filled to the brim with snarling goblinoids. After what must have been half a day, our forces managed to reach the central plaza, the enemy numbers still not diminishing in any meaningful manner even after thousands had been ripped apart while our side had already lost over 300. My group and I had long since abandoned the walls, leaving the archers and automatons behind to continue mowing down all enemy reinforcements as a constant stream of runners kept replenishing their ammunition. Soon I stood before an exhausted Tolfdir who returned to his human form to take a quick rest, rising a stone wall to help the mercenaries hold the enemy off in his absence. He looks up at me, his face completely covered in blood and Famr bits. I do not believe we will be able to win at this rate. He states simply, causing my retinue to gape in fear. I nod while looking over the battle. Indeed, our men would not ever be able to cut down so many. There is at least another 10,000 Famr there, and that is not counting their non-combatants. Tolfdir smirks at me. It is lucky that we have positioned them in a rather convenient place then, is it not? I chuckle and then give him a serious look. Right now, He too takes on a serious expression and nods slowly right now. I immediately turn to my people. Minthara and Davos are with me, the rest of you make sure that Master Tolfdir stays alive. Some look ready to protest, but the firmness in my voice makes them think better of it. I immediately rush off to a nearby building, the sound of fighting coming from inside. Without even looking at what is happening, I blitz through the building, cutting down anything that stands in my way, my 2 followers barely keeping up with my breakneck speed. Many Fomor try and stop me, their equipment of a surprisingly high quality for a random building. Something that is explained as I enter a large debate hall, filled to the brim with Fomor shamans. A beat of silence passes as the enemy magi scan me, but that is all I give them. I immediately blitz to a nearby creature, preparing to send a blizzard my way and decapitate it. Another tries to skewer me with a spear of ice, but a lazy push of telekinesis sends it back into its head. They start trying to overwhelm me with magic, but my skill with shadow walking and clairvoyance has reached such a level that I evade them without even looking, reaping the barely above apprentice mages like grass. As I cut another one in two, I find myself staring at a duo of night prowlers aim their rudimentary staves at me, a hint of glee in their disgusting faces. But instead of reacting at all, I merely smirk at the creatures as 2 things happen. The one to my left suddenly clutches its throat as a crossbow bolt nearly disintegrates it, while the one to my right gets its head crushed to a fine pulp by way of Minthara's warhammer. I do not pause and continue climbing the building, the number of defenders decreasing with each subsequent floor. As we finally ascend to the peak and I cut down the half a dozen archers shooting down at our forces, we finally stand before the false sun. I finally turn to my 2 rather breathless companions and ask, "Are you ready for what might be the toughest fight of our lives?" Minthara nods resolutely while Davos just looks at me with confusion. The 2 share a look and Minthara nods at me, causing my fellow Dunmer to raise an eyebrow. My crown hides my expression as I smirk maliciously and rapidly explain, "Minthara is dragonborn. The false sun contains a dragon whose soul she needs to consume if she is to stand a chance against the upcoming apocalypse in which the child of Akadosh shall return to consume the world." Questions. He gapes at me like a fish out of water, and before he can even respond I clap my hands. "Excellent." I turn to the eager demigod. "You ready?" She snarls eagerly, "Born ready." I nod and we both approach the edge of the balcony we stood on. We take a deep breath at the same time and as one shout, "Fus Aro Da." A loud gong-like sound resounds across the battlefield, and a feeling of metaphysical weight presses onto all of us, causing the fighting to stop for a moment. A loud roar exploded outwardly as something crashed under the false sun. I looked down and there he stood, atop hundreds of Fomor corpses he crushed by merely existing, twice the size of what I remembered, his scales bronze and black and his limbs 6 instead of 4. Volthuriel the coward had arrived.
Thanks for listening.